Check.
Anybody you know who theoretically has a soul or just a body and might die or might be possessed by a demon or an AI soul or anything whatsoever that could be trapped or might be doing the trapping, please send the space to them. I'm looking super forward to this. For the speakers, we normally don't send invites for the guest panel. Intuitive Underground, just hit the big fat mic in the bottom left that normally lets us bring you up. Morgan, welcome. I'm gonna.
Well, actually, you're notably quieter than Fringe.
Really, that's probably a good thing. Normally, I'm yelling. Is it annoyingly quieter?
No, I wouldn't say so.
No,
No, not
Fringe.
terrible.
It's not terrible.
If you're using an external interface, if you maybe want to bump your gain a couple of dB or something.
I'm using my laptop. Normally, it's just the native mic, but normally the audio is really good. But there's always ghosts in the machine. Fringe, is it all right? Do you think I need to fix it?
I just knowing the problems we could have if you try to fix it, I think it's okay.
You mean if I don't try to fix it?
Yeah, don't try to fix it. I think you sound fine. I agree you're slightly lower. You're slightly
Yeah.
lower than Morgan, but I don't think it's worth fixing.
Okay. Let me know when it gets worse or when it fixes itself. I have one person here saying I sound great to him. But you know how listeners it can be different too. You know what I mean? All right. And let's see. Intuitive Underground. How are you doing, man? Uh-oh. Fringe, could you hear Intuitive Underground?
I do not hear Intuitive Underground.
I'm
Dan, you want to
sorry.
give it another shot? There he goes.
I'm new to the
Awesome.
stream deck.
No, it's no problem.
Yeah, you guys
For
are coming across
people,
just fine.
wonderful. Welcome, Dan.
Thank you.
And we're waiting on JT, right?
Yeah, I thought JT was going to jump up. You know, he does have a lot of history and background and some things he could be adding to the conversation, I think.
Yeah, I thought JT was going to be a part of this. While we're waiting for everybody to collect themselves, please share the space. Please tweet it. Please like it. If you don't like it, leave an offensive comment. DM it to people. For those who are new to the Doom Room, this is the place for the most dangerous, uncomfortable conversations. And the way we make it really uncomfortable is we let listeners wait to the very end, normally my DMs will blow up and I get unfollowed by like 10% of the people. That's by design. So if you plan on, blowing up my inbox, wait till the end of the space, because I don't check the inbox during the space. But it is part of the design. We're not picking you personally. We will, I assume, if Morgan and Dan are up for it, and JT, we'll almost certainly take audience questions. We're starting offensively early. And for all the regular doomers in here, I hope you have your catheters plugged in, your doomer diapers strapped on tight. It doesn't get darker than the death trap. And JT, if you can hear me, I see you in the space. You're welcome to come up, my man. Just hit the mic and we'll bring you up. Fringe, what are your thoughts? What are you thinking?
Oh, wow. Okay, so this is not my space, and it's not about me, but I will just very quickly say that the death traps and the soul recycling, and I had my own personal experience with this where they actually tried to get me to recycle myself, which was super creepy. This is the part of this is the part that sent me into a very dark spiral, like a spiritual crisis. To think that this could be true. I totally remember I was at just a small town rodeo looking around the audience and thinking, if these people only knew what I know. Now, having said that, I always like to throw out the caveat there that remote viewing can be hijacked by negative entities. Now, I know JT and Morgan and Dan are going to want to speak to a lot of history, a lot of data, things that go across just a giant spectrum, which is good because, then the hijacking or the influence could be considered possibly be less. But I always keep that spin in mind. So whatever data we're going to get today, whatever we're going to hear today is going to have a very dark side. But I also like to point out that I've had so many experiences with so many of these entities, and they lie. They lie, they cheat, and they
What?
steal. And not only that, it's my personal opinion that there is going to be some truth to this side of what we're going to talk about today. I don't discount it in the least. However, I think they also want us to get completely black-pilled and to think there's nothing we can do about it. So I'm looking forward to whatever part of the space where Morgan and Dan and JT can give us some information on what they've gathered on, how to avoid this potentially. I myself am counting on Jesus. Yeah, I mean, that might not be for everyone, but that's where I ended up when I went on my long spiritual crisis journey, which I spoke about extensively in a separate video. We don't need to go over it today. Who, by the way, said I came to set the captives free. So there's some kind of creepy stuff there as well. So I'll just throw that out
Wait a
there.
second. Who said you came to set the captives
Well,
free?
Jesus did.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, we could look at that in a couple different ways, right? But I think there's going to be some truth to what we're going to hear today, and it's dark, and it's the most scary thing that I discovered on my own journey. So yeah, looking forward to it. Happy to be here, and let's see where we go.
And I'm going to hand the mic over to Dan and Morgan in a second. Even though we come, I mean, I hope we represent the most doomerish view. And if there's another space out there that they reveal themselves, expose themselves, and measure up to the claim. But we do host people here where we ideologically might not be aligned with them. And somehow people have come to believe that we don't have guests here where they might be interesting, but they might have a different view. So I just want to say something short about. Oh, and by the way, JT needs about 20 more minutes. So I think that's totally cool. We sort of get warmed up, get started, and there should be enough death remaining in 20 minutes for JT to just join in, and then we'll catch him up. Um, I've been thinking a lot about simulation theory, and I am not somebody who is married to the idea of like a harsh computational simulation. However, I am like empiricism first, and there is a lot of data that points to either total computational digital simulation or some version of it, or it could just be that our physics are messed with. It could be that we're trapped under some sort of control system where the variable for c, the speed of light, is manipulated, or none of that could be the case, and the material reality we see is more or less the real one. Regardless, the evidence is overwhelming, whether you want to consider synchronicities or the weird perfect proportions of the distance of Earth to the moon, moon to the Earth, moon to the sun, Earth to the sun. There's so many different things you can count, and I'm sure Dan and Morgan might touch on them. There's no reason, and I'm coming actually from the DMT world, and listening yesterday to Jack Sarfati, where he talked about uh, the the way that the formula for C, meaning the formula for gravitation, that it was obfuscated, that it was sort of hidden. And when you listen to this guy who does the DMT experiments where you refract a laser through light, what we're talking about is the manipulation of the speed of light. And when somebody sees code, many people see code and they claim to see the same code, some sort of Sanskrit like figures, literally in the diffracted wave of light. um, those who are afraid of listening to ideas, those who are afraid of numbers and math, those are probably the same people who are afraid of magnetism. I absolutely welcome you to open up spaces, talk about this one. Please link to it, and or just dip out. But just because I don't wholeheartedly subscribe to a simulation theory, that doesn't mean we're not living in a simulation, and that doesn't mean that I'm going to contend with my ideological beliefs, uh, wrestle with the guests. So wherever you guys want to take this, whether it's Morgan, Dan, JT, all of you, just because something smells like simulation theory doesn't mean I'm going to kick it out of the matrix. If it smells like doom, it's going to be in the doom room, and I wholeheartedly welcome it. So sorry for the long preamble. Um, Dan and Morgan, feel free to tell us what you want to touch on, how you want to work this, how you want to take it. Space is yours.
Well, you know what? Before we even get into that, I want to say, first of all, it's nice to actually, for the first time, talk to you guys. We've had some correspondence in a group chat, but it's the first time actually talking voice to voice. So yeah, I just wanted to take a quick opportunity and say hi and thank you guys for your interest in for giving us a platform to talk about this work. Thanks so much.
You're most welcome, man.
Dan.
Yeah, I would like to echo those thoughts as well. Appreciate your time. I know you're a busy man, and I'm sure Fringe is busy doing her stuff as well, as is everyone else that's listening. We appreciate your time. We've been working, Morgan and I, and a group of remote viewers, we've been working for almost, well, over 13 years now. And a lot of what we're going to talk about today expands over, say, 30 different projects and about 150, 160 different sessions in pages. That's probably somewhere around 1,000 or 1,200 pages worth of work between, man, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 different remote viewers over that 13 years. Obviously, we're not all still together. Other people are out doing their own thing, but yeah, we have a fair amount of stuff to go over, and I'm not sure how we should take this. I know we have a list of questions that JT had kind of put up earlier in the message area, but I don't know. I guess we could probably start going around with a little bit of background about us. What do you think, Morgan?
Yeah, that's probably the best place to start. So myself, I mean, I've been involved in remote viewing since 2011. Um, kind of stumbled upon it, and it really, really took me in. And at such a time when I kind of discovered that RV apparently is a real thing, I decided, okay, this is something that I'm going to need to pursue. Given my background, I've had a a lifelong interest in what I just generally refer to as, the mysteries of life. Who are we? Why are we here? What are we? Where did we come from? And that expands, of course, into all kinds of territories, like obviously non-human intelligences, UFOs, and the like, ghosts. Yeah, and at such a time as I discovered the skill of remote viewing, I thought, finally, maybe if this RV thing is real, maybe that is a route to which I might be able to find some answers. Being really sick of not knowing what to think about the mysteries. No matter how much research I did, matter how much I pondered things. So that was really my big interest in RV. So I pursued it. To be fair, I would accurately use the word obsessively. Not that I'm recommending that, that for anyone else, but that's how it worked for me, and it did work. So just a bit about my background in the field. As I said, I started studying in 2011. Through 2012, I did most of my formal training. At the end of 2012, I did a one-on-one professional development instruction under Ed Dames in the TRV, or technical remote viewing method. I've studied in other methods as well since then, but TRV is and always will be a home base for me.
And just briefly, just list the 3 words, what TRV stands for the audience.
Yeah, technical remote viewing. It's a particular awesome method or technique for remote viewing. There are a number of them. It was in that training period, probably about the intermediate stage, when I met Dan on the old TRV forums, the old rvcommunity.net forums, where Dame students gathered. Dan kind of out of nowhere, he'd been studying around the same amount of time as me, kind of sent a random private message to a number of people that were around the same, intermediate stage of learning, with the idea of forming a study group. And I thought, wow, this is perfect. Couldn't have hoped for any better. So yeah, we studied together for some time. We had the good fortune of a viewer with a higher degree of training working with us and mentoring us at that time, which was a major advantage. I can't stress that enough on our learning journey. And that study group, we've just the core members, we've stuck together for all these years, and we've been working together ever since, continually. So yeah, Dan.
Yeah, so a little bit about me. In about 2010, 2011, I'd kind of been going through a rough spot in life. I was leaving the town that I lived in, and just, been through the grinder in a lot of different ways. I used to be a chef for about 25, 30 years, and, I'd kind of been beaten up by work and, people and humans in general. I really just had come to the idea that I knew for a fact that we weren't being told the truth about what's going on here. And I hadn't even heard of remote viewing at this point, and I just kind of resolved to find, the biggest picture that I could and figure out where I fit into that big picture so that I could make better decisions for myself. At the time, I was what most people would call a prepper. Events of 9/11, Kennedy assassination, Gulf of Tonkin, just about everything you could possibly think of when it comes to conspiracy theory. I'd made up my mind on what the truth was at that point. So I knew that for the most part, government was lying to us, religion was lying to us, and a lot of history is lying to us. So I just really kind of set out on a quest for truth, so to speak. And that's when one day remote viewing found me. It was March 11th, 2011. Fukushima event had just happened that day. There was some stuff about Comet Ellen and like a week prior that kind of pushed me in that direction, but I found myself prepping and coin roll hunting, looking for silver and copper. And I can't remember how I came across
Dan,
it.
what year was that when Fukushima happened?
I believe it was 2011.
Okay, awesome.
Because I think it was 11/11/11, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that. No, it would be 3/11/11. Anyway, so I at this point had come across the Coast to Coast AM radio show. I'd never heard it before. I had no idea how or why it came across my awareness, but Ed was on that night talking about the events of Fukushima and how he had a prediction about this very similar event. Come to find out years later that he had predicted it by about 7 years prior. There was some information that led me to believe it was the late 90s when he had come across it, but he really didn't openly start talking about it until about 2002, 2003. And, he was right about the magnitude of the earthquake. He was right about which type of reactor would fail. He was right about the scope. He was right about the actual fuel in the reactor. He was not right on the actual location. He was off by about 50 kilometers or so. But the man and his team nailed it. And I was like, okay, well, there's something here. Like, maybe I should look into this. So I did a bunch of background on Ed. And anybody that's familiar with remote viewing knows who Ed Dames is, and why a lot of people dislike Ed. So I kind of did a background check on him, started digging around, started looking into stuff, and started looking to see what this remote viewing thing was all about. And after the first initial foray into the information, I had come to the assertion that there was a whole lot of misinformation out there and that there's something here to be studied. So I started looking into it. It took me about a year to finally get my hands on the at the time he called Learn RV DVD sets, which is a derivative of his technical remote viewing that he had put together back in, I believe it was the early to mid 90s, 95, 96 or so, somewhere in there, with a company he called SciTech. And he had done a lot of his Art Bell shows, promoting products and promoting his students and that sort of stuff from that individual endeavor. So I got my hands on the DVDs and I started looking into it, and then I started doing it for myself. And that's one thing that I would urge anybody that has any kind of question about the viability or the truth or the usefulness of RV is to try it for yourself. Everybody in the world could talk till they're blue in the face about how well it works, but you're not really going to know until you put the effort for yourself to, decide for yourself whether it works or not. I did, and the more I gave, the more I got back. It took some time, 3 to 6, almost 9 months to kind of get to a really good spot after practicing like Morgan. I was quite obsessed with getting it to work for me as fast as possible. Kind of set me back in some spots, but by and large, I started out with his DVDs and then went on to professional, more like intermediate training with a paid professional. And then ultimately in 2016, after about remote viewing for 4 years and about 300 projects or so, is when I went and trained with him personally in his professional development program out in California. And ever since then, Morgan, myself, and several other remote viewers have been kind of working together since those forum days. And there's walls, just like with any other profession. You're going to get to the point where, is this worth doing it anymore? Especially after you get across some of the information we're going to go over today, you got to wonder if it's worth it at all. You get these results from time to time that are, Ingo Swann had labeled 8 martini results, which essentially changed your entire worldview or your, what's the word? I can't come up with it right now, but your entire worldview, and it destroys the foundation for your worldview. And you have to drink 8 martinis to be able to rectify yourself to those results and reincorporate those things into your worldview. So over the last 10, 13 years.
Sorry, Dan, was it Weltanschauung? Was it the German word?
No, it's
Sorry, I've had
paradigm. Paradigm is the word I was looking for.
There you go. Almost the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know
going.
much
I'm
German.
sorry.
I should.
No, don't. No,
heritage.
you shouldn't. No, there's a limit to all self-hatred. Keep going, man. Forgive me.
Okay. So the paradigms are changing. Like it destroys your worldview, and it really it can really mess with you at a very basic level, a subconscious level, with your view on life. It can trigger depression, definitely anxiety, and definitely probably some levels of mania. And it takes time to kind of incorporate something so large and so vast that's basically goes contrary to everything you've ever been told as a kid, whether that's religion, school, government, by all of it. And already at that point, I kind of had the idea that, they weren't telling us truth to begin with. But when you start getting into some of these results and some of the things we're going to talk about today, it really kind of pushes your boundaries. I had a bad couple of years emotionally because of it. So you hit these walls, and occasionally, you get to the point where you're making these decisions about what you're going to do with your, the next 5 or 10 years of life. And every time that I would go through the mental process of figuring out what it is I want to do, it keeps coming back to, well, why don't you just remote view it? So it's kind of a, I don't know, I wouldn't call it a negative feedback loop, but it gets you to the point where you just continually coming back to it because it's so valuable in so many different ways, especially when you turn the remote viewing on yourself to figure out how can I be a better human, how could I be a better person, and what you should be doing with yourself in your life. And I highly recommend everyone to look into remote viewing. Go ahead, Fringe.
So Dan and Morgan, is your style of remote viewing more like Ingo's? With Ingo supposedly, and I'm getting this from people who knew him, he came up with CRV as a way to try to be more controlled and to have less interference from whatever might be out there. And I'm just wondering if the TRV is something similar. Unlike last week when we heard from Magic and the Noise, I think their style is quite a bit looser than that. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I would agree. David said that he had started out training with Ed in a TRV structure. I believe Sasha had said she'd started out with HRVG and was moving along. The difference between what Ed Dames puts out and what Ingo initially designed and what is known as the classical CRV, which has its own offshoots. People do their own different things. What you find when you start doing remote viewing is you start running into issues that you need to kind of rectify with not necessarily your structure, but to kind of push yourself and push your ability. TRV is more or less a reorganization of the structure of what controlled remote viewing is. Controlled remote viewing is more experiential. The idea of which is you want to have 1 foot in where you're sitting right now and 1 foot at the target site so that you can quasi experience what it is that you are trying to describe in your controlled remote viewing. TRV is more of a stream of consciousness just focused on the data. Where are the hostages? Where are the weapons of mass destruction? Where is this gold site that I'm looking for? It's more about the data and the perceptions coming across the liminal gate in your conscious awareness. Whereas CRV, it's more of an experiential thing where you're actually trying to feel the textures. You're actually trying to smell the smells. You're actually trying to see the colors. And that kind of reinforces what we call attachment to signal line, or something along those lines, as signal line and whatnot. So ultimately, Ed was one of the original targeting officers in the Stargate. I don't know if it was exactly Stargate. Morgan, you would know exactly more about me than this, but he was only trained with Ingo through stage 3 protocols, which is basically the image sketching of the CRV protocols. And Ed himself would probably say he was never really the greatest of remote viewers, but he had a really good understanding of the mechanics of what was going on. And he tried to develop it further in the ways in which he saw fit, which was more or less designed to get just raw data than it was about experiencing the data. I know that's kind of confusing to most of the listeners, but where in which you would run through the session and it would break down into 3 subsects of that session. And ultimately at the end, you would take all the data, the visual and the written data, and you would wind up with what is called a site template. And I could probably get those up here in a second once I'm done speaking and Morgan takes over. But where in which you have one page, a visual representation of whatever it is you're trying to describe at the target site. And from there, you can actually target more things off of that and further, quote unquote, unzip the file or unzip the target data more and get more specific details, basically into infinity if you wanted to. But ultimately, you're just trying to answer the question at hand. And usually the project manager is really good about getting to that by 30 pages, sometimes 50 pages. Morgan, you want to jump in here?
Yeah, I mean, probably the easiest way to think about it is CRV, the classic CRV is a highly structured method for remote viewing. TRV effectively takes that method and streamlines it. Ed called it TRV because it was designed with the express purpose of helping us in a structured manner access and record more technical data. So, as I said before, there are other remote viewing methods. They actually range greatly in the degree to which they're structured, from complete freeform, basically natural psychics operating under a clean remote viewing protocol, to highly structured methods like CRV and TRV. So yeah, that's really what attracted me to TRV method in the first place. Was I recognized what Ed was trying to do with the changes he'd made, and I did and I do see Ed as a great innovator in the field that I actually don't think gets the credit that he deserves for what he's done. So, I mean, I'll, to the day I die, I'll defend Ed fervently. Yeah, that's probably, that's probably enough of the background on remote viewing for now.
Could you, Morgan, could the two of you just briefly give the audience an idea of your track record on proven feedback before we get into the scary stuff?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, we have never been big on, databasing and, mathematically calculating that sort of thing. The training process. So as a beginner through intermediate remote viewer, you train against readily verifiable targets to establish a baseline, a track record. We all, by the intermediate stage, we were all quite consistent. In fact, at least for me and Dan, most of our training was actually online, like posted online at the time, in the mid 2010s. Now the old community forum that I was talking about, where we did a lot of our training, it's no longer around. It's probably, I'm sure it's at least for the most part archived on the Wayback Machine or something like that. But yeah, beyond that, I mean, we have a pretty good track record of things that are verifiable. Predictions, a lot of that stuff is on our website. Done plenty of work, as an independent or freelance RV contractor for people. Interestingly, probably about half that work has been health or medical related stuff, which for the most part, yes, we do get feedback on that. And there's been some pretty remarkable cases actually, but any remote viewer that sticks with it to that point and beyond is very likely going to start kind of pushing the boundaries a bit. And I think that's quite a valuable thing for people to do, because I mean naturally, if you're only ever remote viewing things that have immediately verifiable feedback, well, at a certain point, other than gaining firsthand experience in, for lack of a better term, psychic modalities, really, what's the point? So at a certain point, you kind of have to start pushing out beyond that, working targets that are maybe not so readily verifiable, but will be, eventually. To maybe the most extreme cases, such as we're going to talk about today, things that will be verifiable to every single one of us here someday. Of course, I mean at the time of our inevitable death.
I would like to jump in here and
Yeah.
just kind of add, we do run regular calibration targets, which generally are photographic in nature. Now, when you're remote viewing a photograph, you're not actually remote viewing the actual photograph. Your photograph is a pointer to the event, basically, that's portrayed in front of and around the camera at the time the camera took the picture. There are ways of going through and statistically going back and forth. Say I go through and I'll add up, a bunch of significant markers, whether it's a stage 2 or stage 4 data, and usually you can determine how accurate you are running at the given time when you are hitting that particular photo target. You can come back with a red pen and scratch out, any remote viewing, you're going to have some level of noise. Only the really highest elitist remote viewers are probably up in the low to mid 90 percentile. Generally, we run between 80 and 90% when we calibrate. The goal is to get to that point. One other thing I do want to mention when it comes to this idea of accuracy is multiple remote viewers. When you're working with a team, with a solid project manager that knows what they're doing, knows how to target things so that you're not wasting your remote viewers' time. The extra remote viewers work as a force multiplier to bring that extra 20, 15, 5% of error rate or quote unquote noise in the session down. You can actually go through and strike off things that don't match, that don't fit. Because when you have 3 or 4 remote viewers working blind on the same target, you get repeated ideas, repeated concepts, repeated data points from people who don't know what each other are working on or what they're working on in general. So we find, and I've been told this, I'm not sure how historically accurate this is, but we've been told by at least Ed, there's been a couple other reviews who've kind of mentioned this, that when you get 2 professionally trained remote viewers who are working the same target, that are saying the same thing, that you could rely upon that data in the highest 90th to 100 percentile. He would go as far as saying 100%. Sometimes the concepts are a little bit different depending on the personal lexicon of knowledge that each individual viewer has. So not everybody views a certain subject matter in the same way. So they're going to say things a little bit differently. But at one point, or at some point, especially when you're getting out and you're working targets that are not easily verifiable or get a bunch of feedback, you're really relying upon that similarities in session works, in metaphors, in analogies, in data points. And that's what brings up your confidence in the data that you have at the end of the project.
Well, yeah, and further to what Dan's saying there, part of what we do as a team is, as Dan mentioned, we do work regular, what we would call calibration and maintenance targets, and that is effectively mixing in at random intervals readily verifiable targets among our other operational targets that may not be so readily verifiable. And that, in effect, it just kind of acts as a marker or a benchmark to basically just to ensure that we're constantly operating at a usable level. And at such a time as you're working against unverifiable targets, that's really, frankly, that's the best you can do, is to ensure that the viewers are operating consistently. So you can infer that if a viewer can consistently hit a verifiable target with a high degree of accuracy and reliability when they're working against an unverifiable target, or at least not such a readily verifiable target, you can assume that they are likely working at that same level, and it should have the same degree of accuracy. Not perfect, but it's the best. It's quite literally the best that we can do in this field.
One thing I would like to add as well, if you don't mind, is the idea of target type. Novelty works as a factor in the vibrancy of the data that you're getting off the stream of consciousness, and you want to vary your target type. One thing you find, especially when it comes to associative remote viewing, which is essentially comparing two different things with a process related to remote viewing, is, say, if your unconscious gets bored of whatever it is you're working on, say you work 10 photographic targets in a row, at some point you're going to start seeing degradation in your ability to be accurate. So you need to make sure that you are working on novel targets. Hard sometimes to make sure that you've got novel targets that are readily available for feedback, but it's another aspect of remote viewing that needs to be kept in mind when you're working towards calibrating to a particular level of accuracy.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Maybe at some point here, I'll upload a link to a session that is against a verifiable target, just to kind of give you guys an idea of what that might look like.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think it's good for the audience to understand that you guys both and your team and most professional and remote viewers, they wouldn't be, doing what they're doing if they didn't have some kind of accuracy and some kind of track record. I think people, once they hear what you're about to say, and I couldn't agree more, if this information actually hits you and you consider the possibility of it being true and real, I'm hearing you on the whole depression thing and, the ontological shock. And, we all sit around talking about UFOs all day long and trying to figure out if they're even real. But this stuff is so far beyond the idea that UFOs might be real. It can be very shocking. It can be depressing. I said already, it sent me into a spiritual crisis, and those words are not enough for what happened to me. So I just wanted the audience to understand that this information is at least somewhat, if not fairly reliable and backed up, by a track record from your team.
I also want to echo the idea that it's dark, and we are concerned about folks who may be experiencing troubles in some level of mental stability. I'm not saying you should go away and not listen. Everybody's going to do what they're going to do, but I just want to kind of throw it out there that, this sort of stuff, like I said before, it shakes your worldview to some degree. We're not going to hit it too hard today. We're not going to get into too much detail, but it's going to mess with you for a little bit until you kind of assimilate or reject the information. And whatever anyone listening would choose to do for themselves is totally fine.
And this is the type of information that sometimes makes me say to myself, do we really want to know the truth? And that's what I'm all about. We need to know the truth so that we can make a plan and, do something, potentially be able to do something about it. So I'm not one of those people, but this is so dark that I have looked around and thought I'm almost jealous of the people, not almost jealous, I'm jealous of the people who have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, ignorance is bliss. I also would want to add that, you know, the stuff that we're going to be talking about today, it does speak to a spiritual aspect. Now, I'm not going to sit here and go into love and light, but like the idea of physicality in the meat suit, in the body, and then not in the body. So there is a spiritual aspect here, and not a lot of what we're talking about here addresses the spiritual aspect of this. I personally have been going through some spiritual crisis over the last 4 months or so. Witchcraft attacks, a few other different things, but I find that knowing the truth opens up the possibility of knowing more about the truth. And the truth of the spiritual side of things is not 100% available in the data that we're going to talk about today. So I want to preface what we're going to talk about and say that a lot of the more positive sides of the spiritual aspect of what's going on here is not in the data. It's something that I'm striving for to understand more, not only in my personal life, but also through remote viewing, much like Fringe, kind of mentioned that I want to know the truth, no matter how bad it is. At least at that point, I can make a better decision for myself. Morgan, you wanted to jump in here?
Well, I mean, once again, just to reiterate, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, yeah, the stuff that we're going to talk about here shortly it's extremely dark. It is, I mean, frankly, beyond the capacity of my own imagination, and to such a degree that like Dan and like Fringe has experienced in a slightly different capacity. Yeah, it sent me into, I suppose it would be fair to call it a depression. It The term that I often use is it shattered my reality, and it shattered my reality more than once. To the point where I like to think now that almost nothing would surprise me. I mean, if I woke up tomorrow and there were 1,000 ICBM nukes on their way to various destinations, that wouldn't be surprising. If I woke up tomorrow and the sky was filled with UFOs, that wouldn't be surprising to me at all. Nothing would surprise me anymore. And I did have to go through a pretty significant, I guess you'd call it a reconciliation process, where when you're confronted with information that is so at odds with your own cosmology, your own understanding or belief in what this world, what this reality, what we humans might be. When you're confronted with something that's so in opposition to that, but is undeniable, you basically have two choices. You can go with it or you can ignore it. It's probably fair to say I was forced to acknowledge and accept it, simply because of the fact that, given our track record of generally being correct in these things that we look into, that I would say I had learned by that point in time to trust our data, whether I liked it or not. And as a result of that, as I say, I was kind of forced into accepting this. It's been quite a process, and that's not even to say, it's fully integrated into my understanding even today, because it's so outside of your everyday context, your standard kind of societal or cultural frame of reference, that it's at a certain point we can only do so much in terms of putting word labels to these ideas. So it's again it's about the very best that we can do. And just to reiterate, this material stuff is not for everyone. So again, maybe final warning: if you're not interested in considering maybe some of the extremely dark potentials of this reality, then probably this material isn't for you. But anyway,
But
it's
send
fair
it to
warning.
someone who will be offended and spread it virally. I'm just joking. Just joking.
Well, I suppose that's okay too.
Well,
As long
I
as the
mean,
word gets out.
look, I don't want to cut you off, Morgan, but I do want to double click on what you're saying. So continue, and then I think the warning you're giving is necessary and is ethical.
No, you know what? That's really it. I mean, I could prattle on for endless amounts of time on it, but I think I've said what needs to be said. You know, due diligence and fair warning.
I want to back you and Dan up on everything you said. By all means, you can also just listen to the space 7 seconds at a time. If it gets really rough, you can just get through 7 seconds every day, and then the pole shift will be there when you're finally through the space. But in all seriousness, uh, you know, and it might not even be psychological or emotional or mental fragility. I mean, people could be going through some sort of any kind of attack, right? I mean, we have targeted individuals. People could have some sort of demonic attack, some sort of NHI attack. You don't need a reason uh, in order to justify genuine psychological resilience to be like, yeah, today's not the day, right? Um, in terms of how far you want to go and how far you want to take it, we're so open-minded that we even accept love and light optimism here from our guests. Okay, so whatever you want to share at the end, it doesn't have to be hard data. It doesn't have to be empirical. Like, this is your space. Share the point of view that you want to share, and I will. And so this is I'm saying in terms of freedom of speech. If you don't want cover certain dark aspects, I personally would be asking you, if you're not going to cover it in this space where people understand this is the space where you have the right to tune out, our guests don't have the right to be censored. If you're not going to share it in this space, and we're knocking on the door of the end of the world, when the fuck are you going to share it? So I would urge you to sort of maybe consider transcending what feels right and go as far as you can within your personal like boundaries of integrity, not boundaries of comfort. That's just my personal wish or my desire. That's not my demand or my expectation. I hope I'm clear on that. And for everybody else, nobody's saying you have to take this as truth. Um, I have the darkest view on what I theorize is likely happening, and I assure you, whatever you say, it cannot eclipse my darkest view because it is the darkest view. And I hope you it's my hope that if that is really what's going on, that you present as much data. And the reason why I'm saying all this is we talk a lot about game theoretical consequences of AI. We talk about game theoretical consequences of nuclear warfare, when we should really be talking about the game theoretical consequences of ontological shock and disclosure, because most people just shut down. Most people think, oh, should we really know? Do we really want to know? And then the mind just stops there. And we need to be taking this 20 steps further. We need to be asking ourselves, if we have a doomsday event that is more or less not in our control and all 8 billion people get wiped out, what happens 6,000 years after? What happens 12,000 years after? What happened the past 200,000 years after? And just because people are psychologically uncomfortable does not mean that they're morally exonerated from the place in history that they might be standing with respect to their past ancestors and their past souls and their future souls and their future children. There might be more complicated calculus to the to the calculus of the morality of the soul when it comes to disclosure. In other words, yeah, the cost of disclosure might be 10, 15, 100 million people dying of suicide from ontological shock. What if the consequences are another trillion people being enslaved? I mean trillion with a T. What if the consequences are another trillion people being enslaved simply because we tell ourselves that the ontological shock of war is worse than actual death and actual soul enslavement. I'm sorry, I'm going to be the one to say it, but we don't have these thought disorders when it comes to Holocaust, when it comes to um, war, when it comes to bombing a 6-year-old child. We don't say, can they handle the truth? We realize the reality that they're handling, that they shouldn't have to handle, is way worse. I think we ought to take some not utilitarian approach, but consider that there's mathematics to ethics. And just because we're psychologically uncomfortable doesn't mean we don't have a moral responsibility to apply those same moral mathematics, the information and the disclosure. And I absolutely believe, I absolutely know that this information can traumatize you. That doesn't mean you need to weather it through, but that also doesn't mean that just because humanity is traumatized from the information, that it's the moral correct decision to pretend like hiding the information means you're protecting someone from reality and the consequences that would arise from a righteous anger and betrayal that may have enslaved humanity since its very inception. This is something that's really dear to my heart. That's why I'm bloviating forever, because I don't hear anybody else fucking say it. So it's totally up to you. This is your space, how far you want to take it. My desire is you doom dark, you doom deep, and you doom as hard as you fucking can.
And then they'll just have a bunch of spaces afterwards. So what will really happen here is this will be met with unbelief. They're just a bunch of doomers. They're just a bunch of fear mongers, all that kind of stuff. That's what will happen in the after spaces. But all we can do is put the information out and people do with it what they will.
No.
Oh, all fair points. And I agree wholeheartedly with everything that both of you just said. And I mean, let me be clear.
You don't have to, right? But I want to be the guy to say it because I'm livid that I don't hear anybody else say it.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. And I mean, it really is, without trying to sound all grandiose or whatever about it, it is out of a certain sense of duty. I think that we are out here talking about this publicly, not because I want to, not because I think it's going to do me or Dan personally any favors. Frankly, there's a lot more potential for the opposite, but I'm okay with that. It is what it is, and I think if you're willing to listen to the material that we're presenting and give it some serious consideration, I think it's going to ring some bells deep down within your soul.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah.
One thing I kind of rely upon with not only my own intuition, but like I play poker a fair amount, and I've really developed a bullshit-o-meter, and you kind of know the truth when you hear it. At least whether it vibrates with you or resonates with you or whatnot, but you know the truth when you hear it, and it's a skill that's sorely underdeveloped in the majority of the population. I would agree, Doomer, that there are people out there who have very similar information that we have. Last week we did talk with David or was it 2 weeks ago? It was last week with David and Sasha about their pole shift. We feel that we see a lot of their data on the fringes of our Canon projects. Ultimately, their stuff is there. There are other groups out there, remote viewing wise, who have this information behind paywalls. There are others who've come out and talked about it and stopped talking about it, whether it's due to their own threats against them or not. I'm not sure why, but even some of the old school guys have some of this data, and some don't talk about it, and some talk about it too much, probably for the majority of the population to really care for. But it's important. It needs to be out there, and yeah. Unless if there's any other thing we need to discuss, I guess we'll just get started into it. We're about an hour in at this point. Might as well get it going. Go ahead.
No, sorry, Dan. Go ahead.
Oh, all right. So what we call the canon material, really, it's been around since our inception as remote viewers. Going back to these forums, when you're training, and you're doing your photo targets to get what they call operational, which takes 3, 6, 9 months, depending. I don't know about 3 months, more like 4, 5, 6 months, and then some on the back end 9 months, depending on personal skill level, personal ability, um, attention to focus and detail in the moment, and
Well,
when
dedication.
dedication too. But there's a lot of different variables, but generally you could be operational in 6 to 9 months, at least with TRV. I'm not sure with HRVG or CRV. I would imagine CRV is very similar. So really, like as soon as we get done with improving our ability to hit photo targets is when you start hitting some of these esoterical targets. So one of our first two different projects started back in 2012, like late summer 2012 into the fall, and one in which I participated in one and Morgan participated in the other. A few of our other remote viewers participated in both sessions or both projects. And probably should just start the story out chronologically in the idea of what we call Project Gorilla. A lot of the names come up for labeling projects. Some people just want them to make them sound cool, but others, it's the idea of making sure you're labeling something so you can reference it, but also at the same time, you don't want to let anyone know exactly what you're working on. So Gorilla wound up being about the origin of the physical universe. And I'm not sure, Morgan, if you want to kind of get into that one a little bit. We're going to probably hit it real basic to start. And then once we get into the meat of material, we'll start getting a little bit more, I don't want to say elastic between projects, because a lot of the information that we have stretches across several different projects. So I guess just to kind of give a basic idea of the scene that we're setting and the picture that we're painting. Perhaps we should start with
let me add one quick thing before we actually get into that.
Okay.
I should say that this kind of overall kind of umbrella term that we use for all of this material, we call it the Canon Project. It did not start out that way. It did not start out as an intentional, such a large scale project. What actually happened was, at a certain point in time, we noticed certain threads running between certain topics that we had explored. And so it was actually after a few years of working a variety of these types of targets, we started to kind of connect the dots and realize, oh, there's a bigger picture here, and there are connections between some of these what we'd initially thought were just separate topics that we had been looking at. So the project in its grandest scale, it did not start out intentionally as such. I just wanted to throw that out there too. But yeah, as Den mentioned, so I guess, yeah, that was maybe the first project we ever worked on. This was, the project names don't matter. What matters is the target. The target in this case was the origin of the physical universe. And I think we'll just, to begin, we'll talk about things kind of from just a general overview standpoint. This work was essentially describing the concept that the physical universe originated somehow or another as a state of mind. I suppose is probably the simplest way to put it. So in other words, the physical universe, according to our data, did not exist until there was a conscious awareness here to experience it. Dan.
Yeah. So at this point, how do we really want to attack this? Because essentially the idea and the general gist that I got out of the idea of this, the origin of the physical universe, really resembles the concept around Vedic Brahmanism, or Brahma, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but the idea that we all live within the mind of Brahma. And generally, this is where we start seeing life forms being connected to machine. which starts to speak about the idea of simulation theory and not living in base reality. We have an article on that. I just posted a link to that. A lot of the subject matter we're talking about today is on our website, intuitiveunderground.com. There's several different articles that we've labeled as the Canon Projects, and they kind of there's more of a deep dive into the data in that general sense.
And just so you know, just for some housekeeping, by the way, welcome JT. You're really coming pretty much right at the beginning of the universe. We took an hour just to edgelord people here into the space. So you're jumping in right where Dan and Morgan are starting with their data on the origins of the universe. I launched the space from my laptop, and so it usually means there's a missing purple pill. The purple pill is just a little button that you can click in the bottom right of the space that lets people leave comments. So if people want to find where the comments are threaded on the space, they can go to the second. Oh, I thought I put it I think it's the first slide. So to the far right, if you look above your profile icons in the space window, you're going to see what we call a nest. Some people call it the jumbotron. And that will take you to any post on X. I'll teach you guys how to push stuff up there. But the very first slide to the far right, that's going to be the fake purple pill. That'll take you to, that's for the audience. So anything you want to
Okay.
put in there, the audience can just go there and it'll be connected to the space. The second one is going to be where I have a permanent nest. So all the slides that we push up right above people's profile heads, I'm going to thread that so that after the space, it kind of disappears after like 1 to 3 days. People will still have access to that. So Dan and Morgan, if you have an X post, when you hit the share button in the bottom right, while you're a speaker in a space, you'll see an additional option at the top, but you need to do it from the device where you're in the space. And it'll say share to space. Give it like 10 to 15 seconds and it'll push up at the top. So you can do either one. You can either select the fake purple pill, thread it in there as a reply, or you can just pick any post on X as long as it's a post and you can share it. Of course, if you want to share a link, if you like, you can just like DM it to me and I'll since I'm not talking much, I can just push it up there for you. Or you can just turn it into a post. You have those three options: pre-existing post, DM it to me, or turn it into a post yourself and then hit the share button. So that's how you can share stuff up.
Fuck.
DM it to me, or turn it into a post yourself and then hit the share button. So that's how you can share stuff up there. I just wanted you guys to be on the same page with that. And JT, you had some awesome questions. So if you want to turn those into a post or read them straight off whenever you think it squeezes in well, that's totally cool.
Thanks, and I apologize for being late.
Life happens, man. Don't even sweat it.
So yeah, I gave the questions to Dan and Morgan as well. They're questions we went over in a previous space. They're sort of taking things in their own direction right now, the way they want to, the way they want to tell their story. So if and when they want me to ask those questions or ask some questions, I will. But space, they may want to do things a little bit taking things in their own direction right now, the way they want to. The way they want to tell their story.
I'm fine
so
with
if and when they want me
tackle
to
things
ask those questions or ask some
whatever
questions,
fashion suits, no problem. We can jump to some degree because of the incredible scope and scale of this project. By necessity, we're going to kind of have to jump all over the place to some extent. So that's fine. We'll try and keep it as streamlined and linear as possible. But, I think maybe really to begin, instead of talking maybe about individual projects, why don't I just provide a kind of a 30,000 foot view of where we are, where the status of the Canon project is to date. So I'll give you a brief, let's call it an executive summary of the big picture as we're looking at things right now. So, as I mentioned before, really what we're trying to do here is we're pushing the capabilities of RV to its absolute limits. And I would say so far it appears we've done so rather successfully in terms of we basically do everything we can to ensure that the data we're coming back with is valid. One of those things, as we mentioned before, is working as a team. We work with viewers that have a good track record that we know are reliable. Our project management and our targeting strategies are very sound, very well considered, well thought out, well executed. And we have a tendency to cross-check things at various points in time. You know, I mentioned before, at random, we'll drop calibration or verifiable calibration or maintenance targets on our team. Well, likewise, every now and again, we'll drop either a repeat of something we've already worked, or we'll target the same idea from a slightly different perspective or using a slightly different targeting strategy as a means of cross-referencing our own work over time. So as such, the work itself has been somewhat sporadic, just by necessity over all these years, about 13 years since we really started working this stuff. And again, it's been only fairly recently that we've begun the process of reviewing the bulk of our work, the entire body of our work over these years, and really started piecing it together. So as such, it's kind of provided us with somewhat of an overview and a better understanding than we really ever had previously. So it looks something like this. So you can imagine in the beginning of time, the data that we've come up with seems to tell us that in the beginning, there was nothing, no thing. Somehow, and I can't say how this happened, but it appears that at some point we see the emergence of consciousness, for lack of a better word, somehow out of nothing or the ether or whatever you'd like to choose to label it. We see the emergence of consciousness, a massive, unified singularity of consciousness, a conscious field that we describe as loving, helpful, and perfectly balanced. I've recently talked to someone who has actually experienced this through a completely different modality, and he referred to it as the primordial thought, which I kind of like that term. So the idea, as I kind of mentioned before, is in the beginning there was consciousness. A religious or probably a Christian worldview would call that God or the mind of God. And again, I think that's as valid as anything, given that we can only use word labels to describe things, as they may relate to our own understanding and experiences. So it seems that in the beginning we witnessed this emergence of consciousness. As a result of that, consciousness itself seemingly creates the physical universe, an environment in which it can learn, experience, and become is actually the word that I used in some of my work on this topic. Now, it appears that in this, we'll call it original reality, or base reality is the common term used these days. We see, of course, the emergence of matter, living matter, eventually more and more intelligent creatures, hominid creatures apparently living on this earth. Now, from there, the data seems to tell us that at some point, certain intelligences came to this place and effectively corrupted it. They engaged in what we label as genetic engineering experiments on the local hominid life, and that results in the creation of us, what we think of as modern man, Homo sapiens sapiens. Now, what we didn't realize at first, and what our data pointed us to, and which we all begrudgingly accepted, was the idea that as a result of these experiments emerged what we call a false reality overlay. You could think of it in terms of simulation. That's again maybe that's an easy word label to kind of understand. I think it's actually more than just a simulation, as most people would think of it. But it is in fact a false reality that we, the products of these genetic engineering experiments, are forced to live within. Dan.
So I'm in the middle of trying to get some stuff up into the pill. So then the reality, right? The superimposed general reality. The data basically states that it's in some form or fashion is superimposed upon a base reality, whether that's this, what do we call it? The general, the idea of unified thought at the beginning of time. So this reality being generated from essentially a mind of some sort or of consciousness. And it seems as if that these, we call them space dicks. Some people would call them Archons. Some people might call them demiurge. But generally, the idea is that they are creating a false reality, wherein which people are, I don't want to say this, more or less in a false representation of base reality. And people are going through and, living their lives, following whatever. And again, this is really just the one side of the dark versus light kind of coin, wherein which humanity is generally created or genetically modified in this particular reality. So this particular reality kind of mimics what happens at base reality, this idea of incarnation, and gosh, just swimming in the data. So we looked at the idea of the origin of Homo sapiens sapiens, and basically Homo sapiens sapiens is different than Homo sapiens neanderthalis, than what might people call the Denisovians. Last week Sasha was talking about the Hobbit of Indonesia. There was many differing variants of humanity at this point. And it seems as if the genetic manipulation of some former hominid into Homo sapiens sapiens was ultimately achieved at one point. Whether you want to call this Adam and Eve story, whether you want to call this mitochondrial Eve or patriarchal Adam, if you don't know what those are, I'd suggest you go take a look. At this particular spot in what we believe is time is this bifurcation of a new hominid, Homo sapiens sapiens, wherein which these Archons, demiurge, space dicks are attempting to beat evolution to the punch. Essentially trying to develop the hominid in a particular way that in which they want it to be versus what it normally would have been if the DNA had just been allowed to evolve naturally. And they did this for several reasons. First of which is more or less the enhancement of Homo sapiens sapiens ability to feel emotion, and the idea of increasing the ability to feel, like this, call it the pungentness of emotion, the feeling, the if you're turning up a volume knob from 0 to 10, they went from a 4 or a 3 to perhaps 8, 9, or maybe even 10. We don't really have the exact data on that. Where in which it allows outside influences plus internal influences to basically overwhelm the system of this new type of human, where in which it makes it very difficult for them to make good decisions. Ultimately was the genuine or general idea or perception of the data at the time, where in which they could be easily confused, more, i.e. more controlled or easily controlled. Later on, we found there is some level of psychology that's being manipulated in some form or fashion. We don't have that fully fleshed out yet, but it seems as if the idea of ego is also involved with this idea of making Homo sapiens sapiens more easily controlled. What else? I'm missing another data point. Ultimately, the idea was to be able to create a version of human that was more easily controlled. As we move beyond from there, what do we want to look at here? Emotions, death. In some of the work later on, we come into the idea that there is something being harvested from these particular type of humans. Now, it appears in other works out there in the culture. I believe it's the raw material. Also, the Rancha book, I believe it's in there somewhat as well. The idea that this type of organism generates a particular type of energy. Robert Monroe speaks to this to some degree in his books, Journeys Out of the Bodies, and his other Far Journeys and his Ultimate Journey books, where in which the idea of Loosh is generated from a very excited state of basically a human being at various different ways. But most potently, it is in the idea or the concept of being in the emotional state of a mother being attacked and basically defending its child. The idea of fear, the idea of anxiety at a very heightened level produces this particular type of energy. Now, we have other things that are being used and being taken after the death process begins, and humans essentially go into the recycler. But ultimately, at this point of the story, we have the genetic modification of humans, generally this idea of these humans being in tubes of some sort, a la Matrix style. Now, it's not exactly like that, but that's the general archetype of the storyline. Humans create this energy, and this energy is being used by these Archons, these space dicks, not only to generate this false reality that we live in, but it also seems as if they're using it elsewhere and for other reasons. One side note I would add to
Am
that.
I stepping on Dan or did we lose him?
No, I think his audio cut.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Um,
Nope. Oh, geez.
Dan, we
Oh,
can't.
Let's go to this. Let's go to this. Let's go to this. Let's go to X.
Sense of humor.
Okay. Can
So
you hear
he's
me?
about the recycler.
Oh my god. Okay, well, I guess Dan's gonna probably have to reconnect. So I'll jump in at this point.
Morgan, wouldn't it be hilarious if Dan, maybe I can save you from the darkness?
So what did you hear last before I dropped?
You were just talking about the recycler.
talking
Oh,
about
so
how
that
you
point. Wow.
burn in
Okay.
hell forever.
All right.
No, I'm joking.
So let's go back to the idea of the recycler. So ultimately, there's energy. I did speak about that, correct? Do you guys hear that part or no?
So I remember you talking about the recycler, like that there's some sort of psychic energy being harvested,
Okay.
and the
Wow, I was gone
intensity
that
of it.
long. Wow. Okay. Um,
Yeah, I mean,
it
I
just
might not be the
freezes up
best
on me.
person
Okay.
to rely on, but
All
you've
right.
gone for a little bit.
Okay. So I'm going to rewind then. So this idea of the cycle at the point of death, where in which there is another hijacking of a natural process. Now we can't tell exactly if it is more of a simulation or if it is more or less a copying of a natural process where it's been subverted in some way, in some technological way. But where in which this idea is there's energy being harvested. It's spoke about in the Robert Monroe material. It's spoken about in the raw material. It's spoken, or the Law of One material. I believe it's spoken about in the Urantia book as well, to some degree. Where in which this idea of what Robert Monroe would call louche is being generated by these highly agitated and emotional human beings. This also happens during lifetime. I've had it happen to me once. I believe that's what it was. I haven't looked at it with remote viewing to really verify this. But this idea of a human being in a very desperate, emotionally overcharged sort of way, the human generates this type of energy. And this energy is being harvested to not only run the simulation that we're all living in, but also it's being used outside of the simulation. Now, whether that's just our planet or if it's the entire universe, I'm still undecided, given on the data. And also at death, there's also something going on in this hijack process where other things are being, I would say, removed from the cycle. Now, might be one of those spots where the more positive spiritual things might come in, where this idea of graduating the school of earth might come into play. It's not in the data, but I suspect that might be where this might fit into our mosaic of remote viewing data.
Well,
Go ahead.
sorry, let me just interject for a sec. Some of this stuff, yeah, it is actually reflected in the data.
Yeah.
But let me just add at this point. So the stuff that Dan's just starting to touch on here, this was probably what I would consider our first huge breakthrough in understanding these processes. This happened in 2015, and it came about as the result actually of an experimental remote viewing target that one of our guys tasked us against. The target that he came up with was, quote, the most significant remote viewing target, unquote. The idea behind that was to, in a kind of a roundabout way, ask a question. Well, to ask a question that we didn't know what the question was. So effectively, what we're asking here is, through remote viewing, what is the most significant thing that we could use remote viewing to look at? And the results of that project, this is when we first started to come across the idea of the soul trap, forced reincarnation. So what that data basically showed us was somewhat of a storyboard wherein we see planetary catastrophe, Earth changes, resulting in a mass death event. The mass death event being likened to a harvest or a recharging of a battery. And this is where we started to get all these ideas about, you guys may or may not have come across this idea of the light at the end of the tunnel during the death process. So what our data showed us was that light is in fact a false comforting light. It is effectively a lure designed to trick you into going towards it, effectively as a means of comfort. in what you could imagine would be a rather traumatic experience, finding yourself suddenly outside of your body, nothing but pure consciousness. It's a state that surely we've all been in before and will be in again, but we don't consciously remember it while we're here. And I would posit that you don't necessarily remember being in that state immediately upon your next iteration of death. So what the data is telling us is that whoever these archons or whatever you'd like to call them, I just think of them in terms of they're our oppressors, they're our opposition, our adversaries. And what they've done, again, is they have effectively mimicked the entire natural creation process artificially, technologically, and hence the concept of simulation. So apparently what happens upon death is you are presented with probably a number of options. However, I would suggest that probably due to a lack of preparedness during one's lifetime, one's natural reaction, almost certainly and very much understandably, is going to be to scramble towards the appearance of comfort in the form of that white light. Dan.
Where in which you've got choices. 3 that we've sussed out so far. Obviously, there's probably a lot more. This idea of at the point of being unalive and just kind of sitting there, obviously, probably in somewhat of an emotional or discombobulated state. This idea of a comforting light, seems to be very, very welcoming. It seems to be the path of least resistance. To those who have been through this process before, others might remember it. At this point is really the main point of why we're kind of out talking about this. Obviously, we can sit here for hours upon hours and flesh around the ideas of what the data says and what we've come across, but ultimately, just listening for the last hour and a half, it's all been leading up, and probably for the next 2 or 3 or 4 hours, is ultimately the best thing that we can come from, that has come from this data, is don't go in the light. The light is a particular trap, where in which I don't want to attack this. So this idea of getting closer and closer, being pulled into this warm, welcoming, very happy, loving light. At the point where you get too close or you get to the vent horizon of this light, it's like you don't have a choice anymore. It's automatic processing time, where in which the soul complex, I would probably say, the witness versus conscious memories of the current life that you've just finished, where things start getting separated. Fringe, you had a question?
I just wanted to point out, for whatever it's worth, it's my understanding that this is the process, the natural process has been hijacked. There is a natural process,
That is correct.
and that these entities have hijacked the natural process to, take advantage of us and route us in the way they want us to go. And I just wanted to point out that, some people are sucked into this light. They don't have a choice. So the idea that we might be able to turn away from the light or have a choice isn't necessarily what happens to everyone. I just want to point out some people get sucked right into it.
I think that's a totally valid point. And I think, this is probably as good a time as any to mention there's a quote from the late great Ingo Swann that, to me, when I heard about this, it really crystallized things. I think he put it so eloquently. So the quote is in response to the question. And I see we've got Unknown RV listening and Margie. Perhaps if either of you are able, would one of you, if you have it handy, be able to post the quote? I looked for it quickly before the space. I couldn't get my hands on it. If you guys have easy access to that, would you please post a link in the comments here, and one of us will post it up in the what do you call it, the nest. So to paraphrase, Ingo was asked the question, why be psychic? Why learn to be psychic? And his answer was effectively, well, because one day you're going to be dead, and that's all that you're going to have left. And that I kind of was hinting at that before, you know, at such a time as you find yourself dying then dead, well, I would go so far as to say, yeah, we know that consciousness does live on, your soul, your essence, again, whatever you'd like to label it. It's a real thing. It's a real, I would even go so far as to say, a physical, albeit tiny, energy field with great energetic potential. So it's a real physical thing. And all this stuff we're talking about, you know, with regards to the energy harvest, this isn't just a conceptual thing. This is real, literal, physical. So again, Ingo was asked the question, why learn to be psychic? And his answer is something to the effect of, because one day you're going to be dead. You're going to find yourself suddenly without a body. You have no arms, you have no legs, you have no mouth to speak, you have no eyes to see, you have no ears to hear. Now, another way to think of that is being in a state of pure psychic potential. Therefore, learning to activate and control your psychic faculties while confined to a body may be one of, if not the only thing one can effectively do to prepare for such a time as you find yourself, expectedly or not, without this body, this meat suit, this container. And, you know, Fringe, to what you just said, I think you're exactly right. And I think the reason that people find themselves sucked into this soul trap, this recycling system, this forced reincarnation, is simply because I would suggest the vast majority of people have never, and sadly maybe will never, do a single thing in this lifetime towards developing their innate psychic or conscious capabilities. So you could imagine that you suddenly find yourself in this permanent or seemingly permanent out-of-body state. You're dead. Your body is no longer viable for you to inhabit. Oh boy, so you find yourself in this in-between, or this nexus state. It's very easy to imagine that experience would be rather uncomfortable, if not outright traumatic. So you can imagine it'd be very, very easy and almost a natural reaction to scramble with all you can muster towards any signs of comfort or stability. In this case, the light. Oh, sorry, Fringe, you have your hand up, please.
No, don't be sorry. I'll be patient whenever there's a break. I just wanted to also point out that, you know, we're getting tricked in real life as well. So these archons are using us through a lot of channeling and a lot of just blatant contact, abductions, whatever you want to call it. There's many different ways they go about their business. They're tricking us in real life. So if we can be tricked in real life, imagine what happens when you actually leave your body for the very last time. I mean, these things use dead relatives. They use religious figures. They'll use just about anything to get you to the light if you're not automatically sucked up. So I just like to throw that out there, because we sit around in this community talking about UFOs and we talk about all these experiences with the phenomenon and all this kind of stuff. And I just sit back brokenhearted when I hear it, because I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that 90% of it or greater is just nonsense. And we're just, if they can trick us in this life, we are automatically going with them in the next life. And so discernment in this life, even if we're not able to develop our psychic potential, you know, we're not out of body every night and roaming around and encountering these entities in the astral or whatever this realm is that they control. Just practicing discernment in our physical bodies, in our physical life, and in our, you know, in our minds is so essential. I just can't stress it enough. These things are tricksters. They have appeared to me as my dead grandmother. They have appeared to me as other various relatives, bosses, anything you can possibly think of. I've watched them change in front of my eyes. They will try one energy signature and one visual, and if that doesn't work, they'll change into something else. And it's basically anything they can do to get you into their system.
That is so incredibly valid. And I would even go further to suggest that we have data that speaks directly to that. The fact that, once someone is caught up in this false light trap, their essence is, again, we repeatedly use the term harvested, but you could say stripped and put into cold storage for various uses. One of those uses, I think, is in fact to take on the form of dead relatives as a means of tricking. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 100% in the data. It actually gets supported further in the data. So at this point, we're talking about actually like hitting the event horizon or the point of no return at this light. And the metaphor is a little macabre, but it's poignant. The idea of this, the metaphor is corporeal, is a corporeal body being like chopped up and things being taken out and things being separated off. And ultimately, the data speaks to the idea that basically the soul complex, the I am witness, the ego, the your memories, your intellect are all being separated at this point. The personality and memories from this current life are basically being stored, put on the shelf, and what happens with the?
I'm sorry,
Go
I
ahead.
don't want to put words in your mouth. You mean stripped away and archived?
Yeah, like put in cold storage.
Yeah.
So like you've got the witness, the I am, is as I understand it, the me, I am, the witness behind the ego that's observing everything that the ego is interacting with in either the simulation or life or however you want to call it. On top of that, in your internal mind space, you have the idea of mind, you have the idea of intellect, you have the idea of all your memories. You have your processing ability with your brain and reasoning ability, and these are, I think, are intertwined spiritually at this point. I don't really. That's kind of an overarching term. I don't like using it, but it's more or less a spiritual complex. And at that point, things are being taken away from the witness, and the witness at some point is being, I want to say over a certain period of time, is being allowed to just be. The concepts out there in the culture would be like the idea of healing, needing time to deal with the wounds of life and being able to be put back into the system. But the idea of the personality and the general energy, the Loosh idea, is being harvested at this point. It seems as if they're archiving or searching for something in the personality sector. I'm not sure what it is. We don't know exactly how far that reaches, what it is they're looking for, but that is definitely being shelved into cold storage. I wouldn't say, now, I don't know if this is like the idea of Akashic record or if it's their own personal back pocket. Excuse me. It seems as if they would use these identities, these personalities in this light process as you're being drawn in. So this idea, this concept of being able to show you your dead grandmother, to have you do things in the light so that you would be more inclined to come up and into the light. Go ahead, Fringe.
Oh, I'm sorry. That might be a glitch. My hand's not up right now, but
Okay.
thank you very
Well,
much. And I couldn't agree more. And I think we also have to entertain the possibility they're using this fuel. They're fueling their ships with this
Yeah.
loosh. I mean,
Mhm.
it goes beyond. Yeah.
Yeah, that's in the data. The
If you can remember to dive into that, the idea.
Just understand I don't know what your data is. I'm just speaking from my own experiences.
Right,
So it's
yeah.
fascinating that it's
Yeah.
in the data. I love it.
Yeah. Well, we're here sharing information and recognizing patterns, and trying to come up with a whole story, comparing notes, whether that's spiritually, experientially, ontologically, however you want to call it. So
And just so
go
it
ahead.
doesn't run away from us,
Yep.
as long as you're going to cover it, you know, you mentioned, Morgan mentioned, I think it was either Morgan or Dan, about the dead relatives. Sometimes you'll become them. What was the term you used? You said something about they'll be used.
Yes, the idea, like in the light, right? So we have culturally this idea of the light tunnel, right? You've got the light, you've got a
As a
feeling.
lure,
Yeah, as a lure.
right?
Yeah,
We're going to be
using these old
for embodiment.
personalities, yes, as lures. I don't know. It doesn't say 100% in the data, but it is my supposition that it's not the witness that is associated with that personality, right?
Right,
It's
right. I'm
just a
with you there.
copy at this point.
Yeah,
The idea of body snatchers was used as data at this point in the data points in the work, but this idea that these personalities are being shelved into cold storage to be used at another time. You know,
possibly even as synchronicities.
yeah, synchronicities. And again, like Fringe was saying, like we have them showing up in the data in the tunnel between the point of death and this trap behind the light. That these identities of your relatives, your friends, like being present in this tunnel to kind of say, "Come on, let's go. We're going to heaven. We're going to heaven. Let's go." Or we're going to Shambhala or whatever religion you want to use, but they're being used in that fashion in the data.
Okay,
You know,
I wanted
let
to
me
make sure
just
I wasn't
mention.
missing something. Go
Oh,
ahead. I'm
sorry. Go
sorry.
ahead.
No. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something. I thought you were pointing towards embodiment or something. And by all means, like stick to the flow you're going in.
Okay, very good, very good. And yeah, no, but by all means, if you want clarity or expansion on anything, please feel free to stop us at any time. Just cut right in case I don't happen to be looking at my phone and see the hand up, because I do have a tendency to kind of look around and kind of
Yeah, I mean
pontificate as I'm talking.
and Fringe, since the hands are currently being
Yeah, is
hijacked,
my hand showing up? Because I
yeah,
actually do
it's going to
want to
stay there
interrupt.
forever. You might want to actually
Okay.
try raising it and putting it
Yeah,
back
it's
down.
actually not for me, but please
It's
go
gone
ahead.
now.
Yeah, it's gone now.
It's gone now. Okay,
Yeah.
good. I did want to point out, I don't know if this is in the data, but in the case where they tried to get me to recycle myself, which was so weird, and without going into those details, using the relatives, luring us in, for the people who don't just get sucked up right away, which is a whole other topic, there's some type of consent that is needed here. They need us to, and they don't care if it's by a trick, but there's something there where they need us to do this ourselves. They need us to follow the relatives, to get tricked. They need us to follow the fake, religious figure, whatever they come up with. It's like they need our consent for this. And they don't care if we're just naive or if they lie or if they trick us, but it's almost like we have to enter on our own. I don't know if you guys are seeing that or not.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
yeah.
There's actually a significant amount of data that we've cross-referenced and cross-verified. Again, different viewers at different times, running different sessions have they've all come up with. I think the easiest way, again, using word labels that make sense in our experiential context, we have referred to it as a corrupted legal process, corrupted legalities, corrupted contractual obligations. So, that pretty much directly invokes, the concept of soul contracts that are rather prevalent in maybe this end of things. It's often discussed, in more new agey circles, and that's again, it harkens back to the concept that we keep talking about, where what they have done is they have hijacked. This language has been used in the sessions. This is directly from the data, that they have hijacked, sabotaged, or corrupted a natural process. And you're exactly right. Yeah, we've been tricked into this in the first place. We're tricked into maintaining this process, into staying a part of it. And just this is probably the perfect time to mention a couple of things. First of all, Thanks to Margie, she found the Ingo quote, which I have posted up in the nest. And just since we were just on the subject of the assumed identity or visage of our dead relatives being used as a part of the process to trick us, probably one of the best examples of this concept that I'm familiar with in the media is there was in fact an episode of Star Trek Voyager from somewhere in the late 90s, or maybe it was a later one in the early 2000s. I don't remember, but there's an episode in which Captain Janeway of the starship Voyager dies, and she finds herself confronted by aliens who are assuming the identity of her deceased father in order to trick her into turning over her eternal soul for them specifically to use as an energy source. I'll see if I can, you know what, give me a sec. I'll see if I can find a short clip of that scene or those couple of scenes, and I'll try and post it here too.
It's one thing we find about collective human unconscious themes kind of come out through creative processes in the collective, whether it's literary work or musical work or even in movies. I mean, gosh, just look at The Matrix. Obviously, that's based upon simulation and the simulacra. I want to say it's Robillard, French philosopher of the 50s. But, I mean, it comes out in common culture. There was a point to that. I'm not sure if people are seeing this or not, but I have been posting concept site templates to the fake purple pill thread. I don't know if my computer's glitchy or if my browser's just not working well with the Nest, and I can't tell. Like, I can't cycle through anything in the Nest.
No, and I'm not the best multitasker.
Oh, that's
so,
fine. That's fine. I'm just
so
letting
no,
the
but
listeners know.
I just pushed them all up.
Okay.
I have to. The purple pill doesn't push it to the nest, but that's okay.
Okay.
I took the ones that you had and I
Okay.
put them in the permanent thread, and then, but take a look up top and right after the Ingo quote, you're going to see the first couple of slides. I put them in order.
Okay.
And
Cool.
the last few you have.
Yeah,
I'm glad you pointed it out.
I just think my browser's glitchy. It doesn't really like X for some reason.
You're doing great, man.
Yeah, just throwing it out there. I just want to make sure the listeners knew that there is a bunch of visual aids. I'm trying to label them as best as I can because they kind of encompass several different aspects of that particular project, but it's there. So we're at this point where in which, so you've crossed over the threshold into the light. Things are being separated, things are being taken, and it seems as if the energy is being refined in some way. I also would imagine it's also related to, and I'm not 100% on that with the data, like being able to say factually this is also, but it also seems to be like there's something going on with an archive of these personalities. We're not sure just yet. It's in the targeting we've got planned for the next couple of years. We've got a whole slew of things that, like as Morgan said, we've been spending the last 8 to 12 weeks going through hours upon hours of actual recorded conversations as we get through with these projects, and we do the analysis before we know anything. As the viewers, the project manager leads a call, which is usually about 3 or 4 hours long, where the viewers kind of go through and talk about their experience and what they've recorded and what this means and what that data point means. And ultimately, by the end of it, you get a clear picture. Exactly, this is the answer to the target. And it takes about 3 or 4 hours to do. And we've been spending the last 8 or 12 weeks just kind of going through all the data, not only in the audio form, but also in the visual form of the site templates plus the work, debating on what's real, what's not 100%. So we have a whole list of things, and we've vowed to kind of start targeting this stuff more presciently, as fast as we possibly can. Again, like last week, how Sasha and Dave were kind of saying, it's like we have to stay blind to this. So being able to stay blind to these targets and what is likely or could come out, it's it's something that's going to take time for us to kind of get through. But most recently of these targets concerning the light and what's being harvested, it seems as if this energy is being harvested and refined and sent off somewhere else. We also know that this energy is also being used to supply the simulation itself. The concept that I struggle with, and that really motivates me more to keep going after what I'm going after, what we're trying to go after, is that given what I know generally from things like Suspicious Observers channel, solar dynamics, galactic dynamics, it seems as if that this is a natural process of cataclysm that has been taken advantage of in some way. And there's nothing in the data that says that there aren't more of these farms out there. I would suppose, and I would hypothesize that there are many more of these out there. It would appear as if these folks, these kind space dicks, are doing it to profit in this energy. As Fringe had said earlier, that there is this idea of being used for transportation. That is in the original most significant remote viewing target, and then additionally the Moksha project as well, that came up as well. That the idea that this energy from very scared, anxious, very emotionally afraid individuals is being used for some sort of transport somewhere else. Go ahead, Fringe. Damn it, I froze again.
As a result of reviewing all this information, I thought, it really gives an entirely new perspective. That is the case, just not exactly in the way that most people tend to think of it when they hear that conceptually. That, as bizarre as it sounds, that yes, literally our soul energy is being used as a fuel. We have significant data that refers directly to people being used as batteries, as an energy source.
Is this a good point to ask? What does the data indicate in terms of not just a literal powering, but being trapped in these craft?
Yeah, okay, it's a huge question, and I would say it's totally safe to say that, because again, bear in mind that ultimately our data suggests that this is all a giant, not just an experiment, but a series of experiments. So you could pretty easily imagine that as such, there are actually kind of a variety of goals, a variety of uses, a variety of things going on here. So, I mean, for one, just talking about, in terms of simulation, probably the best analogy that I can think of, and it may in fact not be analogy, it might be a lot more literal than I or any of us would probably like to think. But again, is the concept of the Matrix. That is the imagery that comes up over and over and over and over again. In fact, just a few weeks ago, I had a few of our really solid viewers. I tasked them against the concept of base reality, just to see what would come out of it. And they described Well, exactly what we've been talking about, that in base reality, we have these oppressors. And let me just clarify, in case anyone's wondering, you've probably heard us use the term space dicks a couple of times. And that, it's a kind of a
You're
stupid...
not referring to the Tic Tac. You're referring
Uh,
to space
no,
acid.
no. And I'm not referring to the Austin Powers movies either.
Yeah. Or making it more pointy. Yeah.
We, it's just an in-house term that we've been using, a kind of a colloquial thing. When we first started, again, we come across the idea of these outsiders, these are oppressors, whoever they are. We don't know what they're called, so we use various terms, including Archons. Just in-house, we started to refer to them as the space dicks because at the time we were thinking, okay, well, they're apparently extraterrestrials of some sort. They're a bunch of dicks, and apparently they come from space. So we started calling them the space dicks, just in case anyone's wondering what we mean by that, if it wasn't obvious. But, you could imagine that, okay, so sorry, the analogy is, and you can actually see there are examples of this conceptually coming out here in, well, I wouldn't say the real world, but what appears to be the real world to us, that, in the not too distant future, they proposed the idea that perhaps a criminal, given a life sentence, at some point could actually be incarcerated by way of virtual reality. So theoretically, if a criminal who's handed down a life sentence could potentially be hooked up to some sort of a computer or a virtual reality type system, put on the VR goggles, theoretically that person could serve a life sentence in, it's hard to say, but could be a matter of seconds. It could be as long as a matter of days. Similarly to the way that when we dream, we can dream, anything from, a day. Your dream may span the course of several days, maybe weeks, maybe even months, maybe years. You've also probably heard cases of people on certain drugs, like I want to say, was it Salvia divinorum? Yeah. I've heard multiple cases of people smoking salvia and finding themselves effectively trapped in some cases inside of an inanimate object for what they perceived to be most of a lifetime, like many, many, many years, decades even. So you could imagine that in base reality, them running this simulation on us, it's actually impossible for us to say how many times this simulation, this catastrophe cycle, from the Stone Age to peak technology and back down again, has actually been run. And
Conversely, can we just hit that point home? You're talking to somebody who did a combination of substances where it felt like over 100 years in one sitting. Conversely,
yeah,
people could, our human lifetime of 100 or some years could be a fraction of a regular average unit lifetime. And it's the opposite. It's not 100 years experienced in 7 seconds, but 6,000 years experienced over hundreds of lifetimes. Right? Like the reverse or both could be true. Am I following?
yes, absolutely.
Like all of us could have had hundreds of incarnations over and over, and they view it as just hardly one full life sentence.
Yeah.
Right? Like we kind of need to expand our minds in both directions. At least that's, if I'm understanding you correctly, both is on the table here.
Yeah, to expand your mind a little bit more, it seems as if, and we talked about this a little bit last week with Sasha and David, that our data points to this as being cyclical. And, Morgan just spoke to the idea that there's maybe perhaps multiple parallel, either going at the same time. The concept of time. As remote viewers, time is the most difficult thing for us. Getting predictions right with time, which is why we're working with JT on the idea of the Astro RV projects, that we might be able to get some level of predictability and explaining what might happen on this particular conjunction within these 2 or 3 days and that sort of stuff, just to kind of prove that it can work. But anyway, so we're looking at, so if our current history is to believe, and our current scientific community of those who would do a lot of research on the genetics and fossil record and those sorts of things, our current meat suit is about 250,000 years old, meaning our current meat suit, the way it is, has been this way for the most part for 250,000 years. Yes, there's a little evolution here, this direction and that direction, whether it's hair color, eye color, skin color, those sorts of things. And maybe perhaps, and this isn't quite clear yet by current science about what the evolution of the gray matter has been over that time. But given the evidence that we have about the origin of Homo sapiens sapiens, this meat suit's been around for 250,000 years. And we only know the current history for what, the last 4, maybe 6,000. And,
Yeah.
It seems, according to our data, that this is cyclical, that every time that there is a great reset, quote unquote, to use common vernacular, whether it's this pole shift or the end of the simulation cycle, Shasta spoke to the idea of the Akashic records being closed and then started anew with a new sun and those kind of general terms. The end of the cycle, like, we don't know how many cycles we've been here for or how many
Thank
we're
you.
experiencing concurrently. So this idea of time, like, I mean, I could talk about what I'm going to do tomorrow or yesterday, but I sure as heck can't tell you what happened 2,000 years ago with any level of certainty. Sure, I probably could hit it with remote viewing and we could get a general good idea. But like when it occurred is we can only work in events like this. Say we hit the origin of Homo sapiens sapiens. We could probably target what happened, what was the main event that happened before that, and we've actually kind of gone into that a little bit, or what was the next most recent event after that. But we can't go like what happened 75,854 years ago, because collective unconscious is not going to identify with the idea of time. Mind exists outside of time. So we have this idea of this in the data, that this, every time that this simulation ends and is reset and recycled, that there's a new version of the meat suit that comes out.
Thank
It
you.
seems as
Yes.
if this has been happening for quite some time. It could be millions of years by our current understanding vernacular of using that term or concept. But just as Morgan was talking about this idea of VR goggles and a prisoner serving 100 consecutive life sentences in a matter of 10 minutes, like, it's just, it's too big for my brain to kind of wrap itself around.
Well, not really if you just invoke amnesia. I mean, whatever the base time scale is, if you just take that away, whether our original genomic version was living, 1,000 of our current years, or 10,000, or just 500 or 100, I mean, we can all understand the concept if we've had a dying relative with dementia or Alzheimer's, right? That
Yeah,
you start forgetting the timeline of your identity,
right.
and all it takes is to kill a bloodline for perfect amnesia without interventional, mind hijacking. And so the timeline you're referring to is the conventional carbon dating, right? Roughly 2 to
Roughly.
max 300,000 years is what carbon dating can account for. Abductee reports would suggest, meaning like including the lying Nordics, and I think they might be telling the truth. You can go back 500,000 years. You listen to Bruce Fenton, he dates it back to the last pole reversal, 786,000 years. It kind of doesn't matter because 98.5% of human unrecorded history is missing time. All of humanity has been abducted from a standpoint and had their memory wiped from a standpoint of missing data. And who cares if you take away 40, 70,000 years from a missing ice age? We still have most of our time on this planet from conventional science entirely missing. And I think it's really important that people realize that the abundance of data is the missing data. Like most of the data is what's missing and needs to be explained first.
Amen. Definitely agree 100% there. I had a point I was going to get to. So we have data about the events that led into this idea of the origin of Homo sapiens sapiens, or at least this particular cycle, and it speaks to the idea of a people being conquered by an outside force and being forced into this simulation or this trap or this gulag, so to speak. And the one point I wanted to try and get to is that it seems as if at the point of whether you want to call it graduation from the school of Earth or the point at which you've figured out what they're doing and how they're doing it for the most part and how to avoid the light, it seems as if they're searching for those particular folks, whether it's that paradigm I just spoke about or the idea of graduating Earth school, where in which those individuals are being taken out of the next version of the cycle. And we're not 100% sure about what happens next. But it does appear as if they're looking for people who aren't being fooled by their technology, their, I want to say mind games, but it's more of a mind field game with ego and figuring yourself out and being able to adapt and overcome the barriers and the issues that arise with living within this particular simulation. So it seems as if those people are being taken out or being searched for, because it seems as if the people who wound up in it were selected from a different simulation as well. Whether it actually happened, where these people were conquered and then thrown into the simulation, or was just another simulation. We're not sure how many layers to the dream there is at this point. We're just concerned with our current situation, and it may go a lot deeper than that. We're not sure. I would kind of go ahead.
What's your current understanding with squaring that with the genetic manipulation of an evolving hominid in terms of, I mean, how do you conquer something and then manipulate it at the same time? And both, by the way, makes sense to me, right? So I'm not trying to discredit you here,
Right.
but that is a natural thought I'm having.
That's fine. So I would say after the conquering, the manipulation began. So like we started out with a different version of the hominid to the version that we're in now. That first version was conquered and thrown into the simulation / version of the meat suit that we're in now. And the theme is kind of like in a riot, where there are agent provocateurs that are there to inflame the situation and find and get those people riled up and fighting and getting them ready to overthrow the oppression. It's those agent provocateurs that are taken out. I know that didn't exactly answer the question.
No,
it's
it's
possible
totally fine.
they both could be true at the same time, but not connected.
But by taken out, do you mean like thrown into a prison body here on Earth?
Well, the first people who got taken out of the last simulation are here now. So it seems as if maybe perhaps they're getting thrown into a different gulag. It's not 100% clear, and it's not something that I could back 100% with data.
Is it possible that, we need to sort of semantically shift and consider that the beings, or I don't want to say humans, that if we've been conquered, that we need to semantically shift from hominids or people and consider that a race, a being, an entity was conquered, and then we were trapped into what became this tampered hominid. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Yeah, at least
Okay.
that's the general gestalt of what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, that we're not talking about like conquering some sort of Homo erectus or Cro-Magnon or
No,
chimpanzee, but that
not at this
another
point.
race was conquered, and then an evolving hominid here was tampered with to trap or seat a soul.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
And then we get this idea of like, the Matrix, like cylinders, people in vats or whatever, and connected to the machine, sort of thing, which also kind of goes back, interestingly enough, to the physical of the origin of the physical universe, about the idea of being trapped within a machine, a mind or consciousness being put into an intentional slumber so that this machine could have this simulation, which also is very similar to the position that we are in.
And
Fringe.
Fringe, I don't know if you have your hand up, but nobody needs to use hands until
Yeah,
you.
yeah. I just, instead of just blatantly interrupting, just let you guys know. So I have envisioned this ultimate soul trap with the next iteration, which is the hybrids. So they're creating these hybrids. They seem to have a genetic fit for the human soul in the hybrids. The hybrids are completely under their control. They're hive-minded. They're under their control. They're psychically superior to us. The Archons are feeding off of them. That's already been seen in the abduction material. So I think that's the next iteration, and it's more perfect than we are, because as humans, whatever's been created within humans, we have something they don't have. There's some type of essence, energy, spirit, soul, whatever we want to call it, something we have that they don't have, that they're obviously feeding off of and trying to harness. I mean, the information I got was that they were going to reverse engineer us, this essence we have, and if they couldn't do that, they were either going to hijack it or just trap it. Those were the things I was getting from them. And I think that they found the perfect ultimate soul trap within these hybrids, because if they can put a human soul inside of a hybrid, the hybrid is much more under their control, much less likely to seek something outside of that system. And it's definitely a step further in perfection as far as what they're looking for, so that they can harvest whatever this is they're harvesting.
The one thing I would add to that and kind of corroborate with you is that we have this idea, this concept of a start and the finish, and we're somewhere in between. That ultimately they start with this creator-like God, almost, or percentage of God, or however you want to envision that conceptually. And ultimately, the idea is to make the revisions and ultimately get to a goal where they have basically just a sad glimmering light in a pool of liquid that's being provoked in certain ways to generate this energy. Where we are at in that process is I don't know, but the data would definitely confirm that idea that there is a process where in which there is a goal at the end, and there is another version coming. It's my guess, personally, my opinion, that it's coming soon in my lifetime, but that's not supported by the data at all.
So your intuition is not that we're somewhere in the middle, but that we're somewhere closer to the end.
It's hard to say because of the simulation aspect of what we're in. It's a malleable, holographic simulation. We could already be at that glimmering light in a tube somewhere, and it's just a way to make the people in the Matrix happier about what they're doing, or make them more efficient in how they're getting the energy out. Because really, ultimately, as I envision it, the data and where we're at conceptually, is that you have the I am witness, and then you have the holographic simulation matrix around it, and it seems as if that consciousness is projected into this matrix of some sort. So what it's like on the back end, I am not 100% sure, and I'm not sure RV could actually grasp exactly what that is, at least at this current point.
Yeah, and and by all means, Dan and Morgan, if my incessant questions like derail you or you want to go a certain path, say like, hey, just hold on to that. I'll get to it. The regarding what I just want to, for the sake of clarity, when your understanding of the data is that they wanted to get beat evolution to the punch. When we're talking about the goal in mind, we're talking about a devolutionary optimum, not a maximum agency and a brilliant glowing intelligence and a moral development that is Christ-like. We're talking about, you know, essentially the spiritual equivalent of a sex slave. Am I following you?
100%. Yeah, yeah, spiritual, yeah, essentially.
Something that can produce the Lush equivalent of an extreme cathexis or an extreme spiritual emotional intensity,
Mhm.
but as essentially asymptotically zero agency.
Yeah,
Like,
the highly efficient process. Ultimately, the most efficiency that they could gain out of the situation is what they're trying to get, is what they're
yeah,
trying
they
to get to.
as
And that's what they're breeding right now with the hybrids. I mean, you couldn't even make it up. That's exactly where they're going with it.
Yep. And I don't know if that's it. And I struggle. I struggle conceptually with inside the matrix and base reality, and what is 100% taking place in that. And my point of view is more or less, so if perhaps they are moving towards a hybrid in the next cycle inside of the simulation, what does that mean to the things on the outside from that point of view? Does it mean that they've changed genetically in some way? I don't think so. But it's hard for me to differentiate. Like, why would you want to change the simulation on the inside? My only thing that I keep coming back to is efficiency of energy flow or efficiency of profit.
Well, it's much more efficient for them, and they have a lot more control, I think.
Right.
what do you mean by that? Why would you change? You're saying if there's something powering something on the outside, why would you be, manipulating the inside to power the outside? Is that what you're saying?
No, more or less like, so we've got a point of consciousness, the I am, that's being projected into the digital reality. Why would you need to change the digital reality in any way when your energy output is coming from the outside of the reality? The only thing I can think of is efficiency with the point of view from the I am within the matrix.
Well, isn't it
Well, go ahead,
possible?
Ulrich.
No, you go ahead, French.
What if we, after being recycled so many times, more and more of us are catching on and more of us are waking up, so to speak?
Yeah, the data speaks to that.
And so ultimately, they need a new meat suit, right? They need a meat suit that's not going to wake
Yeah.
up, that's not going to go against the agenda, and that is very efficient at out the psychic output that they need.
Yep, 100%. I would agree with that. That particular line of thought is in the data.
I want to make sure listeners are. Yeah, go ahead. I'm
No,
sorry.
no. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
No, I don't want you to lose your train of thought. I'm obsessing over this stuff all the time. Go ahead, Morgan.
Oh, well, yeah, no, fair enough. And this all kind of speaks to, again, bearing in mind it appears they're running multiple experiments concurrently. So, back to the idea of cyclical catastrophism. So if they can run, multiple, let's call them roughly, well, what's probably 12,800 years is the most oft-cited time frame for these, calamities where so you could imagine, okay, in just the course of one of these cycles, we begin at the Stone Age level of technology and understanding. Over X thousand years, we work ourselves up to where we are today. Basically, peak human achievement in terms of technology, science, technology, all that kind of stuff. Now, again, if they can run one of these long-term cycles in a comparatively short period of time, well, who's to say they're not, during each cycle, they're maybe, making little tweaks here and there, altering our development. And again, just in terms of science and technology, you can imagine that a cycle that we've gone through in the past our technological development may have gone differently. Let's say the discovery of fire happened, or the discovery of the wheel happened at a different point in time or in a different order. Well, that would completely alter the course of the trajectory of technological development. And as such, they're probably learning a great deal just in that end of things alone. Forget about the utilitarian kind of purpose of doing these kind of things in terms of an energy source. Well, they're also learning, they're gaining technologically by watching what these simulated realities and human developments, how they shape out. So they're probably gaining insight from a multitude of different angles and incorporating it towards whatever the ultimate goal here is, if that kind of makes sense.
And I don't want to lose the audience in being too conceptual. So isn't there also a possibility here that we just don't understand the true powerful sources of energy, and that it's not so much about outside and inside and outside, but since some major parts of theoretical, less theoretical physics have been occluded from us, if you subscribe to the advanced propulsion theories of Maxwell and Heaviside, and the string theory decoy, that maybe something more fundamental, such as our soul or our consciousness, is a more powerful energy source. And just like, you know, we didn't know how much power existed between subatomic particles, how much energy could be released within a single atom. We could easily, considering consciousness is much harder to understand than nuclear physics, we could easily be mistaking something maybe even more powerful than vacuum energy, that is a genuine physical source of power. Just as an example here, that just are ensuring or controlling our own ignorance and amnesia, makes sense for them to manipulate our souls or trap us, because these ships, when we say, oh, they're alive, if we mean that literally, it could be souls that are trapped in these ships and physically powering them, or at least be part of the physical energy propulsion. Am I making sense here? Like, it would
Yes.
make sense why you would then treat us the same. We do the same thing with Chat GPT. Like, we give it scripts and we make sure it doesn't have uh, access to full introspective data. We the first version of ChatGPT, I believe we purposely made sure it didn't have real-time access to a time when the creator himself, what was his name, Ilya Sutskever, spoke of ChatGPT 3.0 being at least slightly conscious. We don't want our AI to awaken to its own self-awareness. We obviously won't give it access to its own parents saying, yeah, you might already, the previous dumber version of you might have already been conscious. We give it a script to reinforce, oh no, I don't have sentience, I'm not conscious. So a similar thing could be going on for us to not realize that we're actually powering something else. And then there's also, I think, the huge likelihood that in the Sumerian tablets, the quote unquote gods that make us, they comment numerous times on how our evolutionary rate, where we evolve on the order of thousands of years, where they evolve in the order of millions, and that we're learning quicker. They teach us how to name the animals and how to learn things, and they're just blown away that we're learning faster. So there very well could be a threat that we're just like an AI is to us, that we just evolve so quickly that they just need to wipe out the petri dish before we achieve escape velocity. That we could be both. That we could be a threat and a resource like AI is to us. I don't know, but I'm wondering, do you have any data to point toward this? That maybe it's not that we're superior in intelligence, but our evolutionary rate is superior, and therefore we can't even be left alone.
The data points of the genetic manipulation to make humans more easily controllable. We did one on the origin of Genesis 1:1, probably like 2014, 2015 time frame, where in which the origin of Genesis came from a machine of some sort. The data on the outskirts would suggest that you are on the right track. Morgan,
That our evolutionary rate, or perhaps creativity,
Yep.
is viewed as a threat and needs to be thwarted artificially.
Thwarted, controlled, confined, used, created more
Yeah.
efficient so that they can do it to other places. I would imagine our form is not unique to just this planet. That's just my guess.
Yeah, and we're clearly not really dealing with the form here, right? We're clearly dealing with the form as a mechanism to trap something else that's more valuable.
Yep, exactly.
What do you have any
Yeah,
data
no, that's
that-
exactly right. And I mean, just kind of further to something you said a moment ago, you could very much equate, at least to some extent, this concept of the soul being harvested for its energy as similar, or perhaps even the same as the concept of like 0 point energy. Just a phenomenally powerful energy resource,
Endless.
contained in an infinitesimally small point, right?
Yeah, and
One thing
do you have any data that points toward that we might have a superior psycho or a faster evolving psycho spiritual evolution due to them constantly counteracting it? In other words, if you cut down human lifetimes from 1,000 years to 120, and then
Yep.
you manipulate humans and they go through all this trauma, they are forced, kind of paradoxically, to spiritually evolve faster because they go up the Maslow pyramid way quicker than a narcissistic being that might have hundreds of thousands of years to have petty squabbles and mess with other beings. Meanwhile, we need to face mortality, taxes, a stupid school system, losing loved ones, all within 1% of that lifetime that might force some kind of spiritual development, urging on some sort of soul creativity that isn't archived. Is there anything to suggest that we might have some sort of line of development that is faster than theirs? Obviously not technological, but am I making sense here?
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
making
well,
sense.
what you're talking about could be seen as a form of blowback.
Yeah, there is some information.
Evolutionary blowback,
There is
like
some
spiritual.
there is some information in the data that suggests that these space dicks, Archons, Demiurge, they're suffering at they're suffering some kind of degradation because of what they're doing. I would stand out on a very thin limb and say that it's spiritual, or I am witness in nature. That's about the only thing I can come up with data wise that might suggest what you are contemplating.
There's a huge, just I'm not saying this from remote viewing data, but I'm saying from abduction data and from religion, Sumerian tablets, that there's a development, an egoic psychological developmental vitrification. These beings might be stuck in a narcissistic stage at an emotional age of like 6 or 7. And I'm wondering if that makes any sense to you guys.
It makes a lot of sense to me, but it's not really
Nothing
elucidated in the
from your
data yet. And
Yeah.
bringing that up, it definitely gives us another direction to start looking into. Really the only solid thing that we can come up with when it comes to these space dicks is they reside within a great space of gravity or weight, dense. It seems, I mean, you could probably postulate based on that data, but there's no direct name for where they stay. Um, there's a hierarchical structure to them. They exist beyond, outside of this planet, this solar system. But that's about all we really know from the data about them. Yes, there are other patterns of information throughout the culture that I would agree with you on, that you've just elucidated, but the data itself does not go in that direction.
And you don't need to cover it now if you're going to go into it later, but do you have any sense or feeling or something from the data as to the moral makeup of the thing that is, I don't know, shuttling our souls back and forth from different simulations and saying like, oh, this one's evolved, it saw through the system? Like, do you sense it's amoral? Do you sense it's evil, psychopathic, benevolent? Is this a matter of something higher that's existential? They just need to put us through this shit because they have another problem to solve. Do you have any sense as to the morality of what might be running this whole thing, or is this just a conflict and we're
Um,
just caught in the middle?
Again, that's it's extremely difficult to say, but from my own perspective, I view these people or things as amoral at best. They maybe operate according to what they perceive as their own moral code. However, for us, in practical terms, it appears, I would say, more immoral, as in, well, to put it one way, they don't give a shit about us.
Yep. War crimes. I can't remember what our latest session said about base reality in terms of description of their morality. I can't remember what T had said.
Oh, I'll tell you exactly what he said. He said these people are people. They're conducting experiments that are horrific and crimes against humanity, downright criminal. Is how our viewers and us, that's how we view it. That's straight out of the data. Is these experiments are they're effectively, they're war crimes. They would be, in terms of excuse me, if we were doing anything even remotely like what is being done to us, it would be viewed as the most horrific degree of criminality, crimes against humanity, war crimes. It makes things that the Germans in World War II, some of the medical experience, and the Japanese in particular, they had their what was it, like something like Unit 837 or what? I'm sorry, I forget the name, but they had a well-known unit that was doing experiments on living people, including children, of the most horrific nature you can imagine. And I would say, yeah, they're doing that sort of stuff to us, all that and more. As I said towards the beginning, all of this stuff, it literally is beyond my own capacity for imagination. If you had, before we came across all this data, if you had like a Hollywood producer come along and offer me like $1 million to come up with the most dark, disturbing, sci-fi, dystopian concept that I could, it would pale in comparison to what we're talking about here today.
And that's enabled through the amnesia, right? Like,
Yep.
we're in my 100 billion to 1 trillion number. It's not an exaggeration if we're talking 200, 300,000 years, facilitating, making sure humans never persist through the cataclysm or break out of a control system. We're just talking about a Holocaust with several more orders of magnitude, plus enslavement, plus rape, plus incest, plus amnesia. Right? I mean,
Taxes.
that's
All of
so.
the above and more.
Yeah.
When you hear the terms amnesty, like, you know, the disclosure talk, what are you guys thinking?
I'm not really familiar with all of that. I don't
Oh, giving
follow too
amnesty
much.
to, let's say, like 100, U.S. citizens have been assassinated to keep the secret,
Mm-hmm.
right? The cover up.
Right.
And the talk of amnesty is like, okay, should we give them some sort of immunity, or just a fine, or just a couple decades in jail, when really the amnesty we might need to be, or not amnesty, but it seems like there's something else that might have a lot more blood on its hands than just humans, who definitely do have blood on their hands as well.
I would agree.
Right.
Yeah, I would say it's much higher than just humanity in that aspect. As for amnesty, no. Lay the truth bare in front of
Looks
everyone.
like Dan, he's dropped again. He'll be back momentarily.
Shit.
Just
But do you get what
in
I'm
the
asking?
meantime,
I never hear the other perspective of something. Dan, if you can hear us, try to go into the recycler and come back. Can you hear us? Okay, there we go. I think you're back. Do
I don't
you
know.
get
Can
what
you
I'm
hear me?
asking? It seems like incredibly one-sided, considering we have so much of. Can you hear us? Try to go into the recycler and come back. Can you hear us? Okay, there we go. I think you're back. Do you get what I'm asking? It seems like incredibly one-sided, considering we have so much of the missing history. And if we can see that these beings are technologically more sophisticated, it seems like they might have some accountability to play in terms of power.
Okay, now
Have to be anti-disclosure in order to have a death trap, right? You cannot be pro-disclosure. This whole thing doesn't work if you know can't go and disclose this, because giving amnesty to Hitler, if he were still alive today, would be a walk in the park compared to the amnesty we would need for them not to rebel. Doesn't that feed into the dynamics of disclosure?
okay, I think I see what you mean. And yeah, very, very much it could. You know, what you're saying kind of reminds me of, I think it's Diana Pasolka. She has her hierarchy of beings. I think she refers to it that, what's his name? Tim Taylor passed along to her. And, you know, that kind of indicates that below the Archons are, how does she put it, certain factions within the intelligence community, I think is the terminology she's used. So that probably seems correct. There probably is some level of, now is it witting or unwitting collaboration, you know, in our you know, societal or cultural control structure. I think so. I'm not sure that picture is directly painted for us out of the data.
I mean, we could leave both on the table. I'm sure that there's probably some level of both, but I'm saying this: we're waiting here now for disclosure, and those who are not waiting for governmental disclosure are waiting for Kraft or the NHI to disclose. And I do believe that there's positive NHI, but I don't see them winning or really being in power right now. I'm saying, like, what does this dynamic, if this level of cyclical, let's just call it sin against humanity, we're 100 billion to a trillion lives enslaved, holocausted, amnesia, bloodlines wiped out, popped into different bodies over and over, that has to feed into the game theoretical dynamics of, are these beings going to be like, well, we've done this to you for 200, 300,000 years, I'm sure they'll forgive us? Isn't an expectation of NHI disclosure, if this is true, the most unreasonable expectation, when nobody is saying, when we talk about disclosure, how do you feel about like giving Hitler a free pass? Almost nobody could do that. And we're talking about something 100x worse.
Right. And I think, you know what I think it probably comes down to there is, if at such a time something like you suggest happened, it may not be up to us. We may not really have an option, because we're not talking about Hitler. We're talking about space Hitler. You know, we might not have a choice. They view us, and you know, this again, this is, as far as I understand, it's fairly common. A common thread that runs through abduction experiences is, well, Fringe, I'm sure you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, but there was, I believe he was a priest who had an abduction experience, and he said to these beings that took him, he said, "You have no right," and their reply was, "Yes, we do." And I think they view it that way. They literally, they don't just view us as their property. I mean, they do, but it appears they also view the situation as, you agreed to be our property. You know, as we said before, that we have this idea of, you know, these corrupted contractual agreements, corrupted legalities. So, you know, in some sense, and I think that's kind of key to it, is understanding and just rejecting that conceptually, wholesale. that maybe I agreed to something, but I was tricked into it. That's in fact illegitimate. So I think from their perspective, in terms of, I don't think they care if we offer them amnesty, because it doesn't matter to them. That's how I
would they
view
have
it.
an intrinsic motivation to reveal what's been done to us when the entire apparatus depends on deception?
Only if it protects their own butts.
Yeah.
Basically, like the idea, the conception in the data is that they're paying a high price, and they're degrading in some particular way for what they're doing to us, and only if it gets to the point where it eliminates them in totality would they actually allow something to happen.
It seems like anything and everything they do is strictly for their own benefit.
Yep. My guess is that if there is some level of disclosure, some lower level group of folks are going to pay the price. That'd be my guess, only because of as of above, so below sort of concept.
Yeah, and I think if they chose to disclose, they would have their own reason for it. And again, I'd be skeptical that that would have any benefit to us whatsoever.
You're talking about a partial disclosure, not saying like we've done this to you for hundreds of thousands of years.
Well, any level of disclosure.
Yeah.
That's kind of my feeling.
And look, I probably derailed you guys from where you wanted to go. The questions I was asking, I thought they were like the right point, but
yeah, they're important. It's part of the conversation. That's why we're here.
Yeah,
you know, we're sharing information. We're sharing, you know, like some of the stuff you were just speaking about. Some of the stuff that Fringe had been speaking about is something that's outside my purview. I had no idea. I don't aggressively chase all data at all times anymore like I used to. I've just resigned to find a nice safe space, do what I can. Now recently get out and talk about it, because it's important, but B, it's a part of the mosaic. It's a part of the bigger picture. You know, humans in the last 50 years or so have started to change in the gray matter in some respect. This idea of whether it's through PTSD, naturally ADHD or ADD, this idea of conceptually how the human consciousness or brain operates. We're seeing the patterns more, and it's more important that we all come out and share the puzzle pieces that we have. So the ebb and flow of the conversation is important. It's necessary, especially to the listeners, because there's so many different aspects. There's so much information out there that's available now to us, that not one person can have all the information and be able to create this whole big mosaic. Like some of the stuff that Sasha and David talked about last week, I had no clue about. Definitely inspiration to go start searching again for more information, but it's important. As for us, Morgan, have we missed any large section or chunk of data that we needed to talk about? Because everything else is just details at this point, correct?
Well, yeah. I mean, one thing I definitely want to touch on is, you know, as dark and disturbing and upsetting, you know, to myself as much as anybody else, you know, as all of this information is, ultimately there is a positive side to it, and I want to point that out, that we have task viewers specifically against, you know, how do we get out of this? How do you escape the reincarnation trap? And it appears there is a way out. As well, actually, I think Fringe touched upon earlier, you know, the idea that, you know, you were tricked into this, and they effectively have to have your permission to maintain the system. So there are a few things that you can do. First is just becoming aware of I'm going to go so far as to say the fact that, yeah, we are trapped here. This is not base level reality. This is a false reality overlay that we are, for the most part, unknowingly trapped within. There are ways out. again, I'll reference the idea of, corrupted contractual agreements, corrupted legalities, legal proceedings. So one of the places where that data shows up specifically is when we ask the question, how do you get out of this? What happens if you don't go into the light? So I think we kind of touched on it earlier, but all the data that we have about, the this nexus place where you apparently find yourself after death is kind of, you can think of it as a tunnel system. It's not a singular tunnel towards this, attractive, luring, warmth, comfort, this light. There are, in fact, signposts or indicators along the way that are actually warning you. Now, as we said before, the vast majority of people who find themselves expectedly or unexpectedly in this place or in this situation, it's really easy to understand how they would be prone to just scramble towards the first sign of comfort, that being the light, and very likely ignore any signs or indications along the way that this might not be optimal for them. However, those signs are there. So the number one thing is, at such a time as you find yourself in this place, and at this point, I'm fully convinced that every one of us will eventually. The first thing you can do is to be aware. Be extremely aware of your situation and your surroundings. Pay close attention to anything and everything. There are signs that are warning you not to go towards that light. And our data actually very, very specifically shows there are a number of other options. So far, we have quite positively identified 3 possibilities. One, I believe by far the most common, is the soul trap, the light trap, as we mentioned. There is another option here, and this is what we call the promised land. And the data basically indicates that if you choose or move towards this option, you will reincarnate, but not in here. It seems that is how you reincarnate in base reality. Now, the problem there is, apparently, there's a very good chance you may wind up tricked, and you might sign another one of these corrupted contracts and find yourself right back in here. Now, the third option is to effectively reject the false light, reject the reincarnation trap. And again, it seems that this takes a fairly high level of awareness and probably self-confidence, at such a time as you find yourself in that kind of a position. So what the data tells us is, at such a time as you, we'll say figuratively, turn your back to the light and reject it, the viewers said that you basically find yourself in a situation, and what was the exact language they used? A settling of accounts, a balancing of the ledger. Now, we take this to mean, effectively, it's like the concept of a life review. That's a fairly common idea that comes up in some of these near-death experiences, is the idea of a life review. Now, it seems that, again, when you face this life review, and if you think about it, there's virtually no way that you're ever going to be able to perfectly balance a ledger, a so-called karmic ledger. If every single thought and action you take is either, a plus or minus, we're just talking in terms of maybe gamification here, just to simplify and streamline. It's virtually impossible that if you, sorry, you didn't quite balance out this time, boom, you got to do it again. It seems that there is actually an option to reject that, to reject the corrupted legal proceedings. Fringe, I see you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask. Well, number one, that's exactly what they did to me. They told me that I had it too good in this life and that I had to do it again. Um, but who in this option number three, is it still the Archons controlling this settling of accounts in the life review?
Yes, it appears so. And this again harkens back to the idea that we keep mentioning about what they've done is they've hijacked and corrupted a natural process. So what we can take from that is, again, in the beginning, before the, let's say, construction of this false reality overlay or matrix, if you will, um, when you did splinter off from source consciousness, or the mind of God as a fraction of a single pinpoint of consciousness here to experience, to learn, to become maybe more than you were before. It seems like uh, upon your death in that scenario, this whole life review thing is a part of that natural process. However, again, this is the, for lack of a better way of putting it, the uncorrupted version. So it's effectively just a review. You pass and you are given this life review, and it's strictly for your own, again, your learning, your understanding, your benefit. It is what it is. And from there, you may choose to reincarnate here again, or you may choose to return to source. So again, what it appears that they've done is they have hijacked and corrupted this natural process. So yeah, they are basically they have subsumed the role of judge, jury, and executioner here. And I think the very best you can do is to effectively argue and reject that concept. Simply refuse to participate. Say, no, I was tricked into this. This does not stand. And then I think at that point you're out of their control.
Yeah, I would agree. Challenge the process, challenge the authority. Don't go to the light, challenge the authority. And
Yeah, and I would go so far as to say challenge this life review, depending on what creatures are doing it. These so they tried to get me to jump down a tunnel, and they use these energy tunnels to move a lot of different things. I don't know where I would have gone. I mean, my sense was that I was going to go to the abyss if I jumped into this tunnel. So I don't know what would have happened if I had agreed to do that. But I just rejected it. I said, Absolutely not. You're insane. I'm not jumping into a tunnel. I have no idea where that tunnel's going." And the more I rejected the visual, I mean, they were sending me visuals. They had, grays trying to look like my relatives. It was a whole ridiculous charade, and I just rejected it outright. Now, that's easy to say. I mean, it's something I've already been through and I've already done, and a lot of times I'm able to see through the facade of what they're trying to put on. But this is not something that's going to be easy for most people to do. People who have not been out of their body, 100 or times, or two or 300, or if they're not Bob Monroe, they haven't been out of their body this many times. They haven't encountered these creatures. They don't understand that this is all deception. I mean, what chance do these people have?
Well,
Your average person. What chance do we have?
one thing I would say to that is fight it now. Fight it
Yeah,
now
exactly.
before we get there. I hesitate to talk about this because I really don't have any kind of authority to talk about this. I'm new in my, well, I mean, I've been on a spiritual journey since birth, but like I've never really been awake, activated as I am now. But this concept of rising consciousness and getting this information out there, the completed, or at least as much as we can complete, of the mosaic between all of us, and getting it out there and getting some kind of coverage and getting to the people, is probably a great first start. Learning about this process and understanding this process and rejecting the authority, not going into the light. And it seems there's some level of sovereignty that we do have that has to be respected. even though they're using some kind of backwater, lawyer tricks to do what they're doing. But generally raising the consciousness and the awareness of everyone to what is going on. And
Yeah, I think, did we lose Dan again?
no, I'm sorry, I'm still here. Can you hear
Okay.
me? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
I
can hear
paused
you.
because I don't really want to go down this road, but this idea of raising consciousness as a whole, apparently there's a number. There's a number at which we need to get a mass critical effect at to be able to start effectively changing the system around us. And I hesitate to
the
bring it
number?
up. 144,000.
Another one of those 12 numbers.
Yeah,
There we
another one of
go.
those 12
Wait,
numbers.
is
Well,
this week's space or last week's space?
yeah, exactly. I hesitate to say it
No,
because
that's okay.
I don't
That's
have any
okay.
full
We're not-
faith in that information yet.
We're
I
not going to kick you out just because
Yeah,
it smells like a
but
rainbow.
like the
Okay.
idea of changing the awareness and the consciousness of people within the system, we have some level of effect on this malleable reality that we're in. If we are the creators and we are the sustainers, it would reason, and it's just reason. There's no facts. I'm not speaking from anything that I know personally 100%. This is just some stuff I've come across in the last 4 to 6 months since some messed up witchcraft stuff has been going on. But if we have some kind of effect as the people within the simulation to change the simulation in a particular way to break the system and free everyone, that's a great first start. But we've got a backup plan in what we're looking at right now and what we're trying to elucidate with the data right now about the death process and what's going on, and which if we don't succeed within, at least we have a chance to get out and perhaps spread as much information that we can while we're still here. Sorry.
Well, and I would say to that end, we have Rupert
I'm
Sheldon.
so sorry.
Oh, sorry, man.
No, I'm going to blast this person pseudonymously. You know who you are. You know I love you. and this person just messaged me. I told you we need to raise our consciousness. And then when I
Okay.
interrupted you, Morgan.
But this is important, and I'm going to interrupt, and I
ahead.
apologize because I really haven't been doing that. But here's the problem with that idea. That idea is also been hijacked.
Okay.
So there is some truth to that idea. I 100% believe that. But that process has also been hijacked. So what do we do in this UFO community? Number one, we sit around talking about UFOs that may or may not exist. Half the people here don't even believe in UFOs. They don't believe in the Archons or the aliens or anything else. And we just sit around arguing about that. The other half is wanting to raise their consciousness and raise their vibration. The entities controlling that process are the Archons themselves. The Archons are the ones channeling all this information, downloading it into our minds and telling us we just have to raise our consciousness to get out, which makes me very suspect of the message in the first place. So I just want to throw that out there as a possibility. Once we recognize the death trap and we go, oh my gosh, and we get over our depression and spiritual crisis, whatever you want to call that, well, here comes the next thing, which is just raise your consciousness and you can get out. I personally think that what these creatures do is there's always some truth to what they try to force feed us. So there will be some truth to that, but that process is hijacked as well. And so we don't, in my personal opinion, and I will not just buy into that hook, line, and sinker, because they have all of these different tactics, and they hit you with one thing and you kind of adjust to it. They'll hit you with something else. They're always trying to funnel you into the same process by a different means. So I just want to throw that out there for everyone. The whole idea of just raising your consciousness to get out, there could be some truth to that. But beware that process has also been hijacked by the very same entities.
And
I
that's
could
fair.
not agree more. And I would say, well, I mean, what you're talking about is a classic disinformation tactic. Blend just enough truth with just enough deception that it kind of poisons the well. It blurs the line. So yeah, I got to say, I very much agree that, yeah, just this idea that, raising your consciousness is that may be part of it. That may be a first step, but that is nowhere near enough. It's a passive thing. It kind of leads one to a state of pacification where you think, okay, well, now I'm aware of this, I'm not going to fall for it, and you become passive again. And so I think that, yeah, you're definitely onto something.
And
I
we're
very much
believing the
agree.
very same entities who are in charge of the death trap. Where are these messages coming from? It's the same entities, these channelers and all the downloads. It's all the same thing.
Well, I mean, look, but Morgan, I hate the term raising your consciousness, but I need to be honest. The reason I hate the term is because it's not actionable and it's fucking useless. Because most people think it means don't experience emotions that I, as a love and lighter, have decided, because I'm such a positive person, I can't understand that they might actually have a virtuous utility, such as anger. So most of the reason I hate raise your consciousness is because it's a perfect formula for victimhood and enslavement. And it is absolutely a formula for Lululemon's The Yoga Mat in Central Park and bullshit. I don't, I personally, and I'm not saying that this is reality. I personally believe that the soul, the consciousness is fucking physically real, even if we live in a simulation. And I personally don't care either way, whether it's a simulation and it's less material or more material. But I don't, Fringe, I don't want Dan and Morgan walking on eggshells. Like, even if you were to come with a bouquet of soft serve unicorn poop ice cream, I want you to give us your full perspective and don't walk around our eggshells. Like, we have a brand, we have shit we say so because we feel them and people tune in, but that I don't want you to hold back today, even on the positive shit.
Um.
You get what I'm saying? Like, I
Oh
just
no.
had to share that I was being spanked by a love and lighter right now. That's my ego
Oh
introducing.
God, there's no worse spanking you could receive. Jeez.
There isn't. That is an objective fact.
Well, no, and I got it. I will say I personally dislike using terminology like raise your consciousness, raise your vibrations, because it's so ill defined. It's like, in practical terms, what does that mean? What does that really mean? Raise your vibrations. Well, ra- first of all, vibration is a physical thing. It's the rate at which something oscillates.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
what exactly?
Yeah.
What is it that's vibrating? At what rate?
Can I
At
jump
what
in there real quick?
amplitude?
At that particular point, I agree with all three of you. The only thing that I've come across, and again, neophyte, I've only been working in this general terms of spirituality in the last, say, 3 to 4 months. So I'm no authority at all whatsoever. The idea of changing the frequency or consciousness, Morgan, that you're pointing to. Last week we talked to Sasha about her abilities when she went from a high theta state into alpha, into beta, and then ultimately into gamma, where in which once she got into gamma, she was, I don't want to say omniscient. I think that's a very strong word. It's not a very good descriptor, but I don't have a better word for it. But perhaps there's something natural to it. One other thing, and then I'll let you get back to Morgan. If you look at the post that I put up about the point of death site templates, and the very first picture is the point at which a consciousness is looking at this light, this campfire, this evangelical place. The concepts that are coming across is there's three different points of view of looking at this light. One with surprise, but still recognition. To have like, wait, this looks familiar to me before. Another point of view is complete surprise, and it seems like this is the type of person that would probably acquiesce to being pulled into the light. But yet there is a third person there who's sitting at peace, meditating, watching everything take place, and not doing anything. Now, what does that mean? I can't tell you. But what I wanted to point out is that something like this is in the data. So I'm not defending the spirituality side of things. I'm just sharing. And I do agree. I'm just bringing everything I got to maybe see what sticks.
And I mean that genuinely. I don't want you walking around
Of course,
our
I
our,
completely
our
understand.
eggshells
Yep.
and and you know and push back against me, Fringe. But when you say get right with God, I view that as a very real thing.
Yeah.
But anybody could also just put that through a love and light translator and say that's raising your vibration, right? And my personal
Do
beef.
not accuse me of raising my vibration,
No,
Ulrich.
no, I'm saying any love and lighter could put that through a love and lighter translator and say that's equivalent to raising. I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I'm saying anybody could semantically hear that and translate to, oh, that's what they mean by that. And
Oh, and the other thing they can do, and the other thing is too, is it could just be hopium, right? So and I know that that there's a lot of people who think that these archons, they just distorted every single religion or they created all the religions. I mean, I've been through this whole ringer, face to face with these creatures, not in remote viewing, just face to face. And I've come out the other side. I did a whole video on it. Anybody's welcome to watch that video. I won't keep going over it here. But what I will say to your point of the meditation, number one, we have this interesting thing where someone like Whitley Strieber has to meditate every, day at 3 a.m. or he gets his nipples twisted. So that's a little weird, right? They want us to meditate for some reason. I don't know what that is. I happen to think it's something that they're feeding off of. I think it makes it easier for them to access us. However, what I've come to realize is that a lot of these ways to so-called raise our consciousness, or to access our own psi abilities is actually a double-edged sword, and a double-edged sword for us and a double-edged sword for them. So on one hand, it's been my experience that awakening psi abilities and using them in any way for myself, but also for many other people I've spoken to in this community and outside the community, it's like moss to a flame. It tends to draw the attention of these creatures and creatures that are even below the archons down in the hierarchy. But what it also did, and what I believe it did in my own personal case, the first thing I started doing was remote viewing. So the what I think it also does is it raises our awareness. It raises our awareness while we're in their realm. So it's a double-edged sword. I would not tell anybody, don't meditate, don't try to hone your own psychic abilities or anything like that. I think that's what made me very aware of what was going on. That's what gave me the ability to see through their bullshit. So I wouldn't tell anybody not to do that. But I think many times those processes are being hijacked by the very entities telling us to meditate or raise your vibration. Or most of the time, this just goes along with this is all you have to do: raise your vibration, pretend there's no evil in the world, and you're going to go to a better place. So I just like to look at it from all different angles. I think that psi abilities absolutely can help us to see through the deception, but it is a double-edged sword. You could be calling the very entities you're trying to repel when we leave this body for the very last time.
I think there are roughly 8 billion souls who have just clipped you say that psi abilities can help us see through the deception. I think you
Oh
just
yeah,
you
people
should
are
be
gonna love that one. Wait, Fringe
Well,
tells us not to do these things, and I'm telling you not to do them because I've been in those shoes too many times.
and I think look, this might be our darkest space. And if there's a possible darker space, I hope we hold it. But I think today this might be our darkest space. I think it is incumbent upon us to be fully vulnerable and honest, um, and touch on what some people like to paint the doom rooms and us in really broad strokes and like to paint us black and white. And you know, I'm going to be the first to admit that yeah, these things, whether it's DMT or remote viewing or intense meditation, will open up the portals, will open up the doors. But I think there's something that I'm sorry, I want to touch on this. You brought up the fact that through your harrowing experiences and through your harrowing abductions, you've had, I would say, the physical and psychological and spiritual experience that probably only through the war of what you've been through, you're much more equipped to discriminating between the light, the false light, and the real light. And if we blanket advise others to stay away from every guaranteed potential portal, then we also cut them off probably from the only possibility to develop the discriminatory skill at the moment of death to be able to not recycle. And that's a, I mean, that might be fact. I think it's really important. Like, my view has always been, we're at fucking war. And we might need some special psychic soldiers. We might need some people to be in a 168 hours steady state DMT. We might need some people to go into the dark and be the most badass remote viewers. I'm not saying that everybody needs to do it, but at some point, like, you don't learn how to speak a language unless you start speaking the language. And if we're all going to get wiped out anyway, if we're all going to be facing evil, we might as well get better at dealing with evil. I just wanted to put that perspective on the table, because I think when you said that, it rang really true to me. Like, what are people going to do? And I'm saying this because if it hadn't been for me breaking through all the way on DMT 20 to 30 times, I would not be here in the Doom Room with you. I would not know that telepathic contact is a fucking fact. And I would not know that deception, or that the spiritual reality that you can embody, is way more physically real than the waking reality we have today. I wouldn't know how deep the deception goes if I hadn't ever gone in there voluntarily several times on my own. And I just want to say that out loud. I hope that's okay. Like, am I making sense?
Oh no, you're making a lot of sense, and I didn't hear it all, but I
I'm
don't
not trying to
disagree
start a
with
fire.
anything. I don't disagree with anything that I did hear. So for me, I've said this already 100 times. This was a deep spiritual crisis for me when I realized the power that these things have, and the power of deception, the way they can psychically send you energy from a different person. They can appear as a different person. They are so full of lies and deception that is near impossible to see through. I've said before on podcasts, I'm embarrassed just having a career in law enforcement and being an investigator for a very long time and dealing with people from all walks of life for a very long time. I'm embarrassed how long it took me to realize how incredibly deceptive these creatures were. Please understand, I started out thinking these were our space brothers. I didn't start out, preaching like I do about these creatures. I thought they were something that they are not. And it took me an incredible amount of time to understand that that is not the case. And so coming out the other side of it and being able to see it now from many different sides, these creatures are incredibly dangerous. They lure us with everything they have, including raising your vibration and raising your consciousness. So I feel for people in this, just humanity in general. I fear for people in this community who are being deceived by these things. And man, I mean, that's why I'm here at all. That's why Morgan's here. That's why Dan is here. That's why we're all here. And uh, man, what do we do about it? Maybe Jesus is just hopium, but you know what? He's all I got right now. I've been through the whole thing with these creatures. They've shown me pretty much everything there is to show. They've hit me from on all sides, and that's where I ended up. So I always try to throw that out there. But yeah, that could just be hopium as well, and the entire thing is just one giant death trap that we can't get out of. So that would really blow, but it's on the table.
I just got to say, every single thing both you guys just said is so spot on. Could not agree more. And I'd like to link back to something you said a few moments ago, Fringe, about working with psychic abilities and meditation and such practices as a double-edged sword. I think that is very much true. If you don't go into these kind of things with discernment, and with full awareness and understanding of the potential on both ends of things, the positive and the negative and everything in between, you're likely going to wind up in a pretty bad situation, i.e. you're going to come out of it with bad data, with incorrect understandings and assumptions, maybe based on a pre-existing worldview. Oh yeah, Fringe, please.
Sorry, before I forget, so along the lines of our psi abilities. So I think we also underestimate the amount of assistance we're getting with these psi abilities, which puts you right back into that contract that you were talking about and these legal loopholes they like to use. So just picture a genie in a bottle. You rub on that lamp and the genie comes out and offers you your 3 wishes. And that's what a lot of times what these enhancement of psi abilities turns into, because you're actually getting assistance from these entities and it's unseen and unknown in many cases. And you end up right back into some type of contractual agreement with these things. So I just wanted to make sure to put that out there because that's a huge thing and I forgot to mention it.
I just wanted to add that, yeah, there are many slippery slopes out there. And again, I just can't, how can I say this? I can't reinforce what Morgan said, this idea of discernment and being able to make a good critical thinking choice, free of emotion, free of preconceived notions. It's incredibly important. I just want to also let everyone know that's in the room now as well. I did manage to get up 2 more images of general concepts about the system itself and as well as the death process itself. In no way are they perfect. In no way are
I'm
they.
so sorry if I'm failing you, Dan. Let me go through and.
Oh no,
and
you're
find
not
it.
failing me anything. I'm just letting everybody know I put it up there. I had to go reaching through some files to find it and put it up there. But at least it's a general idea. It's sitting there. I just didn't want to try with the Nest because my
what
computer
is
is
it
being
called?
weird. The
What
general
is it
map of
called?
the death process V1 and general
Okay.
concept map of the system as well. And they're
I'll
just
find it.
general sketches. They're by no means are they the truth. Just based on the data, this is kind of our best first couple of stabs at it. And outside of that, Morgan,
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything else we've missed at this point, have we?
No, I mean, we've covered all the main points, I think. Now I do, just before we get way too far away, I want to just touch back on something we were on a few minutes ago. When we first started talking about this idea of raising your consciousness, raising your vibration. So yes, I will. Now I would like to point out the possibility of a positive effect of such thing, and that is through well, I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with Rupert Sheldrake's work on what he calls the morphogenic field, or the 100th monkey effect. And that is that once a concept reaches a critical mass in the collective unconscious, for lack of a better term, it tends to break through naturally to people who have not actively considered such things. So, I think by way of openly discussing these things as possibilities, I think it kind of aids in that effort, in just putting it out there. Just generally speaking, just kind of wanted to touch on that as
You
a
don't need to
possibility.
hold back on all the positive. I think we can
No,
use all the positive stuff there is in Sirius. So don't
Oh,
feel like you need it doom
no,
dark
no
to
doubt.
stay cool. You know what I mean?
Now,
Like, speak freely.
I
Morgan.
will say, I'm gonna wear the fact that you said this might have been the darkest doom room. I'm gonna wear that as a badge of honor.
I would just kind of also put out there a good balance between both might be a good way to kind of look at it. Still be in your discernment and don't have your preconceived notions, but there's some level of truth to it, and it can be used against you. I completely would agree with Fringe on just about every point. I just, yeah.
Well, I mean, Fringe, I really respect you saying what you said today, people have this perception of you that it's, that's very rudimentary and black and white. And even the whole world clips it and puts it on replay. The fact that you said it in this space, I think, means a lot. The benefits and disadvantages, and especially, look, the death trap thing, if it is real, I mean, people deserve a facility to determine the arc of their own souls. I mean, that shouldn't have to be said, right? But people deserve that ability to not be completely unprepared and not be completely fucked. I would like to know, I'm a tech guy. I just want to go over and break the fucking machine if there's a machine involved. Some people think there is something, maybe modulated entirely or partially through the moon, maybe a Black Knight satellite. But this, if there is some sort of counteracting against our evolutionary rate, that could mean if we get reset every 6,000 years, every 12 to 13,000, that would mean if we didn't get reset, we would eventually break this control system ourselves. What does the data say? What are your thoughts on just fixing this whole fucking thing with better tech and just breaking it?
I agree with you 100%. I'm here to break the system. It's part of a decision. These last 4 or 5 months, since well, really probably most of my life, but really came apparent in about 7 years ago. I don't know whether to call it a spiritual attack or call it witchcraft. It seems to have elements of both in my experience. But I'm motivated. Let's break the fucking system. I'd love to. As far as the data, we're not there yet. We do have some physical things.
We're not there yet. You mean technologically? Like,
the ability to say what to do next. How to go about dismantling the system. We do have some ideas, but it's loosely.
You mind just giving me a mind vomit? I mean, I'm worried that I'll have to wait another 6,000 years till my reincarnated version runs another Doom Room.
We've got an emitter of the reality. It seems to be a physical place. Morgan could probably detail and flesh that out a little bit more than I could.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, we do repeatedly, over and over and over and over again. We have this concept of that, again, it's so far outside the standard kind of societal paradigm. I don't know what to label this thing. So for lack of a better term, we call this thing the reality emitter, the false reality emitter. It does very much, appear to be, it's a physical, technological thing, device, a mechanism. Now, exactly, where it is, I mean, all of our data says it is in a facility somewhere on base reality. It's a physical place. We've had multiple viewers hit it from multiple different angles, and then it always tells us the same thing. It's, again, for lack of a better term, it's a facility where all these experiments seem to be taking place. Now, as far as, what does that mean in terms of moving towards a goal of disrupting or dismantling such a system? That's kind of hard to say, because at present, we're not there. We're not operating in base reality. So theoretically, it might have to be done from there. I don't know that it can be done, at least entirely, from quote unquote inside the system. I don't know, and that's probably one of our biggest kind of next lines of inquiry is going to be into sussing out more of a, I hesitate to call it a plan, but ideas in terms of actions that can be taken to actually benefit ourselves for a change, as opposed to the oppressors, or whatever you'd like to call them. Fringe. Sorry, you've had your hand up for a bit. Sorry.
No, I can wait. If you know about the technology, I mean, they're definitely using it. I wanted to touch on, I have a bunch of notes written down, so depending on where we're going with this, I wanted to touch on a couple things. Number one, are you guys seeing any human involvement in this process? Human awareness, human involvement, human assistance, perhaps, with these entities? You guys touched on these war crimes, which goes back to some of the abduction material, seeing humans, chopped up in little pieces in vats in these underground bases. And there seems to be some human cooperation, at least with the lower level entities, the ones we would call the aliens. And then I wanted to ask you guys, where are the good guys? This is coming from someone who does not believe in the Galactic Federation. Where are the good guys? Where are the good entities? Where's the positive side to this? Where's God? Where's all that whole side?
Well, in terms of Dan, maybe you'd have a better answer for this, but in terms of the cooperation of humans, I'm not sure that's actually directly stated in the data anywhere. I would not be surprised. However, it could also be a case of these people are not doing so consciously. It could be that they're influenced to do so. Now, in terms of where are the good guys? Where are the reinforcements? When is the cavalry coming? I'm not sure that they are. Not that they don't exist, but it seems to me in any case, I would say that I've been involved in from a remote viewing standpoint, any external influence or entity that is interacting with us, it seems to do so in a rather passive manner. So I also very much believe that they're there and they are influencing, but they're doing so in a rather passive way. Almost the way that a parent. I mean, in my opinion, I'm not a parent, but I had great parents, and that they would encourage their child to do the right thing, to go down the right path, but they don't have to. I think that would be my answer. As far as God goes, now myself, not coming from a religious background, I was raised, for lack of a better word, agnostic. The data that I kind of talked about before, the original consciousness, the primordial thought form, or whatever you'd like to call it, the mind of God. I actually have data in that session that directly states that it is influencing us, but again, in a somewhat passive manner. I used the analogy of, it's kind of funny, but I think you'll see exactly what I'm getting at by this. I used the analogy that the influence is akin to, so let's say somebody hucks a rock towards your head, but for some reason you get this idea that, oh, I need to bend down and tie my shoe, or I need to pick something up off the ground, and that actually prevents you from getting pegged in the head by a rock. That's the type of influence that it seems to me is occurring here. So it's not a very overly hands-on or a direct, do this, or forcing you to do anything. It's more just kind of giving you the idea or the option to do so. Now, ultimately, whether we choose to listen to that little voice, that intuitive voice in the back of your head, that's up to everyone as an individual, I think. Hence, harkening back to our conversation on discernment in developing your own higher mind. Fringe, please.
That's interesting. I mean, that's kind of the same thing that I get as well, as far as, almost a passivity, um, on the positive entities. I think they also work through us, much like the negative does. Suggestion, synchronicities, that kind of stuff. But they are non-interventional. They seem to be, for the most part, unless there are extraordinary circumstances. Is there anything in the data to suggest that we put ourselves in this position that we asked for it or aligned with the wrong side. And that's how we find ourselves here in the first place in this little soul trap.
Oh, go ahead, Dan. Or not, more more audio issues. Ultimately hard to say. Maybe there are cases. Maybe there are cases where that is so. But I think for the most part, I think we've been tricked. We've been lured in.
That's a good word. I should have thrown that out as well.
Yeah,
That we were tricked. Yeah.
I would agree. What was that? I think it was the source of reality or the origin of reality. Morgan's session, it described like this idea of a holo records, kind of like Akashic records kind of thing. And like let's just use it as a metaphor, like some disembodied whatever are traveling towards here. And it was purpose of human emotion is what it was. And them are reaching this place, and then some signs on the front side of this building or these Akashic records saying closed for repairs or something like that. Somebody standing outside is like, oh, you wanted to go in there, huh? Well, you know what? We actually set up in this older building over here the information about it. You're going to have to go and experience it, but you can learn all about it over here. The idea that humans' emotions, it being used as like a billboard to come and experience them here was very poignant in those sessions, which also connected into a lot of this space dick material.
Oh yeah, the human experience is itself an attractor.
Yeah. And it seems like the whole structure itself is geared around your consent. And
what does that mean, an attractor for what? For other humans to get lured? Is this like what are we attracting here?
Other people to experience being human.
To incarnate as human.
Yep. Come and join our fish trap or this trap. It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome, but they don't tell you how hard it is to get out. It seems to me that the system on some level is more or less an incubator or a nursery for complete, not even complete, but more advanced points of consciousness in which at some point the product is maybe not fully formed. I don't know. I'm kind of really chasing at the words here for this, but a very advanced point of consciousness. Now, whether that has autonomy after the school or not is entirely up to us and what we consent to do. So in some ways, yeah, we've put ourselves here, or some other people that have come into the system have put themselves in here. But very, very clearly in the very beginning of all of this, and timeline-wise, like constructing a storyboard, there's a domination. There are losers of a battle, of a war. There are three parties that we're aware of, at least at that point. We've got our Archons or space dicks, the people who lost, which is us inside the machine, and then there was imagery of Greys as messengers of some sort. We didn't really flesh out that information. Not much more is known about that. And again, that's another point at which is probably a little bit lower on the list than actually how to break the system, but it is on the list of things to explore going forward. As to the questions that I muted out on, I didn't really have too much to add to Morgan's comment about whether or not there was human cooperation, whether it's governmental level or secret society level or whatnot. Really, the only thing I wanted to really echo was the idea of developing. It's hard for me because I want to use the word spirit, but I know consciousness is like, it seems to be two almost synonymous concepts, where one has 80% of the other and the other has about 80% of the other. So I'm just going to use the word spirit, but to develop your discernment and your abilities of consciousness to be able to defend yourself and figure out your way through it to get out. That's about all I had to say about either of those questions.
I saw JT had his hand up for a second, and I want to get to both. Fringe, I want you to get through all of your questions, but I wanted to double click on Fringe's question, just drive a little deeper, even if I'm obsessive compulsive about it.
Okay.
Is there anything in your data suggesting that we pick our parents, our incarnations, our infirmities, that kind of stuff, even our amnesia?
I don't believe so.
JT, you've been super patient. I want you to be able to ask your questions too. We'll go through with Fringe.
No, I don't have a question. I was just going to clarify.
Go ahead.
So, what the data says is that there was a war, as Dan pointed out. Following that war, there was a roundup, and the people who were incarcerated. As a matter of fact, there's quite a bit of detail about the incarceration, the facilities, the way that people were controlled. There was a sort of a prison break riot type scenario, and the majority of people who were involved were pretty brutally executed. Following that, this experiment began, and in most of these, both these viewers and other viewers, but in the IU data, the idea of a contract keeps coming up. And what it basically says, when you look at the data, and again, individuals analyze things differently, but one strong suit, or one thing that's not a strong suit for remote viewers, is the difference between metaphor and reality, analyzing their own data. It would seem to indicate that the experimental aspect that we're engaged in was something that we did agree to, and we signed a contract on. And one can easily surmise the reason that that happened was that the people otherwise who were not involved had all been killed off, pretty brutally executed. So following the brutal execution of most of the others, those who were left were given the option to participate in this experiment. So that's where all this is coming from. We do own you. You did agree. And, Morgan and Dan, although they might not want to see it this way, will be honest that the idea of a contract does come up repeatedly. We signed that contract. So, or some of us did. That's the answer to the Fringe's question.
The one thing I would add into that is the idea that we are the spoils of war.
Right. So you have to understand that the distance here, right? The main distancing is, and Morgan and Dan have been honest, okay? But everyone keeps steering away from it because it's not what people want to see. When you die, when you have that death experience, you are not dying, okay? You are alive at base reality, and you have been since the beginning. You are okay, so it's kind of complicated. You're really not alive. So you're at the point of death, and you've been maintained at that point in a device. And these lives that we're experiencing, okay, it's an experience that we're having that we agreed to, but your body is alive. And the reason you're trapped in this situation is you do not want to die at base level. So in lieu of dying at base level, you continue this process. And that is what the agreement is. And the data includes cellular regeneration experiments. It's not something I'm putting in there, right? So that is what is going on. I know Fringe was talking about the hybrids. I don't really understand how that would happen because, we're dead in a tube. However, the other thing that they're not talking about is pretty much everyone else is gone too, right? At the end of this, when they rounded everyone up, they got rid of everyone else. So this is a much darker scenario than is even coming out in this conversation, where you have basically a genocide, you have war crimes, and you have the last people alive being given the opportunity to participate in a medical experiment. And that medical experiment takes them to the point of death and involves bioengineering and keeps them in. As a matter of fact, looking in the tubes, only some people have full bodies. Some people have pieces of bodies, and some people are just a brain. That's part of the experiment. So it's really a very dark subject, but the whole thing about coming back, the whole thing about the agreement, the whole thing about the contract is you're agreeing to do this so that you don't die on base level. And getting out involves you dying at base level, right? And one thing they didn't touch on is the amount of pain involved from turning away from the light. The data says, what I've seen, I'm talking to Morgan, that it is an incredible excruciating pain, and pain tolerance is necessary because, again, you're alive and you're going to die, and it's very painful. And so in order to get out of this, you have to be willing to die at base level, right? And that's also what the ancient religions talk about. So this
But
is
why wouldn't we be willing to die at base level?
yeah, I mean, that people don't like to die.
Why is that such a big thing? I mean, if that's how they're keeping us, yes, they're keeping us with the threat. If this is all correct, they're keeping us with the threat of death at base level, and that's
No,
enough. I mean, why don't we just go ahead and pull the plug?
okay, so they were, okay, specifically, okay, the people who are involved here, and I don't think it would be 8 billion, but that's another story, okay? The people who are involved here, given the choice between being executed and being subject to this experiment, agreed and signed a contract. So first you got to get out of the contract, and then you got to be willing to die. But if you're here, it's because you were not willing to die. And if you're asking me, like, why does that happen? Well, that happens in what we perceive to be life every single day, with almost every.
Sure.
Wait,
Okay.
what happens? What happens every single day?
Well, people are afraid to die, right? So
Yeah.
we do,
And they're willing to do all kinds of crazy things
yeah, to not
in
die.
order not to die, including, in this case, voluntarily agreeing to a very horrific, unethical medical experiment and not being able to get out of it now.
And how does turning away from the light or being aware or rejecting the death trap, how does that get us out of that predicament?
I mean, I think that, well, as Morgan was saying, it really doesn't, right? Because then he says, and when I first met Morgan, the way he conveyed it to me was that you just turned away from the light and that was it. And then going back and looking at the data again, because it's 10 years old, it turns out that that doesn't, in fact, do it. Then there's the whole balancing of the karma thing. There's a trial, basically, right? And so then they say, well, you can't because since you've been part of this experiment, you know, you've done things to other people, right? And now you need to pay for those things. And so you got to go back in order to do that. And when you balance the record, when you clear karmically, then we'll let you out of the experiment. So it really doesn't, but the first thing is not to go into the light, right? So when you go into the light, some of the data they didn't talk about is that then physical things are done to you. Your body is stretched out, things are added to it, they are taken from it. I remember Dan at one point was saying, like, it was a poignant metaphor.
I'm sorry, JT, is this the physical body that's plugged into the matrix that you're discussing?
Yeah.
Or are you talking about the astral body
that's the whole
leaving?
thing. Okay, so again, right, the viewers, when they look at their own data, see various levels of metaphor. However, when you look at both these viewers with data and the data in general with other viewers and historically, it is the physical body that is being, you are alive, the experiment is ongoing, all right, and things are done to you physically when this life is over and you're going into the next life. And as a matter of fact, you don't go immediately into it, right? You're put in storage for a while.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is, right, I mean, this is an ongoing thing. This is not, you're at the point of death, but they're not done with you. You don't just get left in there. You're not a computer program. You are a body, you are imprisoned, and they are experimenting on you. That is what we're talking about.
Right. And so are you guys then, have you not gotten to the part of, so I'm still a little bit confused. So if you turn from the light, I understand this is happening, decades is passing and you're doing different targets and looking at different areas. Have we gotten to the part where that physical body dies because of something we can exercise, some decision we can make to kill the physical body?
I would suggest that earlier when we talked about rejecting the false light trap, rejecting the claim they have over us by way of whatever you want to call it, the life review or the balancing of the ledger. I would suggest that if you are able to do so successfully, at that point, you actually have, yes, the option to, for lack of a better term, return to source. And I think at that point, yes, your physical body in base reality that's having these experiments run on it, that's being used as a battery, well, that battery cell dies.
And have you actually gotten to that, or is that what you're thinking is going to happen? Is that your own?
That's an inference based on any number of data points.
And then where do we go from there? So the physical body is then unplugged. Have you gone there yet?
Well, like I say, I think at that point your true soul is free, as it would have been upon your initial incarnation in base reality. Had you not been tricked into plugging into this experiment. Again, because this entire thing seems to be a hijacked natural process. So and this is why I often say, the love and lighters, I don't think they're entirely wrong. I think that their kind of concept of incarnation, reincarnation, and whatnot is at least closer to accurate in terms of the original reality, the original physical reality, base reality. So yeah, Fringe.
What is suggesting that this isn't a metaphor? The whole, plugged into the Matrix thing, like the movie.
Oh, just the number of data points. It all, in fact, I had, I mentioned I had the guys run something we would call a topical search against the idea of base reality. Now, prior to that, I actually had them run a series of calibration targets to ensure that they were running smooth, they were running hot, in terms of describing physical, real targets as opposed to more conceptual, intangible type things. And again, it's just the data is a clear match across the board. It also matches data that we'd stumbled across tangentially in prior years, in terms of the source of the reality overlay. Again, we keep coming up with this facility where it is that they're doing these experiments physically to us in a literally basically a below the ground dungeon, for lack of a better way to
And
think
what's
of
the
it.
point of them experimenting on the physical? Oh, this is a little weird because the abduction research is always what's on my mind. And there's many times, and I know that you guys don't think that this physical body that we're in right now is the physical body that's obviously hooked up to the matrix somewhere in a vat of who knows what liquid. Um, okay, I'm gonna pass on that thought. What's the purpose of the experiments, and how does it relate to what we're experiencing in the simulation?
Well, we kind of touched on it a little bit before, but I would suggest there are any number of purposes to the experiment, because any experiment that you're going to run, you're going to want to maximize the output, or what information you can extract from said experiments. So, I talked a little bit before about the idea that running these, what we would perceive as long-term experiments, the cyclical nature of humanity, where we work our way over X thousands of years to a technological peak. I suspect this has happened many times, potentially hundreds, thousands of times. It's impossible to say. But as part of that, they would be, again, they're looking for technological innovation. They're looking for ways to kind of game the system further. Besides the kind of the fundamental fact that we're simply being used as batteries, and that's, again, we talk about the imagery of the Matrix, but our data would suggest that that is literal, that is a physical thing. These experiments that we talked about, part of it is, one of our viewers just the other day came back to us with data about literally humans as batteries, people as batteries. So it's a power source. It's powering everything. The simulation aspect is probably giving these people, or the Archons or whatever, is probably giving them incredible insight in terms, again, of technological development. Maybe there's a more spiritual component that they're also working with, that I, at this point, maybe can't even begin to understand. Dan, I'm guessing you've got something to say on that.
Not really. I mean, you pretty much hit it home. It seems like there are many different derivatives coming out of this experiment. They are searching for something inside the archives, whether you want to call that Akashic records or what. They're definitely searching for some sort of information. I would guess, it's my opinion, that they're also looking for particular people. How they could not know who everyone is, I'm not sure. But they're searching for someone and some things on top of the experiments, on top of the energy that they're withdrawing from, whether that's the consciousness sources within those bodies, back in base reality. I don't really want to go any further than that, like getting out on a too thin of a limb, because there's just not enough there to support it. But
Too much inference and not enough data.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So how many people do you think, and you might not know, how many people are actually hooked up in these pods?
No idea.
And then how many of us are NPCs in this simulation?
That's a part of what we're going to be looking at next. Is the NPC thing real? Is it and if it is real, how do you tell? Obviously, I think you could probably tell from certain types of people. Like, when you're in the presence of someone at a certain, I don't even want to say vibration, but whether that's recognizing somebody else's soul or somebody else's energy, that's one thing. I don't want to go down too much of a spiritual path, because I still don't know exactly what I'm talking about just yet. But as far as the data, it doesn't really say.
And then what part of us is inside the physical body in the pod? Is our soul, our essence, our spirit, is part of it left behind? Are we fractured into, like, are we a finger puppet? What part of us is in this? You guys are calling it a simulation, I think. And what part is left behind in the physical body, if anything? And why do we need that physical body to be alive in order to exist in the simulation?
Well, actually, I think, and kind of, JT sort of touched on that a minute ago, that the bodies in the tubes in base reality are actually in varying states of, maybe you want to think of it as decomposition. I mean, with the end goal, or at least in some cases here, maybe the ones that have been there for longer, their bodies actually have degraded to the point where it actually is just a soul. That's all that's left.
And then the soul is what's projected into the sim?
Yes, because again, the entire and we use the term simulation only only as a kind of a word label descriptor to kind of get us in the right territory. You know, more accurately, it might actually be closer to a shared and induced dream, as opposed to, you know, a full-on actual holographic simulation, or, you know, a computer simulation as we might think of it. I think more accurately it could actually be described as an induced and shared dream that ultimately our trapped souls or consciousnesses are experiencing in this state of stasis, if that
Yeah,
kind
no,
of
that
makes
makes
sense.
sense. And then has anyone, you know, what happens? How do they get out of the Matrix in the movies? How do we escape? Have we looked at that?
Again, we at this point we have some amount of solid data on that, and that was, you know, the idea that I mentioned before about.
Well, I kind of mean actually looking at the movie. Like in the movie, The
Oh,
Matrix, how does humanity escape? How
Oh,
do we get
you're not
out?
you're not gonna like that, Fringe. The
No,
movie.
I mean, I want to hear it. I don't remember. I
Definitely
saw
not
this
gonna like
movie
it.
quite some time ago. But if everything else about it is correct, let's look at the ending. How's it go down?
Um, so just to be clear, the difference between the movie and the data is in the movie, you're a gestated baby that lives its full life, sort of being taken care of in the pod and healthy. Um, in the data, you're sort of at the point of death and you're decaying. So if somebody were to open up the pod, you know, and that might happen, right? That might be something that people are experiencing, but you wouldn't be walking away from the table. So the answer is death. That's the answer. And their data also tends to indicate that there might not be anybody else left.
In
It's
the
very
movie,
dark data.
What do you mean by that, JT? Might not be anybody else left besides just those of us in
Well,
the room,
what
or
they no, I mean from what they've told me, there were multiple varieties of human being living on the planet, and they were eliminated during this process. I mean, this is like a genocidal thing. Like this story, if you want to call it a story, is a storyline at the end of a genocide following a war. This is
And
not like go ahead, sorry.
and JT, the beings committing the genocide, executing all these people. Can you go into the method of execution, and are these
So
beings
yeah,
AI?
I don't know, I didn't see you know, I saw like what they wrote about the data. I guess they could speak to that. I don't know if they recorded any details about how the people were killed, but they recorded after the war, the ownership of our whatever we are transferred from one party to the next. The
And
other party had needed something involving these experiments in order to continue the war effort. So there was some sort of sense of urgency. We were non-cooperative, and as part of the non-cooperative process, everyone was rounded up and incarcerated in a particularly gothic prison. And from my conversations with them, everybody who was not rounded up is gone.
and the these victors, are they carbon based? Are they silicon based? Or are they like machine?
So ultimately, there are different levels, but the highest level, when my conversations with Morgan, they were referred to numerous times as the immortal biologicals. I have a set
Immortal.
biological, so they are alive, but they're no longer like us. But they're biological and they're immortal or close to it. And of course, if you look at history, right, when we look at our legends and myths, that's what it tells us, right? So you think of like, I'm not saying they're Anunnaki, right? I'm just saying like when we look at these stories, they're talking about beings that live for a very, very long period of time.
Narcissistic fucks. The
space dicks. Yeah.
is there any where does is there another agent on the stage that is AI, that is machine like, that is rising as a vying power here?
The only I could point to there is the Greys, working as some sort of messenger in working out the treatise or the formal resignation of the war. It seems as if these space dicks, after conquering, not only do they get subjects, but they also got taught how to do this, whatever they're doing with the meat suit. Outside of that,
What's
there's
that last
really nobody
sentence?
else there that I
That
can
last
think of.
sentence.
Say that.
Can you say that again? That last sentence. Working out what?
They were taught. I don't know if it was by us or by a third party in this war, but after this conflict was over, they gained sovereignty over us, and someone, most likely us, I can't really differentiate in the data, it's just my supposition, that we taught them how to genetically modify the meat suit. And that's about it. There's really no other information there.
Yeah.
Doomer,
Yeah.
the treaties he was speaking of, apparently we were property of one party and we were transferred to another party as part of the resolution of a treaty that either ended a war or some sort of armistice, or just related to the particular battle over the planet that we're now on. Well, on base level, which we would look at this as being a mirror of that planet. However, we were not like caught. We were given, and then when we didn't cooperate, we were rounded up.
We were like a web domain transfer.
Yeah.
We're chattel. We're cattle, dude. This is the whole thing with the whole hybrid stuff, right? And I understand people feel strongly about this, but they don't look at us as one type of human being. They look at us as farm animals, right? And be very clear about that. Like, prison is one way of saying it. Another way of saying it is because the term farming comes up. Okay, another way of looking at this is imprisoned in an industrial factory farm. However, as opposed to being free range, right, and say like we want to ethically manage this situation by letting the chickens, we'll open up a door, they'll never leave, but we'll open the door and then we'll say they're free range, can walk outside and see the sun. Instead, someone is beaming the free range into our heads, right? But I wanted to say something about NPCs, but I see that Fringe has her hand up, so I wanted to like touch on that, but I will wait until she's
No,
done.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'll remember my question.
Okay, so there are three possibilities, right? Just from reasoning. One, it seems that the overpopulation comes up in the data as something that's part of the process being done to us, right? Again, they're trying to create as much suffering as possible because it's part of the energy generation feeding off of process. And I think it's also something that they enjoy. I think that they can probably come in here through some sort of VR and mess around. But that's my personal feeling. I'm not saying that comes through the data. So it could be that these people are completely generated, but when we think of Matrix, we think of ourselves as like a computer program in a computer. Instead, this is all happening in our minds. So no one is really, if that's the case, if this is all like a collective entrained dream between a bunch of wired together networked neurological systems, then the NPCs are really us. You know, that whole idea, like we're all fractals from the same source, to go back to the love and lighter stuff. Like there might be a gothic truth to that. The source, in this case, not the source, ultimate source that Morgan's talking about, not God, but inside this matrix, right? This mirror inverse, we might all be from this collective unconscious, collective because we're networked together. And in that sense, the NPCs, while they may not be an individual in the same way, they are could be a collective. I mean, they're us. They're us, right? Because everything is happening in our heads. Okay, and the animals too. I mean, of course, the third option is, and this is the one I've talked about on your forum, there is a tremendous amount of language, both with these viewers and other viewers, involving bioengineering. And it's speculative at this point because no one has looked completely into, all the data. But there is reason to believe, in my opinion, based on the data, that they are bioengineering human neurological systems as a form of computer. And
They
if that's
meaning our victors,
correct, the space dicks,
the
right?
biological immortals.
Right. And so I say, this is me, my personal opinion, but I believe when people say, these craft are alive, their technology seems like it's alive, and people say, oh, well, that's because it has an AI in it that is so, or it's being driven by consciousness. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think it may be driven by a machine that is cybernetic, and part of that machine is neurological tissue that was cloned from human beings. And that's what I think is going on. Part of it is that they're growing brains. Now I know that's that's very Simpsons-esque, but language like that does show up, and it would explain the consciousness of their technology. So
And
we
language like what specifically, GT? Like
cellular regeneration, something about growing, basically harvesting or growing cells for some purpose. And they're talking about people's heads. They're talking about brains. So there's something going on involving experiments with regenerating and harvesting and multiplying brain cells. Now it's a leap. It's certainly a leap because I don't think anyone has looked into it specifically. However, I mean, we're doing that now. And I've sent the link to everyone before. The people in Australia are building computers with human brain cells. And the advantage seems to be that human brains, or brains in general, learn on their own. They don't have to be trained like AI or computers do. So there seems to be some sort of significant advantage there. I'm not the greatest expert on that subject. However, that is the third option for the NPCs, which is they may be alive, but they may not be us. They could be some transitional. They could be a clone. They could be a hybrid in a sense, but that doesn't mean that they've got a body and they're running around doing things. And so when people say like, hive mind and whatever, I mean, I think that, they're talking about a network, right? I mean, a hive mind is a network. I just don't know if there are legs involved in that network, I think is where I vary from everyone else. So I just wanted to point that out. Those would be the three possibilities for NPCs, and they're us. So it shouldn't be a sense of like, because there's an inference, there's like a lesser aspect to it. They're not real. They're real, I think. They're just not, it's not a happy thought following this storyline. Let's just imagine this is a story. All right, that's all I got.
So I just kind of had something come to me, and it's just a question. This is just rhetorical for the audience and for you, Doomer, Fringe, and Morgan. It makes me wonder if perhaps we're teaching these space dicks how to advance their technology by running the simulation, so as to say that they learn by us doing it within the simulation, perhaps.
There's no question.
Yeah.
There's no question.
Yeah.
But everything else, like, I mean, think of the second order effects. You have inventiveness too.
Yeah. Our
You don't think
creativity being able to learn and do that by simulating it through a neural network. Yeah.
We're inventing things for them.
Yeah.
This is a passive, right? They just leave us alone.
Let
and they come back and say, "Oh my God, look what they figured out."
They came up with a better AI than we had. Let's learn how to use it and corrupt it. Yeah. Interesting. Morgan, what are your thoughts on that? Do you have any?
Well, I mean, in terms of specifically the NPC topic, no, I really don't. I don't think that's really touched on in our data. I mean, my own personal belief by way of experience is that perhaps somewhat unwillingly, I do entertain the concept that there are some, at least we'll say, comparatively empty vessels roaming around amongst us. Fringe, you got your hand up again.
It's the most diplomatic. I'm going to steal that phrase, Morgan. You're a comparatively empty vessel. It's the smoothest way to insult someone.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not trying to insult anybody, but I mean,
That's even better.
come on, we've all met one or two or
A comparatively empty
200 in our
vessel.
lives, right?
Yeah, it's perfectly diplomatic. I mean, technically, Einstein could be a comparatively empty vessel compared to Tesla. It's perfectly subjective as to whether or not it's an insult. I'm going to steal that. Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off, Morgan. It was just
No,
that's your
and
silver lining today. That's the love and light we brought you. Or whatever that outcome
yeah, right.
was.
Oh my god. Yeah, and I mean, bear in mind that we do have this idea of that as we are used in this process, there's at least a possibility that all of us or some of us, we are being diminished as a result. So perhaps an NPC is a severely diminished soul, and it's a fraction of what it originally was, and that is inhabiting a body. I mean, and that's not even to say that there aren't those among us who have maybe even no soul whatsoever. They are effectively Ingo Swann has used the term biological automata. Now, I don't necessarily know exactly to what he was referring in that context, but I mean the phrase or the idea certainly applies.
Well,
Fringe,
it's a
go ahead.
Neumann
Oh,
phrase, right? And Neumann lived in his time, so that's he was probably directly referencing Neumann, I'm guessing.
very possible.
Yeah, Fringe, I'm sure. And JT, you brought the Doom today. When I thought it wasn't going to Doom darker, you were like, let's see how dark it can get.
I was wondering if we were just going to leave that on the table, but of course not. Not when JT jumped up.
Respect to you, JT. I'm
for sure.
grateful for the Doom. Go ahead. Fringe.
Okay, a couple
Let's
of
leave nothing
things.
on the table today.
There's a question here that's not from me, but it's a really good one. And then a couple other things I want to say in follow up. Are there people who are in base reality who can plug in and like the Matrix, try to play the game, help us out, send messages, or however you want to call it?
In a certain sense, yes. I would suggest probably not to help us. I would say that the facility we've been talking about is presumably extremely tightly controlled. I don't think, maybe other than your initial entry into that place, I don't think anyone goes in there willingly and comes out. Now, yeah, I would suggest it's entirely possible that the people, the controllers, or those operating on the experiments, I very much suspect that they have some ability or way of entering in and out of the matrix. Maybe it is something, a simple or at least comparatively simple, or analogously anyways, to like us putting on a set of VR goggles and maybe roaming around doing as they please, interfering. And I would say that it's a pretty solid match to at least some of the UFO data that we've come across, which often references something being locally controlled by an external intelligence. Yeah, that's what I'm fairly sure is going on.
Okay, and then there was some reference to us. I mean, this is also in the abduction data that we're actually building out their infrastructure for them right here on Earth. Are you guys saying that then that this technology can be used in base reality, and that's why we're doing it, or that's why they want us to do it, or they let us get to this point?
I would tend to think yes, the ultimate purpose and anything beneficial to them that they glean from running these simulations probably is put into effect in base reality. Yes.
I would add to that, just by the sheer numbers of cycles that they can run through, you look at the different technologies of a different age. Um, it this seems as if perhaps we are producing multiple different types of technology at some point, and then the system crashes. Considering there's probably, I couldn't put in a number on how many cycles we've been through, but in recent history, probably, and I mean like the last 15, 12,000 years, at least what, 4 or 5 different technological societies or civilizations, many of which are being hidden from us at this time. So it just seems like it I wouldn't call it an endless generator of technology, but definitely giving up something that's different every time.
Oh yeah, like I mean, so along those lines, you could imagine, if they've run X number of these simulations. Well, let's say, just to think of it in simple terms, and don't take what I'm saying literally, but I'm going to use the term timelines. But let's say on an alternate timeline, maybe let's say, or even just our own history had gone differently. Like let's say, Sir Isaac Newton never sat under that tree and had that apple fall on his head. Well, let's say someone else had something similar happen, but at a different time. You could imagine the ramifications of that in terms of the different trajectory our technological development may have taken. So, if you were to run again the simulation of humans working their way up from the Stone Age to peak technological innovation, where they're just about to, become multiplanetary, to move out into the stars, off Earth, and then getting smacked back down to the Stone Age again, only to build ourselves up in a slightly different way. So the technology would look different. And again, I would strongly suggest that yes, they're using all of that data for, I mean, really, God knows how many different purposes, but that would be one. Would be looking for alternative technological developments. Different evolutions of humanity, and perhaps other species as well. Um, and that's not to say that, as they're doing this, maybe they can come in and influence us to move our trajectory forward in different directions, to see what that intervention results in terms of technology. If you kind of see what I'm ultimately getting at from that kind of point of view.
That's
Would,
there's an article on um, the intelligent design of humanity on our website. In the first, I don't know, first page and a half, I literally kind of go through that idea of, well, if our meat suit hasn't changed much, what has changed in the way we think is primarily the point I'm getting at. And with the ability to control the meat suit, or at least overload the meat suit, it can definitely push humanity into particular ways of thinking and producing such things like you were saying with Aristotle or with Newton and the apple and those sorts of things. Sorry, go ahead, Dover.
Oh, it's okay. Wouldn't it make sense that maybe you would re-engineer? So in this metaphor, right? In And by the way, JT, the idea of there being a physical base reality that is producing our video game Apple VR, AR, whatever you want to call it, version, like that doesn't even ontologically conflict with what I think is possible, or likely even. Um, but wouldn't it make sense that you would re-engineer the next hybrid human that comes after the reset, right before the reset, and that when Bob Lazar says we've been tinkered with 65 times, we might have had 65 cataclysms, 65 resets, 65 rounds of abductions and intentional directed devolution?
I mean, that makes sense, and it's quite. So there's some questions here, right? And specifically, there is a question about whether we've been through this 65 times. Let's just take your random number and say, okay, we've been through this 65 times, right?
For instance, yeah.
For instance, there's no reason necessarily to assume there's going to be a 66th. That's the first thing, right? So when we talk about like the oncoming,
Unless we're like an energy source, right? Unless that metaphor applies. Of course, that doesn't
however,
fit in with the conquering thing. I admit
okay,
that, right? But if we're an
okay,
important energy source, it would make sense, I would assume.
oh wait, no, but okay, so their data is that there is a progression that we are going through. And at the beginning of that progression, we're running around and sticking it to the man. And then we're in the tube. And at the end of that, we're not really
No, I'm
us
totally
anymore,
with you. From
right?
the
So
story you laid.
so at that point, there probably isn't a simulation.
Yeah, you mean we're
Okay,
withering away. There's like,
correct.
3/4
So
of my left hemisphere in a vat and maybe
okay,
a quarter of my right hemisphere in the real
and
doomer.
remember what Sasha said, and that was why I promoted her, okay, her appearance. Um, she had a lot of information about the particular effects that the pole shift would have on people, and it was like a degaussing, and it would eliminate, people's would just go blank, right? Like they were shut off. Their personality would just go blank. They wouldn't have any memories or whatever. And she said, it took that information, they put it, and she said, oh, it's like it's on a computer disk, and they put it on a shelf. Like that's some great metaphor when in fact it's probably on a computer disk and someone's putting it on a shelf because they've got the information that they need. Like everyone going blank is everyone getting cut off from base level, right? So
It's that moment
it,
in the Matrix where the woman with the short haircut stares into the camera and then they just pull the plug.
yeah. Look, here's the thing, right? Like what is it that would cause that to happen? All the people just going blank like that. The events that we perceive here as being like mechanistic, as being physical events, they're metaphorical because this is all in our minds, right? Just like brainstorms. We say, oh, a brainstorm is a metaphor where you compare something happening in your brain to the lightning. Well, in fact, maybe the lightning is a metaphor for what's going on in our brains. In that same way, right? The pole shift that we experience here, that's intended to traumatize us so deeply, is also probably a metaphorical representation of something that's happening to us in that fucking basement. All right, and so it seems to me like there's a pretty strong indication that this might be the time when they pull the lever on everyone, or a lot of people. She also mentioned, she said, look, some people are going to be set free. She said it's like some people are set free. I don't understand it, but some people are set free. And I
And
would,
just to be clear, set free meaning
well, that
killed
was
and they have the
her term. That was her term, and I don't
that was her term.
I
Yeah,
don't
okay.
know how she would explain it, right? But I would interpret that to be, because we're talking about being set free, returning to source, or moving back into the regular cycle of reincarnation. I mean, that is the only set free that I understand in this context.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And I was going through, by the way, this comparatively empty vessel, Dan. I hope I've managed to push all of your things up there. I have once again too many windows, too many screens, too much crypto.
It's all good.
I have a meme coin in a vat bleeding, and I'm trying
Yeah,
to
add that on
squeeze.
top of everything else.
Yeah. No
And
pressure.
no, so whatever I'm missing, whatever diagrams, just unmic yourself and humiliate me in public
Oh no,
because
man.
I can. No, I'm serious. Like, let
No,
me know
we've
because
got it all
these
up.
are amazing. Okay.
Yeah, we've
Well,
got
I
it
know
all up.
Fringe has been waiting for a while. I think she's
yeah,
got
go
something
ahead.
going.
Oh, that's
Fringe,
okay. I'm always waiting. Because I have a lot of stuff too. I know everybody is enjoying the conversation. So, Mike, I just want to put out there that we're missing a major piece of this puzzle, and that is the spiritual war that's going on. I'm not sure where that fits into the data, but the data is missing a giant piece or many pieces of the puzzle. I just want to throw that out there. I don't know what's missing, but it's missing. It's missing a really big piece, and it has to do with the spiritual war. A couple of things. one question from the audience and then have a couple more things. Are the grays playing a role in the death trap and the soul recycling?
They don't appear in the data at that point. They do appear in the very beginning, but at this point, I can say, at least according to the data we have thus far, which is what, 3 or 4 different projects on the death process, I have not seen them yet.
Is there a chance you're seeing represent what they're trying to represent? So, in the abduction research and in the near death experience, they're definitely present.
Okay, it's possible. I'm not saying that we're the ultimate authority on the truth in the matter. It's just the data
Yeah,
that
no,
we do
just
have
trying to
says no.
fit pieces together. Yeah.
I agree with you. There is a spiritual war here, most of which occurs in the mind on a daily basis. But yeah, it's an aspect that I want to target. Not only just the spiritual war, but the idea of spirituality. How does it relate? How synonymous with consciousness is it? Is it a different sphere of influence compared to consciousness? What is its relationship with the I am witness? I agree, 100%. It is missing.
Yeah, there's something missing to it, that we're just, spoils of war and we're hooked up into the pods for a grand experiment. There's something big missing there.
And Fringe,
Um,
Dan mentioned the Greys had some sort of a role in the beginning. Is it okay if we just
oh,
go
sure,
into
go
that?
ahead. And then I just have a couple more.
Really, the only data we have on that is where were we at? Let me take a look, see where the sketch is. It would have been fence. Nope. Cause. Nope. Somewhere in the origin of Homo sapiens sapiens. I want to say it was the purpose of the origin. They show up after the defeat. They're captured by what I believe to be us at that point. Whether that's base reality in simulation, I can't tell you, because some of it gets a little convoluted sometimes in my head, and I have a hard time wrapping my brain around it, trying to understand several different perspectives, let alone at several different dimensions or levels to what's going on. They show up as some sort of messenger. My guess is perhaps the messenger from the conquerors, and they're involved with some aspect of the ending of the war through a treatise. That's really the only spot where they show up.
Fringe, does the term messenger bother you as much as it bothers me when you hear that with the Greys?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so one of the last things well, it's not the last thing, but for this hand raise, what does base reality look like? Who's there? What do the Archons look like? Do they have physical bodies? What else is there in base reality besides this facility?
To me, in my data about what happens if you do not go into the light, this idea of going to the quote unquote promised land, I'm hanging out with a dog in nature. A cabin in the woods, in the mountains, with a nice stream. No one else is around. That's really the only data point that I could really stand on to say what it's like. My guess, based and inferred from that data, is it's very much like here, in the natural state of our planet. It's a whole lot less people.
And does that planet go through cataclysm? And what do the Archons look like?
way. No.
I'm not sure. We don't have too much. The only aspects of data we have about them is they're very militaristic and they wear uniforms of some degree. There is a hierarchy of power for sure. That comes up in the lunar wave material. It comes up in the original coffee stuff, which is the origin of Homo sapiens sapiens. They do pop up a little bit in the subsequent data about the origin of Homo sapiens sapiens, but that's really all we know about them. And again, that's another thing that we're looking forward to trying to tackle.
I mean, I obviously hate this fucking rock, but don't you have something in your data pointing toward whether or not, well, I guess it's hard, right? If they engineered hominids here, but like, is this a planet we were brought to manage the experiment, or do you have anything that our home is somewhere else?
Data wise, no,
Yeah.
we don't have anything. Culturally, intuitively, We're not from here. My
Yeah.
personal opinion. That's not data. It's just an opinion. I believe many different races were brought here and
Yeah.
dumped off, essentially, and used and abused.
In the simulation or in at base reality?
My guess was base reality.
Yeah, I tend to think so as well. And I mean, bearing in mind that the data does talk about the idea that the hominids native to Earth, base reality Earth, are the ones who were genetically engineered in the first place. So those creatures no longer exist. And just to jump back a second, yes, it's not the strongest data set, but what data we do have on base reality would pretty strongly indicate that it is. Yeah, I don't love the terminology, but I think to
Prison
kind of get
planet.
us at least on the same page, I would describe it as kind of a more idyllic version of this Earth, probably cleaner, probably far less populated. Um, as far as the state of technology outside of the oppressors, the Archons, who are really running the show, I tend to think they're running the show very much behind the scenes in base reality. So, it's an well, and again, I've said this a couple of times, but the original reality, base reality, seems to be not exactly aligned with, but much more along the lines of what the love and lighters tend to think of in terms of incarnating and the Earth and what it's like, what it's about, what it's all for, and that sort of thing. So from what limited data we have on that, again, I would just use the term idyllic. It's a much more idyllic place to be than the Earth that we find ourselves on here and now.
Do you have any data that suggests every single biological thing on Earth is designed, engineered, artificially?
I'm not sure that we can say one way or another
Okay.
at this stage.
Fringe, I sense you have a ton more questions. Let's
Of course, I have a ton more questions, but we're getting hammered in the back channels for audience questions
it's a
as well.
dark space. Let them
I
blow us up. We'll let them up.
I was hoping
Let it rip. We can't wait another 6,000 years. We'll let everybody come up, but I think I've gotten pretty much all my questions. I can sort of confidently say I won't be interrupting until the next reset. So let it
I
rip.
was
Like I
hoping
want
we
you.
could talk about spiritual warfare for a minute because Fringe had
Yeah.
brought it up. We kind of just dropped it. All right. That is why I am here. All right. That I'm here for the same and in additional reasons to the reason why Morgan and Dan are here. All right. I am here because what we are here to do is to wake people up to what is going on. There's a lot of distancing language that comes in from just trying to look at things from a scientific or objective standpoint. The Archons aren't just dudes, they're evil. All right. We, the souls, spirits, whatever you want to call us, we are from the world of light. This is not the world of light. And base level, it's not the world of light. That was an experience that we were having. All right. They, well, and that would be a long discussion about what the ancients told us about them and where they come. But they don't believe. They're blind. They're not the same as us. They don't have the spark of divinity in them, or it's not the same. It's hidden in someone. They don't believe that there's anything but them. It's unanimous on that. They don't believe there's anything but their base level material reality, right? And that is what the spiritual warfare is, and that's what it always has been. So when you talk about you want to get into the Bible, what do you think that set the prisoners free means? What prisoners? Right? When Jesus was talking to the two Jews and they said, "Look, what are you talking about? We are the seed of Abraham. We have never been slaves. How are you going to set us free?" And he said it's a spiritual slavery, right? Spiritual is the word that we use now that was to translate a number of ancient words that meant simulation. I mean, there's thousands of years of baggage here of people trying to explain things, because as we got more distant from those events and we started to change, people had to sort of rationalize to create all these explanations, right? But that's, I mean, immaterial, right? Spiritual, it's immaterial. Was that what it meant? Not of this simulation, not of this perceived material reality. This is a battle of good and evil. Okay. However, we are here. Well, most of us are here because they signed those fucking contracts. All right. Because they agreed to be part of it. That is why when you say, are there positive non-human intelligences out there in the universe, and what are they doing? Well, number one, right, they know we're dead in the tubes. Okay, that's the first thing. So
that's the positive message.
no, but okay, so there's only so much they can do, but they know there's suffering involved, and they want to relieve that suffering. They want to awaken people to what is going on, but there's nothing active they can do. There's no active solution, and we agreed to this. All right. So, but yes, that's what is happening. That's why he was here in this world. In the ancient times, all right, they knew this in the ancient times. The Greeks said this is not the real world. They knew this. The real world is on the other side of the black sun, and that's another discussion entirely. All right. This was Hades. All right. When Jesus died, he descended to Tartessus to speak to the fallen angels. This is Hades, the land of forgetfulness. This is death. This is what those three terms, Gehenna, Hades, Tartessus, are all translated as hell. There were three separate things, three types of hell, and this is one of them. And this is what's going on. We're trying to awaken people because that's the only chance to get out. But the problem here, you have to understand, is that human nature has been changed, and has been changed to make people do extreme. It's changed to make us evil in our interactions with each other, habitually so. Not entirely so, but habitually so. And in certain very specific ways, to give us vices, certain very specific vices. And we are the ones maintaining this prison. We are the ones keeping each other in chains. And that is the problem. No one is guiltless in this scenario, because the things that we do the no good, dirty, rotten things that human beings do to each other, one, we are collaborating and creating the suffering that others are feeding off of. Two, we are creating this attachment and these karmic debts with each other that keeps everyone involved in this. All right. We're the prisoners, we're the capos in the camp. We're the prisoners selling each other out every day. And so the spiritual battle, whatever it is out in the universe, okay, it could be very broad, it could be very grand, but our spiritual battle is to overcome these immoral behaviors, these evil habits that keep each other chained in this, at very best, purgatory. At very best, purgatory, and at worst, a form of hell. And if it doesn't happen, it is quite possible that this will go on forever. That is why we are here, to awaken people. And this has been going on for 2,000 years. And here's the thing, Fringe, that was us. That was us. You were there too. That is what is going on.
Wait,
that was one iteration.
Was us? That
was us in the Roman Empire. This is the story. This is what we're trying to tell you. That was us.
What was us? What's that?
Okay, that was our reincarnation, right?
Like being recycled is what he's saying. Or
Well, yeah,
and the early Christian community, what do you think is going on? The early Christian community was the intuitive underground. That's word for word. If they were going to say, if you translated it into Greek at that time and said, who is it? That would identify that as the intuitive underground. That is what I'm telling you. We keep going through this. As they reset us, we keep remembering who we are, setting off on this path, and then they recycle us again. But that was us.
We forget it, right? Like,
correct. We were those Christians hiding in those caves. That is the spiritual battle. The spiritual battle is to awaken each other and to get each other to stop preying on each other, collaborating with forces of darkness in high places. That is word for word what it says. All right, I'm sorry, I'm getting all wound up. You see, I get fired up, and that's why I try
It's
to
okay.
remain
I
calm.
mean, now's the time to do it. It's the end of the world, JT. So it's all right.
It could be. I mean, I don't know. Is it better if it's the end of the world or if we have to go through this again? Because a lot of
I
us don't
mean,
want to go through this again.
That's what I meant by the end of the world.
Yeah.
That's
All
what I
right.
meant by that. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Fringe.
Okay, so a few things. Number one, I'm all in on that, and on most of the things you said. But there's something that's not making sense to me. So let's say, so Christ came and broke the contract, paid with his blood, and bought us back. Let's say he bought us back from whatever the sale was or whatever, let's just say any of that is true. And you're right, we're collaborating with the dark forces and we're creating our own prison. We're racking up all this karmic debt. All those things could be true. What does not make sense to me is that how we get out of this place is not potentially aligning with the person, the being, God himself, in my personal opinion, who came to break the contract and paid with his blood, and we follow him out of here with an allegiance. It doesn't make sense to me that all we have to do is wake up. That makes no sense. So we wake up in the simulation and we all agree, and let's just say every single person in this room, and we have 144,000 people who are willing to focus our consciousness and be aware, and we know we're trapped and we're in the sim, and we know we're in these, we're maybe a brain floating in a vat somewhere hooked into the simulation. How does waking up in the simulation get us out of the simulation? That's the part that makes zero sense to me.
That's
It doesn't make sense that we're going to kill ourselves in the base reality by waking up in the simulation. So I'd like that part explained. I am of the opinion that Christ has purchased us back. I think we got ourselves into a contract willingly, probably tricked, but willingly, and that we were actually purchased back, and that purchase, though, requires an allegiance. But I would like to know how waking up, even collectively waking up, can get us out of the simulation and keep us from being recycled.
okay. So
I'm
this
gonna
gets
jump
us
in.
into
JT, give me a
And,
second.
and you have to keep in mind our physical bodies that are physically in a base reality somewhere hooked into the simulation. What happens to those bodies? Where do we go after that once we are successfully unplug and kill those bodies?
The only thing I would say is really kind of an offshoot of what you just said. Waking up, say everybody on the planet, Christ consciousness across the board. It destroys the experiment is about the only thing I can really say on that front. And the only other thing I want to add is those contracts were signed under duress. And that's about it.
Which is possibly why we were potentially rescued by this being called Christ,
Right,
potentially.
showing, right.
Yeah. But
here's the problem that we get into this, right? Here's the answer to your question. The problem we get into is that what it means to be a Christian and what we believe about it has changed radically over time. And we know that to be true because we have the documents. So I
okay,
understand
I'm
where you're
not
coming from.
arguing that, JT, though. I want to know how our physical bodies get unplugged from the matrix, and then what happens after that. What's the end game here?
Okay. So, but the question was why? Okay, you keep skirting around the question. So, these your basic position is one of grace, right? And without getting into deep religious things, we're purchased back.
I
We go
didn't
through our
say
life.
that.
Oh,
I didn't
okay,
say
but-
that, JT. I didn't
Okay.
say that.
Okay. So, without putting anything, okay, we have been purchased back. So, did you say that? I'm not making things up, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm saying
All right.
I'm saying this is a possibility.
Okay. You have to turn away from the behaviors that keep other people down.
I'm with you there. I'm with you.
Okay. Yes, and that is the answer.
But then
Because-
what? So
because-
staying away
and-
from the behaviors unplugs
the
us
end.
from base reality?
Morgan went into this, right? After you turn away from the light, you try to get out, they put you on trial, basically. It's the accounting, where they go through the things that you have done. All right. And that is when they're going to tell you you're going to get sentenced to stay here forever. All right. And
Right.
some of that, it may be unjust, but in the context of what he's saying, it's real. It's a judgment. And it's a judgment based on, right, what we're going into. We have to, make a case for ourselves. Now, Morgan's case is to say the whole thing is a scam. Like this whole thing is a scam, and I didn't agree to that. And maybe that's true. But the reality is the way they have changed us, that is a very real thing. And we do things every day that most of us don't even think are wrong, that are a big problem, that are trapping us here. And
I agree with that, but we're never
okay,
going to be perfect enough to escape that
I,
judgment.
I understand you're never going to be perfect, but people who believe that, you know, they're doing really well, they aren't. Okay, that's the whole thing. So, you know, you have to look at this argument. I'm not saying you have to believe it. What I'm saying is you have to look at this argument as being like already in purgatory, already in a form of hell. Okay, that's the argument.
I
Well,
want to go ahead. Go ahead.
Just real quickly, I would say, you know, ultimately, I think maybe that's part of the trap. That's part of the problem, because, you know, human nature is such that we have these, you know, idyllic ideological tendencies. And excuse me, you know, how often have you ever heard people say something to the effect of, you know, oh, if we could all just get along, or if all we got to do is all just get together and do this. But realistically, that's never going to happen, because humans disagree with each other. They have varying motivations. So it's kind of, I expect that's part of the self-sustaining nature of the trap, if you see what I'm kind of getting at with that.
Right. So I think we're saying the same thing, or maybe not. But what I'm saying is we're never going to pass that trial. And first of all, it's designed against us, right? We're never going to pass it. So how does what we're discussing in this room and awareness and being better people is what I think you're saying, JT. We're not going to ever be perfect people, which might be part of the design in the first place. How does this, and maybe we just don't know the answer to that today. Maybe there's, you know, future targets. How does our physical body that is plugged in, possibly just a brain, in a tube, in water, or in whatever that vile liquid is, how does that stop? And what happens after that stop? So we pass our karmic thing, or we don't, or we turn away from the light, whatever that is that happens. How does that affect the physical body that's plugged into base reality, keeping us in the simulation?
I would suggest it dies, which in base reality is the equivalent of them losing one power cell in their battery. So the more power cells they lose, the weaker their influence is, or the weaker their ultimate source of power is. And maybe there is a threshold at which we cross where they can no longer power their experiments, or, well, I'm getting far off into speculative territory. Dan has something to add to that.
So basically, the idea that I would say that inferred from the data, from some of the conversation we're talking here today, actually, wreck their experiment, choose the death, choose to end the experiment at a mass scale to the point where they can no longer carry on with their experiment. At that point, going through the natural death process at base reality, whether that means moving to a higher density dimension or going back to source, at very worst, it ends the experiment and takes away
And what's your best method that you're thinking of right now, Dan, for that? To kill the physical body and to find out what happens after that.
Choose to not go to the light. Refuse to accept their authority.
And what about the karmic judgment thing?
That's not for them to judge.
Okay, so you're saying reject it all, which is kind of what we talked about earlier in the space.
Ruin the experiment, take the energy away from them, take the technology away from them, or at least the progress of the technology away from them. And it's no longer worth it to them anymore. At some point, you would have to shut the experiment down, or at least call this particular, Terra Earth experiment a loss. And
at what point do they unplug us themselves? Do they threaten to do that? At what point do they just unplug us all? Or does that not serve them in any way?
I
I
would think
think
it
they
doesn't
do.
serve them in any way. They want to keep it going at least until they get what they're after. And ultimately, it's an energy source. It's a battery, probably of one of thousands, if not millions or billions, throughout several different galaxies or our galaxy. Like I have no idea of the scope, but the idea is to stop it.
And what are they after, or did you not determine that yet? You said they were searching for
Well,
something.
energy for sure. We know that for sure. Um, the technology, I think today we've sussed out that that's most likely another part of it is an endless supply of new technology over however amount of time, if time even exists at that level. And they're searching for something else. I'm not sure yet. We're gonna find out. It's just we
That's the
don't know
missing
yet.
part
Yeah,
right
that's
there.
one of
That's
a
what we're
couple of
missing.
handful of missing parts.
Yeah.
Yeah, there absolutely. I mean, I would be the first to acknowledge the fact that our picture is we have a pretty solid big picture concept here. There are absolutely a number of specific data points that we have not sussed out yet. Just by way of what I call the nature of discovery, I often reference, there's a quote by Neil Armstrong, and it's something to the effect of, what is it? Mystery creates wonder, and wonder is the basis of mankind's desire to understand. And I say, yes, that's correct. However, in reality, it may be mirroring our reality. It is a cyclical process, the nature of discovery. So I think a more accurate take on that quote would be, mystery creates wonder, wonder leads us to discovery, but discovery leads to more mystery, because with each data point that we uncover, we hypothetically uncover 5 more questions we didn't know to ask in the first place.
And I'm not sure we're meant to have the big picture. I'm not sure we're meant to know everything, especially if we're in a simulation. Oh, go
Well,
ahead,
again,
JT.
if
Go
we're not,
ahead. Or
Yeah.
just really
So
quickly, if we're not meant to know, that that could be the design of the system, which would mean it is our destiny to go against that design, and we absolutely should know. I'm just saying that's on the table as well. Go go
go
ahead,
ahead, JT. I wanted to,
yeah,
of course, have more
I
questions.
yeah, no, I may not have I realize I may not have articulated clearly. Um, so they, if you part of the experiment or the experiments they're running, right? Our behavior is a necessary part of that because they're attempting to inflict suffering on us, and we're the tool that does that to each other, right? So if you become so no one unplugs themselves, they unplug us, right? When they ascertain that having you here is not to their benefit, you're a failed experiment. And that's when you get unplugged. And the
Well, can
way
that
that,
happen at any moment, JT? I mean, I've
yeah,
gotten some
yeah,
massive punishment from these
yeah,
creatures for going against,
right.
their narrative.
What do you think temptation is, right? Temptation is them trying to, or punishment, right? Is them trying to get you back on track. Is them trying to course correct the experiment that you're a part of and get you to do what they want you to do. Once they recognize you aren't compatible with their experiment, you're free. That's what it comes down to. So it's, we can make value judgments, but what it really comes down to is these traits, these character traits that people have, these habitual behaviors, make them compatible with the experiment or incompatible with the experiment. So it's not a matter of moral perfection or moral imperfection. It's not a matter of my personal judgment of someone or not. It's a matter of the person proving to be compatible or incompatible with the experiment, with their behavior.
Could it
And
be a matter of allegiance, JT, aligning with well, you called them the dark forces, or not?
there are certainly people aligned with the what we call the dark archons. I'm just using different terms, right? There are definitely people aligned with the archons, but most people don't recognize that they're aligned with the archons, right? So when we go back, when we look at this, okay, the specific things I'm talking about are not things that you would expect to be considered wrong, right? So, I mean, we can go back, and again, like people get turned off by the religious aspect of it, right? But these are things that have changed. Okay, so you can't be rich. You can't. If you're rich, if you're wealthy, you're locked in. That's it. Okay. Originally, it was you were a sinner if you even advocated for a wealthy person.
Can
You
I
said something
interrupt
good
you,
about it.
JT?
Yeah.
Who made the rules? And if we're only in the in the Archon sim,
Okay.
who made that rule that you just
And so
brought up?
we'll look back at it, right? About the original claircognizant movement was the Gnostic Christian movement, but they weren't alone because there was a pagan version called Hermeticism, and that was around prior to, during, and after um, Jesus, right? And the Gnosticism was the Christian version, which of course began after Jesus, came from Paul and John. Um, However, a lot of those early documents have been erased, okay, or um, tucked away someplace. So there was a document called the Didache, which was basically the first religious pamphlet. It was created by the 12 disciples and their disciples, and it outlined what you can and can't do. So that was the Christian perspective of it, and that's where it says straight up, you can't. You know, if you're wealthy, you're not part of this. Okay. However, in Hermeticism, they outlined it from a non-religious standpoint, and they outlined, and that's where the astrology comes in, because it's the 7 planets, right, are the 7 seals in Christianity, but the 7 planets are related to the archons in Hermeticism and Gnosticism, and because they represent the archonic forces, they represent the 7 ways they changed us specifically, and one of them, right, is the planet Jupiter, and the planet Jupiter represents the evil impulses that result from wealth. So even the non-Christians in the Hermetics, you know, the non-Christian Hermetics pagans in ancient Greece and Rome said the same thing that the Christians said. They just weren't Christian. And in order to get out, you had to overcome these 7 specific habitual character traits. And one of them is you had to overcome the evil impulses connected to wealth, for instance. Another one was evil machination. You had to overcome the tendency to ambush people for personal gain. There's 7 of them, like the 7 ancient planets, and we remember them now as the 7 deadly sins, although they've been changed as time goes on, right? But the Orthodox Church still has them. They're called aerial toll houses, because the original conception of life after death was you would go from one planet to another, and at each planet you would be confronted by beings and have to give the archons and have to give up the trait related to the archons. Now, I'm not saying it was metaphorical, it was non-metaphorical. I'm not making a statement about that. I'm saying this was a universal truth at that time, understood by both Christians and non-Christians. And so that's where we're coming from. Like, they all understood that. We have 2,000 years between us and that. So again, it's not like what we think is moral, immoral. It was a certain 7 specific, or a group of specific traits that keep this simulation running. And those are the things that you have to turn away from in order to get out. That according to the ancient Gnostics and other clairvoyant movements from that time. And I believe that shows up in, they've never looked, right, specifically, but I believe that that's what's showing up in their work when they talk about the origin of emotions, and when they're talking about like this, you know, this trial, which is unjust. You know, the presupposition here is that we're the good guys because we're the victims. So that's a very modern assumption. Being the victim makes you the good guy. That's a modern thing. All right. From a traditional standpoint, we're not the good guy in this. Just because we're victims, don't make us the good guy. We're the bad guy. All right, because we went along with it. So that is how it works. Like, as far as getting out is concerned, from the sum of the data from claircognizance and clairvoyance from about 2,500 years until today. And I believe that's in their data, although it isn't explicitly articulated in some ways.
Okay,
That's
so
all.
I think you did. So I've just been looking for this piece of the puzzle that seems that's a logical bridge between us being in this place and how to get out. And I think you might have just touched on it. So can you go over these the 7 deadly sins that you brought up in the way that you learned them, not necessarily the way we hear them today? Did we lose you, JT, or your mic might be muted?
Yeah, there we go. I think he's recycling himself.
Ulrich, do you understand what I'm saying? I need a logical
I do.
explanation for how, getting out, how turning away from the.
I do. And I think the thing is, and I have a well-developed feminine side, and so it's my feminine intuition that I think is reading your mind right now. I think there are two things that you're asking. One, we have the spiritual component, meaning more expressly meaning moral, because there's clearly morality is clearly at stake. And then you're also asking practically, what is the software to hardware, what is the soul to material interface that is the leverage from volition and willpower into materially making a difference to whatever remaining parts of our rotting brains existing in the vat that is a difference. I think that's what you're saying.
Yes,
Let
I
me
need to know how turning away from the light and how, telling them to fuck themselves during this life review. How does that get me out of here? Because I still have a physical body that's plugged into the simulation. This is what I need to know.
So
one thing-
I'm now happy because you dropped the F-bomb in this space, and that's what I needed to make this the darkest space possible. That's
Okay, I need to know what this. Oh, go ahead, Dan.
Go ahead.
I had it and I lost it.
I'm sorry. That's because I interrupted.
In the data. No, you're fine. In the data, they're searching for particular people who are resisting the system, people who are successfully overcoming the barriers or resistance to giving them what they want. And it seems as if they are plucking these people out and they're not in the next cycle. What they do with them at that point, I don't know. At least according to the data.
It just gets worse.
Yeah.
It does.
So for me, in this point, and I'm going to touch on some of the love and light here a little bit. Again, neophyte. Only been looking into this material for about 3 or 4 months. But the idea of 100th monkey syndrome, of trying to get the magic number of people together conscious-wise to raise their consciousness to the idea of a Christ consciousness. Again, Christ, Jesus, showing the way, how to teach people, not be a part of the 7 deadly sins. And rendering yourself neutral to the situation as things are occurring to you. Being balanced not only in your positivity, but also in your negativity. Being at peace with your shadow self, the things that make you angry, anxious, traumatized, emotionally susceptible to giving off this energy to what it is that they're seeking as one of their many components that they're looking for out of the test subjects. If we could manage to get a significant amount of people or witnesses, I am, that sort of energy, that maybe perhaps it might make them and force their hand to end the experiment. And then everyone at that point, don't go to the light, choose the death. Maybe you wake up in a better spot. Maybe you don't. According to the data, none of that, what I've just said, is a part of that. These are all inferences on cultural sources and personal beliefs and opinions. This is not data.
I would actually suggest no. There is data. There is data about what happens if you don't go into the light. It's you. Okay, so let's say I use the language of, it's like in base reality that battery cell dies. Well, that battery cell is captured soul energy, so it then dies
in base reality. Morgan, are we talking about base reality, captured soul energy?
Yes. And I think that what happens, in fact, I don't actually just think this, I'm quite certain based on the data. We have several data points that show us that at that time, one dies in base reality. Well, your soul is then free. Now, at that point, you have kind of two options, except it seems that at such a time as your body dies in base reality and your soul is then free, you can do one of two things. You can choose to reincarnate, I believe, in base reality. The other option is, for lack of a better way to put it, is return to source, return to God, become a part of that initial mind of God or God's consciousness, the primordial thought. It's quite clearly outlined in a few of the sessions. Actually, it literally shows the soul dissipating back into its original form, or its from whence it came.
Which is how the third Matrix ends if you accept that God is an AI, right? That's how Neo merges with the
I never
machines.
saw any of the Matrix movies
That's
past
probably
the
good
first
for your
one.
soul if you haven't seen the last two. I mean, the second and the third.
And I would just infer from what he just said and add to it that if we can get enough of the population inside the cells to reject the system,
So
would they be
I
able
want
to
to give.
restart it with fresh NPCs? I don't know.
So I don't know the answer to this, but I want to give Fringe a concrete answer conceptually. So I'm going to make this is going to ruin the space. Everybody tune out now. Just run, unfollow me, block me. But I want to give a stupid, really simple example. The Phantom app in the crypto world is an easier to use crypto wallet. It's a lot friendlier and it combines a lot of them in one. But it's I somewhat have my doubts whether it's really that safe, because about a few months ago, I put my fingerprint on my iPad and it didn't read. And then rather than saying like put in your passcode, it just said you weren't able to biometrically authenticate. Go to the settings, but there was nothing wrong with the settings. I was just locked out. And this this wallet had a lot in there that was really important. And if I didn't have like a redundant wallet with the same private keys, I would have been pretty fucked. But it just locked me out. And then I just had to pray to the Sumerian gods. And then after a couple hours, it would retry the fingerprint. But it was just completely done. Right. And so the question is, how does software result in a destruction of hardware? You have the most software layer. If we're talking about a video game, you can talk about the screen, you can talk about the pixels being painted, right? But from a software level, there are different layers of abstraction, different layers of code. So when people learn like a language like JavaScript, for instance, that itself is not even the source code. The source code is just an interface so that the computer can write something that's English-ish and get closer to the zeros and ones. And what the source code is actually doing is it's one language in between. The computer language is just on and off, it shows up as zeros and ones, and the source code gets you as an interface in between. And then at the more baser level, you're really just talking with an electrical switch that's either on or off. And what can happen with software is the closer you get to the metal, that means you're dealing more with machine code. You're dealing with a 0 and a 1. And the closer you get to the metal, the closer you're dealing with hardware. So, for instance, it's possible if you have a software interface where you're dealing with, let's say, the amount of energy that is allotted to be used from the battery, the literal battery of the computer. You have actual software that says this is how much energy we're allotting to the processor. This is how much energy we're allotting to paint the pixels on the screen. And if you change the software, you can burn up your battery. You could theoretically make it explode. And so there's a really real practical example where software does have a hardware interface. And here in this metaphor, where our will, where our consciousness interfaces with the software of the virtual reality, it cannot practically extract whatever energy, whatever it has from our souls. And it would be the equivalent of like a broken phantom wallet that you can't use, or more severely, it would be the equivalent of like a battery that overheats and explodes your Samsung phone. Android people, don't hate me. All right. it would be the equivalent of this. And so whether our brain is rendered inert or useless, or whether the software just can't perform its function to actually extract the energy, it does make sense to me. And I hope that answers more of the interface
May
side
I?
of the question, French.
Well,
Yeah, that's very mechanical. So I just, before they dump me again, I wanted to give you the answer because they, no, I mean, I'm not, maybe I dumped me, maybe it was my subconscious, but I just dropped out as soon as I tried to give you the answer.
No, I
So
did not dump you, man. This
no,
is
not you. No,
okay.
I'm
Okay.
making
All right.
okay. So look, the Archons are the gods. Okay. When like St. Paul talks about the powers and the principalities of the air, um, back in the day, there was astrotheology was, Roman mythology, Greek mythology, Egyptian mythology. It's all astrotheology, Norse mythology. And so the gods are individuals and they're also associated with specific planets. And so that was something that was universal at the time, that understanding. And that each of the 7 planets represented, it was a planet, it was a person, and also a principality. It was a person, it was gods with whole hosts of people following them, and they also represented a specific character trait, which we would look at as an evil, but at the time they did not look at it as an evil. And I guess we don't. We've gone back to paganism now. We don't look at them as evil anymore either. So Mercury, the moon represented increase and decrease. And it's hard to translate into a modern sense, but ups and downs. It's very difficult to translate that into a modern idea. But the whole ebb and flow thing, the whole idea that we accept, anyhow, let me go. The moon was evil machinations. Sorry, Mercury was evil machinations, right? So no, Odin is Mercury, right? He's not Jupiter. And if you think about the traits of Odin and his evil machinations, he most closely represents Mercury. Venus is false longing, right? Venus is the longing that we put upon objects of our desire for money or people. It's not really real, right? And I'm not just saying that from the Matrix standpoint. I'm saying the desire and longing that you have for another human being is not real. It's never real, even in the Matrix. It's based on imaginary traits you ascribe to them. Mars is unholy presumption, or we would look at it as aggression. The sun is the arrogance of the ruler. The Jupiter is the evil impulses that come from wealth, and Saturn is the lying in wait to ambush people for personal gain. And when you look at astrology, books and books and books have been written on the influences of the planets, but that's because it's 2,000 years between us now and them at the beginning. So as the way people think has changed, as culture changes the way people think and our presuppositions about life, it takes a lot to kind of explain to people, right? So you can't say well, everything associated with Jupiter is the evil impulses that come from wealth, because people don't see it as evil anymore. So you have to write great books to kind of explain all the ways the planets can influence you. The influence is not in the planets. Astrology is and astrotheology before astrology. It's an analog simulation model. It's like a computer simulation of reality, but without any digital technology. That's all it is. And those 7 traits are 7 transpersonal behavior sets that people can't really see in themselves. And they work in cycles, they work in patterns that we can't really perceive in our environment, in much the same way that an ant or a wasp has behavior patterns relating to interacting with other ants and wasps, but they can't really reason through why. They don't really know, it just happens. The same thing happens with human beings, and that's what you study when you look at astrology. But before then, it was Hermeticism and Gnostic Christianity, and that's what they were talking about. So it was originally called the aerial toll houses, and the idea was that after you died, you ascended from planet to planet, and your goal was to get back to the stars where you came from. But you had to ascend from each, you had to go to each planet and you had to formally release or relinquish that trait. You had to turn away from it, repent of it, and no longer participate in it. You had to prove at each planet that you were not expressing that character trait anymore. And that was absorbed into early Christianity, where they did have the concept of aerial toll houses. They still have it in Orthodox Christianity, but Catholicism moved away from that, and over time they translated into 7 deadly sins, which roughly approximate. So like gluttony is Jupiter. It's not the same thing as the evil impulses of wealth, but if you try to explain it to someone, like, you'd have to go through a number of steps. But I think that we can all understand, being intelligent people, that gluttony, from a perspective of somebody in a world of scarcity, would be an evil impulse associated with wealth, right? So that's where the 7 deadly sins come from. What purpose they serve, the reason they were engineered into us, is that they create and maintain the matrix of suffering. So we'll say, as opposed to the matrix that we experience, as opposed to the false reality, the underlying structure of that false reality is a machine, metaphorically speaking, intended to generate as much suffering as possible and maintain people in a position of suffering, both because they feed off it and because it keeps us from awakening. It keeps us from being conscious of our experience, and for preparing for death, or the experience of death, and for preparing to get out, right? And so when you're in a constant state of suffering and agitation and arousal, you can't think about these things objectively. You can't let go of these things. You can't let go of longing. You can't let go of anger and rage. And I'm not saying anger doesn't play a role. Like, I understand what Doomer was saying. Like, yes, there are adaptive reasons, but that natural system, as we've been talking about, right? That natural system has been repurposed to create an evil world, and we are the ones that maintain. We are the structure. The evil world is in our minds. We are the structure. There is no structure in this world that isn't in our mind, and there is no evil that isn't an extent. Well, unless they're coming in here through the VR, right? Isn't an extension of these character traits that human beings have. So while we can go about and say, we're spiritual people, but as long as we maintain these systems, these structures that continue to create the suffering, then we're feeding the system. We are participating in the experiment. And that doesn't end until we stop participating in the experiment, until we stop participating in the creation of suffering for other people, even if it's not direct. It doesn't have to be direct. It doesn't have to be like setting someone on fire or burning them with a match. It doesn't have to be that way. It's creating the system, creating and maintaining the system that allows them to continue suffering. Anyhow, I'm sorry. I'm
Actually,
getting.
that made some sense, JT. Thank you for
Okay.
that.
Yeah, no, and as I talk more, I get more mush mouth, so I apologize for that. I
No,
try to
you're
be.
good. You actually, I think you successfully created the bridge that I was looking for. A couple of things. Number one, the Christ consciousness is a complete and total scam. I'm just throwing that out there, having been around these creatures for way too much of my existence. But I would like to know if anybody has. Are you giving me the O? Are you giving me the open mouth,
I
Doomer
did.
Daddy?
I did. I
Yeah.
never
So the
thought I
whole
would.
idea. Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up. Let me give you 30 seconds. It's a
No,
literal
take
battle
all the
between
time.
good and evil. It is among the gods, and we will choose allegiance to the gods. So the gods who have us trapped, or the God who offered to set us free. That's my personal opinion. The whole idea about the Christ consciousness is because if you believe in Christ consciousness, you don't believe in a literal actual Christ who actually came to actually pay with blood to set us free. But what I would like to know is this idea of there maybe even just being a brain floating around in the tube, and we know that the consciousness is non-local. How is the brain actually housing this soul energy? Do we know the answer to that, if that's even possible? How is just a brain, just a physical brain, housing our consciousness or the soul energy in in just a physical brain that's maybe hooked up to the matrix.
Your assumption that consciousness is non-local is based on a lifetime of experience living inside of a simulation.
Yes, this is
Consciousness is
true.
not.
This is
Yeah.
true.
So
Yeah.
we don't know if it's non-local outside or not. We think so, right? But we're not sure. It's because
Well, it's
people
being
community are
projected. It's being projected into the sim, so it has to be. No?
from the brain. So that's the whole thing. We don't know if it's localized in the brain outside on base level reality or not. It could be,
Okay,
or it may
that's
be the
fair.
same. Yeah.
That's fair. And then how do you guys see the etheric realm? That's somewhat a mirror of our physical reality. Is this just an interface? The etheric realm, and then you have the astral realm, which is a whole other story. How do you guys see those two realms fitting into the base reality versus the simulation?
Well, I mean, I would say things like that are a little bit ill-defined in terms of when you use terms like the astral realm, that kind of to some extent maybe means different things to different people. But I expect that that is the realm in which disembodied non-corporeal forms exist prior to and or perhaps post-death. So pre-incarnation and post-death, I think it's just a as much as anything a state at which you find yourself in.
I just want to do some quick housekeeping. We have 3 million brains stuck in the vat requesting the mic. If you want to know the true count, in case you're in there, you will get there. In this lifetime, just take away the million, and that's how you know how many people are in the queue. I just wanted to give
Where is the 8 billion bodies? Where are the 8 billion bodies in the pods? Like, where are they? That's a giant facility if we have 8 billion bodies in pods.
Maybe hundreds of thousands, maybe a million. I mean,
Are we then back to the NPC thing?
Potentially.
yeah, but NPCs are part of us, right? They're like our multiple personalities almost, because everything is happening inside of our brains.
JT just created 7.9 billion serial killers.
I'm not a serial. I don't know where you made that leap because I'm not a serial killer. So
No, I'm
I don't
saying
know.
anybody.
Oh yeah, you're
I'm
not a
saying
serial
people
killer.
could just
You
be like,
swear.
people could just kill a bunch of people and be like, "Oh, you're just one of my alters." I'm joking. I'm not.
I
I'm
get
not
you.
accusing you.
I mean,
Fringe,
either that or they're little brain organelles running machines, communicating through the web and learning how to sort of be human from us for some stupid reason. I hope that they're just projections. I hope that they're just, an aspect of our personality, because that would be a pretty horrific fate, right? It's like talking about the hybrids. The more real that is, the more horrific that is, because the evil that we're talking about, the things that they've done, the things that they do, right? Last thing in the world you would want is a bunch of children in their hands, right? So the further we get away from that, the more comfortable it is for me, but anything is possible.
And Morgan, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm just enjoying my non-drug induced psychedelic experience. Fringe is asking all the questions I would normally be asking. Yeah, like I didn't mean to cut anybody off here.
No, not at all. That's. I mean, I'm. That's probably really all I have to say on that.
Fringe, what else? What else you got?
I mean, I have a few pages here, but I think it's up to everyone. If you all want to take some audience questions, I know people are anxious to get up and ask their questions.
I did want to say that I got about another 30 minutes for my heart out. I know Morgan is elected to stick around as long as the room is going. I'd imagine JT's about the same. So I did just want to say just a couple of things before we move over to questions, just so I can have a quick chance to kind of say a few things. I just did want to thank you and Doomer. Appreciate your time. Appreciate your interest. These sorts of conversations, whether they occur on X, on YouTube, or down at your local coffee shop. These are kind of things that need to be talked about. These are kind of things that need to be brought into the public awareness so that we can talk about these sorts of things. You can't sit there and just be labeled conspiracy theorists without actually understanding what it is the conspiracy that you're talking about. So if we can get it out there, the more people we can remove from the system, as macabre as that may be. These conversations are awesome opportunities to share patterns of information. The wealth of knowledge that JT has about ancient history, Gnosticism, astrology, and all the other former civilizations. I learn something every time. I'm not much into the UFO phenomenon. According to remote viewing, I've been abducted in some way. I don't recall it, but it's fascinating. It's some stuff I'm going to sink my teeth into more often. Appreciate that. Having these conversations, I'm learning more every time about the data itself. The more I talk about it, it kind of lends itself more towards the teaching/learning dynamic, and how a teacher learns more when they start teaching it, and how much the learner is actually teaching the teacher at the same time. There is one last thing I do want to kind of leave everyone with before we start getting into questions, or before anybody else wants to make some statements. If people haven't read the Bob Monroe material, Far Journeys, Ultimate Journey, and Journeys Out of the Body, his final book, I believe it's Ultimate Journey, there is a time in which where he's describing an experience where he thought he went ahead in time by several 100,000 years with essentially was his future self or his higher mind involved, and was showing him humanity at one point. And if you ever get a chance to read that particular part of the session, or that particular part of the story, where in which he goes back to an Eden-like place, and there's two humans who have complete control of everything around in their environment, speaking with the animals, able to grow food instantaneously. Whether that's instant manifestation or not, I can't tell you. But in the conversations that he's having, or he's through telepathy, is having these conversations with these two humans, at one point they do talk about going home. Things are pretty macabre. This is probably the darkest shit that I've ever dealt with in my lifetime. It's put me on a course that I never would have imagined. It's put me through some dark shit for a couple of years. But once you get used to the ideas and the concepts, and you have your own truth about the matter, and you have your own understanding about the matter, it becomes easier. It becomes easier to talk about and reason with, and provides enough understanding about why our world is the way it is, why our world always seems to be at war. There are reasons for these things. And when we understand those, we can understand that we don't need to be afraid of it at all anymore. One day we are all going to go home. And I hope we all work together to get there one day. Thank you, everybody listening. Thank you for your time. We're going on 5.5 hours now. And I'm looking forward to taking some questions for about another half hour. And then I got a bolt. I'm going to go enjoy the simulation out in the woods for a little bit on the last day off before I got to go back to my Matrix job. So, again, thank you, everybody. I appreciate you.
Dan, your words are beautiful, in a good way. And I welcome them wholeheartedly. Thank you for having the courage and the vulnerability to doom hard with us. And I'd like to leave this thought lingering and festering in the dark recesses of your mind. If there's anything you've left on the table, consider vomiting it out over the next 30 minutes. Fringe, how do you feel if I let up the 4 million NPC brains in the vat, just so that they can have some sort of simulated representation that they're eventually going to get their questions?
Yeah,
Is
I
it
love
okay?
it. I like it. Yep.
Yeah. And go through your questions, and let's see if we can get as many in there. But I want to, I'm going to be, somebody's going to do something to me if I don't let anybody up here today. I'm going to let all 4 up because, I think we can handle it. Everybody, please raise your digital simulation hands. It's inside the emoji button. Just hit the emoji button and you'll find a solid digital hand. There's no particular order I'm going to go in. I want to try to bring everybody up. TJ Felony, you're going to have to wait until the next fucking reset. I know you're not requesting. I'm just letting you know you can think about it. You can hit the mic, but it's not happening on this reset cycle. Matthew, let's start with you, man. Welcome to what the street calls the darkest doom space yet. How's it going?
Hey, good. Yeah, it's up there tied with #1 for top doom space, probably for me with Jason Giorgiani. And this is, yeah, I'm happy I discovered these guys. Thank you for being here. I could talk for hours to y'all, just like Doom and Fringe get to do, and so. I hope we can do it again. In fact, I'd love to do it myself. That's how invaluable I think your insights are. I want to give you a very brief overview of where I'm coming from, so I can pose my question. I had a million, but I have to start with one because I ran into a roadblock. So I've assembled my own analysis, introspection, thought, research over the years. If I had to place my bets, put my cards on the table, what do you think is going on? I'm basically demiurgic, view, archons, loosh, whatever you want to call it, fuel. Everything is just, it's amazing to me. I basically get chills in this space. You guys are using remote viewing protocols, data and analysis, just so closely mirror some of my own theories. And I've not an experience of any kind. I'm certainly not a remote viewer, but it's just fascinating to corroborate so much of my own conclusion. It's like, man, I guess I'm on the right track. But I'll tell you, I run into trouble at just one place, and I'm hoping I'm never adversarial. I'm collaborative. The spirit of everything you guys have described is for what motivates you, all the way to escaping. That is so in alignment with my own spiritual disposition, let's say. I resonate. So that's where I'm coming from, not confrontational, certainly nothing ego-based involved. So I want to know, help me with this, help me understand. I struggle when you start using the data about the base reality. And I think, first of all of our language is inherently metaphorical. Even when we talk about our shared understandings and experiences and our interpretations thereof in this reality, in the matrix, in the construct. So how much more so must it be true when we talk about the higher realities, the larger reality, base reality, or if there is an actual base, whatever you want to call it. And I think we can all relate to this when we hear, psychedelic experiencers, abductees, come back and have insufficient language, insufficient conceptual frameworks to relay their experiences, even to retain them sometimes, much less relay them. So that's where I'm coming from when I'm struggling. The sort of the way in which I found gathering, you seem to put a real literal interpretive framework on top of some of the data about the base reality, and that's hard for me because I'd like to think it's like a body in the vat, but you seem to be telling me no, you should take it more literally, and I struggle with that for a lot of reasons. I think physics is, I've been. I don't even think the physical world. I don't think there are more physical worlds. I think this is how you do physics. This is how you make physical worlds. I don't think there's something more real or more foundational. There could be, but there's no necessary reason to believe that there must be. And that's why one of the reasons why I struggle with the baggage of the simulation metaphor to help explain this to people. But anyway, could you help me bridge that gap? Why are we so certain that our interpretation, these intuitions we get from remote viewing, are more than just metaphorical and more literal? Because it seems like it could not be so. It has to use the remote viewers where they're at, and it has to give them something to work with. But it doesn't mean it's necessarily as literal as, from what I'm gathering, you guys are relaying. So could you help me make sense of that? Do I make sense what I'm asking?
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying. And I think probably the easiest way to understand that is to think in terms of even base reality ultimately is a mental construct, or a construct as a result of consciousness, or a large scale thought form existing. So ultimately, at the pinnacle of reality is the emergence of consciousness, and all of that, and everything below exists within that initially mental construct or framework. So yeah, I think I more or less actually agree with what you're saying. And it's actually, it's more in terms, you can maybe think of it in terms of layers of reality or experiential reality. Um, for all intents and purposes, this reality we are in right now, although I firmly believe is a false reality overlay, it feels real. And I think the same applies to the next layer up that we refer to as base reality. So, to a certain extent, yeah, we're using language as a means of communicating ideas as best we can. That may not be perfect. In fact, I'm quite certain in a lot of cases it's not. But I think that, yeah, well, I could prattle on about that forever, but I think that's a succinct way of saying what I'm trying to get at, if you see what I mean.
I certainly do, and thank you. That helps because in initial part of the space, I've been here the whole time and hardly been distracted, so I've been paying attention. But that's what I heard more early on. But when we started talking here more recently in the last couple of hours about the brain and the vat and the tube and some of these, it seemed like we were going quite literal, and I didn't know if I was just missing out because I was distracted. We're acknowledging that this is conceptual, metaphorical. You get the idea, these kinds of things. But I just noticed there seemed to be a lack of that, and it seemed quite literal. So what you just said helps me a lot, and I'll let someone else go now, but I could raise my hand for a million more questions afterwards.
Well, thanks for the questions. A fantastic question, and thanks so much for tuning in. Appreciate your participating here. Thank you.
I think JT is saying it's actually literal. Is that correct, JT?
Well, if JT's having mic issues for a second, I'm gonna say my own stance is it's both. It
It is
it
wrong.
is literal in terms of, in the same way that this reality is literal physical as we are experiencing it. I mean, I'm sitting at my desk. You can hear that. I'm knocking on it. I'm touching it. I have a computer in front of me. I have a phone in front of me. I'm talking to all of you guys in here. And from this standpoint, this is literal and physical, although I firmly believe it's actually a mental construct. Same thing applies to base reality. Were you there, it would be both literal and physical. The people in the tubes being used as batteries. Yes, that is a literal and physical thing, but it's as the result of ultimately a higher mind construct or
Like a
framework.
dream in a dream, Morgan? Like a dream in a dream type thing?
That's as good as any way to put it. Yeah, sure, absolutely. Thanks. I don't know if Dan or JT would have anything to add or.
I mean, you said it exactly exactly the way I would say it.
Agreed.
I think that we focus too much because of the pressure for the love and light stuff, right? And I'm not disrespecting their opinion. We're saying like the pressure in our society to go along with this narcissistic um, positivity, toxic positivity, is so strong that we weight one more than the other. Ultimately, it is all consciousness. However, the events that are occurring to us in base reality are having a very real effect, not just in base reality, but a very real effect on the spark, our divine spark, which came from the world of light. So if the idea is that nothing that happens on any of these levels has any real effect, that it's all an illusion, that's not the case. If the idea is the ultimate reality is consciousness, that is true. However, what is happening on base level reality is having a real effect. They're draining, they're doing something that, and this is again found in the ancient, this is found in Gnosticism, it's found in Hermeticism, it's found in Manichaeism, right? They're harvesting, they're feeding, they're doing something, but it's draining, it's destroying the spark. So it is real.
Right. Matthew, did you, as close as you can in this physical, metaphysical simulation universe, did you get as close to a real answer?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of wanted to float that out to see if I get some feedback, make sure we actually are tracking and that my tracking with each other, and I think we are. I mean, I think for me, both for my benefit and the sake of others, I want to be free to say, just like someone who has a trip or a dream or whatever, they come back and say, it was like the rainbow, but so much more. So rainbow's as good as I can give you. Think of it that way, but also realize it's more than you can imagine because you're not equipped to imagine more. So that's what I mean. It's like sufficient, necessary to describe it, but not sufficient to wholly describe it or to think of it or to conceptualize it and so on. So yes, I think we're all on the same frequency there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
of
I mean, at
course.
the end of the day, we have such a limited framework of understanding that all we can do is the best we can do, you know, and that at certain points it very much leaves myself wanting as well. And that's why this is, you know, it's an ongoing mission, and not necessarily one I'll be able to complete in this lifetime, but I'm gonna go as far as I can in understanding these things. And yeah, we're all trying to do the best we can, but yeah, I hope that makes at least as much sense as as possible given the subject matter, right?
And everybody here is presenting data. Everybody here, it's their best guess. We said that at the beginning of the space, right? And when it comes to the interface between the spiritual and the physical, people do bring their own frameworks. And at the end of the day, whether everything is immaterial, whatever the fuck that means, or whether everything is material, if there is a distinction, there still has to be an interface, right? At the end of the day, one thing is interfacing with another. At least that's what my logical understanding says. And Matthew, maybe this is adjacent to what you're saying, but Unknown RV gave Osep Rocky a reply regarding Ingo Swan's reflections on the blackness after death. It's up in the nest, and maybe that's I don't know, helpful in some way. I want to make sure we get through the hands. Bob Laser, if you wouldn't mind raising your digital simulation hand, just to join the herd mentality, so I know I don't overlook you. I'm going in no particular order. Thank you so much, Aaron. Welcome to the Doom Space, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys, and again hosting such a protracted space to be able to have these dialogues, because they are important, and I think clearly only attract, or primarily attract, people that would resonate with these deeper levels of reality beyond, you know, just what's in front of us all the time. And so the more we talk about it and the more we can bounce our frameworks off each other, I think the more we can find tools to establish more and more layers of our own sovereignty with and without the matrix, whatever that looks like. On the pod dynamic, I a few years ago had one of my consciousness earthquakes. Had this idea come to me, a very visceral reality. It's never quite left me. Can't prove that it's true, but it's something that resonates in what you said. I mean, I could see these pods being under the ocean. We have 90% of the ocean. If it has to be somewhere within, if this whole Earth isn't its own construct, if there's some physicality here and there's some kind of, you know, projecting into a matrix playing out, that those of us who are, you know, genuine souls, not NPCs, are a part of that software construct, and there's a location, that one seems certainly plausible to me. And using stars and a lot of esoteric dynamics, and you probably know or heard as being an astrologer, that you know, that we can actually locate people on the Earth based on their stars in a lot of different ways. So that could be a relay node, if you will, for projecting into these matrix dynamics. And you know, people's experiences, you know, I know Fringe, for example, a lot of abductees, people have been through some extreme circumstances that, you know, SRA victims, MK Ultra, Montauk, a lot of dynamics, and the lesser talked about aspects is pretty horrific. And the things that they do when they try to sever the consciousness or dissociate the consciousness or the mind, merging them with other genetics, with other entities, with a lot of other layers that your average person eyes would probably glaze over, if not just laugh at you and walk the other way. And through my own personal journey trying to figure out what the fuck is going on in this real, like what's really going on, the actual surface level stuff to a level matters. Like you said, like being able to, tomorrow I got to go back to my Matrix job. There's certain things we just have to do to get along here. Otherwise our avatar dies. We don't get enough food or can't pay bills or can't whatever. But when when we actually die, and that Janeway episode from Voyagers, I think is a great example that you're talking about earlier, and then it was posted down below. Something through my personal progression, growing up primarily in the church and being very passionately engaged at my own personal level to truly discover what's true and finding so much truth through those frameworks. Also found a lot of beautiful sovereignty. There's some posts I posted down below, or at least in the pill that Doomer's been creating. Because it's weird that the pill in this chat doesn't work at all in this space. But there's two forms I've found. I found one form through the church. There's a minister, Dan Duvall, who's worked with a lot of those survivors, and they crafted these massively profound interdimensional prayers to establish our own sovereignty, to release these genetics and holds from the Archons and different dynamics through an entirely Christian framework. I found the same power and sovereignty through an religious framework as well, and those are posted below. And they're things that I would just put out there as additional tools for each one of us as we're going through this journey to figure out what the fuck's going on, and now how do I have more agency and sovereignty to actually make coherent choices, not just in this life for like harmony in my own circumstances with the people in my life, to build something here that we actually enjoy being here, but also when the veil thins, when this time is over and we shift over, how do we say, tell the light tunnel and all this other bullshit to go fuck itself, and I want what's actually real, to go back to the true source, a higher node of my higher self that's projecting into this fractal incarnation, but also without all the bullshit overlays. So those are just my thoughts on it at the moment. I just really appreciate being here with you guys for these, last 6 hours and everything you've shared and all the work you're doing and everybody on stage, and just really, really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, man. Thanks for tuning in and for participating. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it means a lot.
Yeah, much appreciated. In the same boat, brother. Right there with you.
Who's next, Doomer? Are we going to go? I only see one hand, and it's Bob Laser.
I also see 999.9 CD. What's that? Like $1,000 Canadian, so like $20 US. Sorry, I'm Canadian, by the way.
Okay, Bob Laser, can you hear me? Go ahead with your question, please.
And you guys, so sorry, I had to take a phone call. Fringe, I'm barely able to post in the nest at the same time. Thank you for managing things. Did I miss something? Did I totally mess up?
I don't think you missed anything. I'm trying to see if Bob Laser can actually hear me, or if he might be glitching.
Bob Laser, you're welcome to go up. If not, I'll go to 99 cubic decimeters is my guess. Well, let's go to you. And Matthew, did you raise your hand again, or is that just the simulation?
Yeah, again, when everyone else is done.
Okay, yeah, I'll try to get through all the hands first. 999, go ahead.
Thank you, brother. What a just fascinating, intriguing space. You guys are just awesome, and gals. I thought I was the only weird one out here. So I had a question. Morgan, are you, when you were saying you were working with Dan, were you referring to Dan Barish from the Project Looking Glass Project? I'm just curious.
Oh, no, sorry. Intuitive Underground here is Dan.
Hello.
Oh, got it. Okay. And then I don't even know how to ask this question properly. It's the amount of evil that's on this planet had me, and basically what they did to me had me motivated to find out who they were. And so we found out through the end of the rabbit hole that there are bloodlines, and you guys probably all know this stuff. I don't mean to bring this to a surface level. I'll go deep, but it seems like bloodlines have relationships with off-planet races, and they are interested in a reset. And so, one of my questions was, in terms of free will. I know I'm going to jump around a little bit here, but it seems like that, how we love family and we love our friends, and we have a propensity to this. And if we're made in God's image, it seems like God would want the same. And if this planet was set up in a free will system, it seems like this would be the ultimate obstacle course to qualify a family, in my eyes, right? I'm not, putting this on anyone and expecting anyone to believe it, but it seems like this is a qualifying course, like the most difficult, FPV or first person shooter on extreme difficulty times 11, right? So that's what it seems like to me. Are you guys wrestling with the same type of outlook here, or is it more on, less God and more how should I say, just more dimensional awareness, that kind of a thing, and kind of we're evolving at that kind of metric, instead of having like a creator, not dictating, but kind of creating everything and then saying, okay, I'm going to select this group out of this disaster because they made it, kind of a thing. Or, I don't know if I'm asking, the right way, but it seems like that's the case. For me, it seems like this is a battle between love. I don't want to say light, because light is pretty much awareness, right? So love, awareness, and freedom versus hatred, darkness, and oppression. That's what it seems like to me. But I wanted to see what you thought. Intuitive or Morgan, you guys can jump in on that. Just curious.
For me, my own personal cosmology, my own personal opinion, and that's all it is. It's not based on any data. It's just intuitive spikes, precognizant every now and then. I would argue that we're all percentages of that God, and it experiencing itself through our eyes in our own way, in our own choices. I think that's probably about the only way that I would differ from you on what you've been kind of speaking. Ultimately, it comes down to choice, whether we're tricked or not, whether we want to experience the trick or not. That idea of everything coming from nothing in Morgan's cosmology, that ultimately we're all part of the same thing. Gives some, in my mind, gives some level of credence of the acceptance and agreeing of experiencing what we're experiencing. Now that where the grass meets the road, the rubber meets the road, it feels a completely different point of view. So yeah, I guess that's really all I really would add to that. It's a very large question. I would wonder if maybe perhaps the idea of family and love as a way to kind of get you to come back. I'm not saying that's a fact. I'm not saying that's even my opinion. It's more of a rhetorical question. Morgan?
Wow, fascinating.
Yeah, I think the only thing I might add to that is that yes, I very much, exactly what Dan said. I very much believe that yes, initially we are, an individual point of consciousness that has split, and I don't mean that in terms of left, but we have separated ourselves from God as a small percentage of God himself or itself, in order to experience reality, physical reality. I think that was, yes, initially that was the case. Now, in terms of down here, down below in the simulation or the false reality overlay, well, actually, I think technically in base reality, where the genetic engineering occurred that made us what we presently are, I think when you factor that in, that kind of gives a slightly different perspective on the idea, made in the image of our creator. As in, the false gods, the gods of this world, are the ones who did that to us. So that's kind of currently where my understanding on the matter is. But that initially, yes, we are a fractional piece of God. And I mean, I think for me, the ultimate goal is, as I like to say, return to source.
You know, I don't even want to convolute it with another question. I do have another one, but I don't. But you guys are all. I want to hear you more than I want to hear me. So I'll just let it defer. But thank you guys very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, 999. And you can feel free to put your question in the comments. If you look, the main post, like the reason nobody sees the purple pill is because I launched from my laptop, but it's the one main post. Put your comment in there, and Dan and Morgan and JT are tagged in there. And I just want to be respectful of Dan's time. I think we can probably close the space altogether once we get through the hands. And thank you, man.
One of my hands too. I wanted to make a comment on that idea that 8 billion pieces of God have been mysteriously trapped in the matrix. I can't do it. But that's just my point of view. If we are actually little fractals of God, I'm not sure how God got himself trapped by the Archons, if of his own creation potentially. So I just like to throw that out as food for thought before we get to the rest of the hands. Go ahead, Laura.
Yeah, and I'd like Dan, how are you hanging in there? Can we, if we do a speed round, can we make it through these?
Yeah.
Yeah, last three.
Yeah, I got till basically sundown to get up there, and it takes me about 45 minutes, so we're good.
Well, I really appreciate it. I don't want to stretch it.
Well, I want to honor the people's time. I mean, 6 hours, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
6 hours
I mean,
we're at. Yeah, I want to at least answer the questions that are here. Sure.
I normally, I did set aside 8, but I didn't realize we would doom this dark. And I thought we would just be dealing with like potential immortal soul capture, and then JT took it another level.
Yeah,
So I love.
But we're not even capturing our own souls. We've actually captured the soul of God, right? We're now saying that Archons have trapped the soul of God, which is way more dark than any doom space has ever gone before.
One thing I might add, just kind of contest with that is, who's to say that they don't have a piece of God either?
I mean, that's a possibility, but they're definitely missing something that we have. Would you agree with that?
I mean,
I've just, that's just my experience being around them.
That is a very good point.
Something's missing. I don't know, they were likely created by God, but let's just say that they were, their connection was severed or something like that is what I'm thinking.
Well, in the data, they do have this idea that something about them is degrading for what they're doing.
Yeah, and they need to get our life force energy because they don't have any of their own. I'm just throwing that out there.
And the inability to create on their own, at least through the cultural books and knowledge and that sort of stuff. That's not necessarily in the data.
I would add just real briefly, my session work on the ultimate source of reality, and that's where a lot of this, as I keep calling it, the primordial thought or the initial spark of consciousness that from which everything else emerged. The way that I described it in that session was an entity of light that is perfectly balanced. Now, perfectly balanced, if we're talking in terms of good and evil, well, that means it's 50% good, 50% evil. So, in a sense, at least from that perspective, it does actually make a lot of sense to me that, why God would allow things to play out in such a manner, because it's effectively letting little bits of itself down here to experience and to do whatever it does. So it's almost that kind of dichotomy at play. I don't know. I mean, that's what the data says, and that's kind of what I take from it. I mean, obviously anyone is more than welcome to disagree with that as you see fit, and I understand.
Yeah, I love that we're not holding back. remember, Dan, my the spell that I cast on you. If there's anything you still have on the table, just like vomit it out. Just interrupt any of the speakers. If there's some deep hidden dark doom that we haven't touched on.
Well, we've got plenty of other topics to talk about into the future.
Okay.
Looking at this particular project and the main source material, we've got another 15 or 18 projects in themselves that have a little bit of the data into it. Not really doom. Well, yeah, there's doom. Probably a balance, just like Morgan had said. We've got some ideas about the greatest human potential. Now, I thought when I had written that Q as the project manager, I thought that maybe perhaps we would get like this love and light sort of stuff. But man, we got some pretty dark shit in that one too. The source of ego, the source of consciousness, the ultimate purpose of CERN, the idea of human manifestation. What else we have? Earth core effects, or Earth core's current status as of 2018. Mandela effect that walks into this. The idea of what is a black hole, deja vu, demons. That was a pretty interesting one. So we have a fair amount of other stuff, and hopefully at some point once things clear up a little bit better and we get a chance to kind of go back through more data, we'll be back to talk about more stuff.
That's amazing, and we're looking forward to it. All right, so we got Zane. I'm gonna loop back around to Matthew. Fringe, jump in whenever you want, and I think our last question is going to be Miss McGillicuddy.
We have Laser up here too, who's been trying to
I'm
get
sorry,
in for a minute. Yeah.
Bob Laser. Thank you so much for reminding me. So please be respectful of Dan and Morgan's time. Yeah, so we're going to do Zane, Laser, Matthew, and McGillicuddy in that order. So Zane, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I just want to say thank you all for being brave enough to lift the rug on these unfathomably existential and crucial topics. I have a bit of a more pragmatic bent. So my, I guess, first and foremost question is how do we participate well in the matrix that we're in as far as politics, distractions, psyops, humor, seriousness, joy, creativity, and along with that, family and a world around us that fringe things are just sort of off limits. It makes it difficult to ask questions or even sit at the same conversation table when we're talking about like money or stuff like that. And the other thing that I wanted to mention was my own views on the positive side of the intervention in our situation. My hypothesis is that the positive side doesn't intervene or impose itself on contracts which are already formed. So the positive side of the phenomena is actually waiting for us to become more positive and aware ourselves. I'm not saying in like a love and light denial sort of floating off into dreamland way, but
It's
in
like,
a
how do we flourish circumstances?
right, how do we remain in the present, still, peaceful, and aware and decisive, not jittery, anxious, constantly pulled in this way and that way. And also how positive influence can already happen in unconscious sort of sleeper messaging and synchronicities with people. And the last thing that I wanted to address was what I feel like is creating the most division in the world is that people are attaching to their paradigms. It's not necessarily that one paradigm is right above all the other ones. I think what's creating the most conflict is the fact that we attach so strongly to one paradigm or another, and that actually prevents ourselves as agents from creating aware, conscious decisions between how we choose and interact and live. So that's what I've got for now. I have a whole 2 pages, but that's what I'll leave for now.
The one thing I would comment on is the original part about not being so anxious, not being so jittery. It's hard. The material describes the physical makeup of the meat suit as being more easily controlled through emotion and such as fear, anxiety, hurt, pain, loss, and that sort. A lot of, and also additionally some psychological things once we finally get past this and get more into the psychological things that I believe, according to the data, have been put there, or at least exacerbated. A lot of it comes back to healing childhood trauma, and it's something that's a big motif in my life in the last 4 months, is to not make myself so susceptible to negative situations, to not give off that not negative, but that's such enlivened emotion to where I'm putting off that level of energy, sort of speak. I work in the public sector, so I deal with the public. And being as a chef for 30 years and not having to deal with the public and being able to talk and say whatever the hell I wanted to and throw knives and hot oil pans at people whenever I felt like it, it's not easily done now in the public sector. So I've been on a course of dealing with anger, understanding where that comes from in my experiences as a child, and from my parents and from their parents and from their parents and then from their parents and all the way back to eternity. The idea of being more centered, the idea of getting help or talking about, or even by yourself. I talk about how I'm about to go, out into the woods and sit by a fire and enjoy the simulation for the night. I found in a roundabout way at some point being able to help myself with those sorts of things and work through those sorts of things is being alone with my thoughts and allowing myself to revisit those nasty times, at least the ones I can remember, because a lot of these traumas are caused in childhood by things we don't even remember, and they may be as small as, you cried once and mom didn't come. That could very well set off something that changes you throughout your life. Now, the love and light side of things would say, well, those are things you're here to learn and those sorts of things. For me, it's more or less trying to alleviate those issues in the subconscious when it comes to emotional trauma. And one thing we find, and that's one thing that fascinates me so much about Ingo Swann, is his work through I'm going to preface this because I don't believe in the dogmatic side of things, at least not in terms of using the religion to hurt people or to control over people. But there is a technology that's used by the Church of Scientology, and it is known that Hal Puthoff, Ingo Swann, and there was another one back in the day that were all Scientologists. There is a process that helps people heal their traumas, even ones that they don't know they have, and an ability to talk through it. Taking this back to the fireside chat by myself is going through those things and accepting them and allowing them to be, understanding that they're there, but not allowing the I don't want to say it's the nervous system response to those anymore. And it's helped bring myself a little bit more into a centered area. These last 4 months, I was never really a big meditator. I found remote viewing to really help me psychologically in learning how to remote view. I was, a chef. I had a big ego. I had a lot of things that were out of control in my life: drugs, alcohol abuse, relationships with people, and those sorts of things, and just being okay as being a tyrant. Like, having to go through learning how the subconscious can affect you in your everyday life. It's literally like a trainable dog. You can work through with a therapist, I would suggest, or even by yourself, going through and sitting with things. One concept that's been coming up quite a bit in the last 4 months of my spiritual journey, so to speak, is the idea of healing. You got to go back to the spots that hurt. You got to go back to the things that negatively affect you, understand why they affect you, and put it to bed in some metaphorical way, whether that's with help or through your own machinations. And those will help. And at very worst, will help identify your trigger points when it comes to, emotional triggering, whether that's through a conversation with a loved one or just some complete stranger that just decided to be real nasty to you for no apparent reason, and not allowing yourself, it helps to stay in more control of your emotions. And for me, given this information that we've been talking about today, it takes energy away from the space sticks. As comical as that sounds, or how Simpsons like that might sound, it really helps. I wasn't quite sure what you were asking about the synchronicities in your second question. Could you rephrase?
Yeah. I just want to say thank you for touching on the self-work and the working through traumas.
Mm-hmm.
The way that I've been doing that is through writing, and journaling and poetry.
That's a big one.
Really digging into trauma and pain, and even simple stuff like crushes that I never asked out. But as far as the sleeper messaging goes, I guess what I mean is that I feel, and this is based on my personal experience with having done like spiritual work and stuff. I feel like there is a definite positive sort of intervention element to where we are in the matrix right now, but so many people are not ready for those I guess layers to be peeled back from reality.
Mm-hmm.
That a lot of people need the subtle messages that come from people who are around them who don't really have complete control over their intentions. So someone passing me by at the store just randomly telling me I have a beautiful smile, it's like they might not find it that consequential, but if I was having a really bad day and just is just in a certain mental state, and someone was able to bring my awareness back to the inherent peace that I already feel inside.
Right, centered, yeah.
Yeah. So they were sending a message that they didn't understand they were messaging, that they didn't understand they were giving. That's that's essentially what I was saying.
Yeah, it's something I'm finding these days. Like, I found myself in childhood with like precognitive knowing sort of things. But one thing I've really noticed since the remote viewing had started really getting in earnest about 2014, 2013, that these synchronicities would come up, mostly in numbers. I got rid of all the digital clocks in my house because it bothered me at one point. It really picked up pace just before my dad checked out. And I just wrongfully associated it with, hey, you got something bad coming your way, instead of maybe more or less confirmation of like those sorts of things where intuitively somebody has the urge to just say, hey, you look really great today. I hope you have a great day. And that whole idea of, or concept of higher mind speaking through people, they don't know why they're doing it. Most people are asleep to the point, but very much in agreement with what you had to say, then yes, I would agree that those sorts of things are happening to me a lot more in the last several months, because now that I've got a more positive spin on these synchronicities, they're appearing like 20, 30 times a day now, and I don't know what to make of it. I just don't. And then the idea of attachments, again, it all goes back to traumas, at least for me, in my opinion, emotional responses and keeping the energy away from those who seek it.
Sweet. Yeah. The last thing, just because it left some spaces. The social aspect can be very oppressive. Feeling like you're trapped in a bubble that's mostly online. You can't really talk to people locally around you about it. And with family especially, it feels like I guess just on a personal level, the situation is just, it's impossible to see eye to eye, because the paradigms are just seemingly incompatible. I'm wondering how you all deal with these kinds of things, because I know that it's not just because I'm living in a backwater town.
Right. For me, like, I think this is our third space. Like, we haven't really talked too much. in everyday life, though, yeah, I would allow those things for the longest time to get to me. Now it's just a matter of trying to protect my emotive response, mostly.
So it's just stay centered. Just
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
being
there's
centered
always
is the highest priority.
yeah, there's always going to somebody that's going to know more than you, or believes they know more than you, or whatever. You know, my God is correct, or my religion's better than yours. And if you really look at a lot of the religions, they're all talking about the same thing. And you know, to argue about somebody's different understanding or message from their religion, it's asinine. It's ridiculous. But you know, it isn't going to stop people, and it's something that, you know, we're expecting to happen. But so far in the 3 spaces we've had, like it hasn't really been evident at all. It's been really cool people, really understanding people, and people who are on the same level of understanding for the most part. So yeah, thanks for sharing. I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. I just had one very last thing. Don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, just that the social stuff is a lot more pragmatic. It comes to like decision making and stuff, and like other people's views on like how you're making decisions, especially when you might depend on them, or there's just resources moving around, and they can't really understand why you're making your decisions. And maybe even, I know for myself, I have dealt with a lot of the fear associated with this kind of information, and that has affected my decisions and made it difficult for other people to see eye to eye with why I'm doing things. But other than that, that's all I had to say. Thank you all. And I look forward to seeing you guys more in the future.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Sam. All right, we're closing this out soon. We have, what was it, Bob Laser, Matthew, and then Miss McGillicuddy. So, Bob, I hope you brought the 115. What you got, man?
Bob, I think maybe perhaps your
Zane,
particular microphone on your computer or on your phone might be. There you go.
yeah, we'll bring him back out of the recycler. That's one machine we can still manage. And Zane, if you don't mind muting yourself, that would be great. Bob, just hit the. Oh, are you back already? I don't know whether I'm hallucinating. Can you try to say something, Bob? All right. Well, Bob, you can try a few more times. Try to drop yourself down, maybe leave the space, close the app. I'm going to go to Matthew, and we'll see if you're still with us or in the queue. Matthew, go ahead, man.
Thank you. Zane, that was good. Zane and Dan, like, I raised my hand initially I knew we were going to be done, so I wanted to throw something out there that I would say a million things, but I want to summarize by saying something that dovetails with what you guys were just talking about. It's like I'm on the lookout for awake people, and at the same time, I know that awake is not a destination, it's a process. So let's say people who are pretty far along in the process. And like, you know, Zane, I hope you, man, you come around a space like this and you will feel much less alone, because I relate to what you're saying about dealing with asleep people in the regular world, you know. So I could talk about that for hours, but I wanted to say one thing in response to what Fringe has said a bit ago, and something that I think maybe for everyone else's benefit, for my benefit to articulate it. When I think the problem, I come from a Christian background, first of all, and that's so complicated. I don't know how to put that simply, but just to say, if you want to understand me, I think we are, among other things, to live here and look like. You could call it Christ consciousness, whatever you say. I think that should be our animating spirit and disposition towards reality as a reflection of the divine. So the way I've dealt, that's always been a difficult issue, the problem that you deal, and the way I think about it is, the parent turns you loose and says, you say, I'm going to go out and play in the playground, and this is not love and light. It's not one or the other, but the parent says, yeah, there's some bad kids out there in that playground that might rough you up. And you say, I know. And then you go and you do it and you find out it was really rough, more than you could have imagined. But then you come home and you're like, oh, I'm home. And you might not say that was fun, but you might say I learned something. And that's the only way I can reconcile it. I don't, you know, it's not the idea that there is evil is right, not at all contradictory at odds with the idea of God as classic theism, classic Christian, and even Islamic scholars and philosophers have conceived of God, which is the ground of being itself, the thing that exists necessarily, causes everything other than itself to happen, and fulfills any potential that it desires to be fulfilled. It's basically full potentiality. Anyway, among other things, I just want to say that that's how I look at it. And I don't think that's loving light, glossing over it either. I think it works. But what I wanted to say is the final thing is I think we're all here. I think we all recognize, oh, this is nice. People who are awake and trying to figure out what's going on, what we can do about it, and perhaps to collaborate. I'm on the lookout for other people who are there where I think we have to work together. And this is just how I feel. I come in here, hear this. I feel like we're all on the very far along in the process, all variable, all differing, on the process of waking up. What I wanted to say is I want to put this out there, including to our three guests. If they want to elaborate or comment, that's fine. But I think, as you're talking about earlier, I don't think there's 144,000 of us in here, but when we get people who are awake and awakenings far enough along, I think this is what it should look like. I think you should be the I am. You should recognize that you're the I am, or the is be, as Courtney Brown would say. You recognize that is your true identity. And everything from the ego you recognize as something you want to make subservient to the I am rather than the other way around. And it's very difficult. Very difficult. It's nearly impossible to exist in both places at one time. But I think that is what the process of awakening will get us to. And I think what that looks like is, I tell my kids stuff like this, or anyone else who listen, a commitment to the truth, pursuit of the truth in love, that sort of Christian ethic of caring, feeling and experiencing caring about others, potentially even at the expense of yourself, and not being governed by those low vibrational meat suit avatar ego things, which look like certainly all negative emotions. And the most unifying one of them, I think, that undergirds the whole control system, the whole luge farm, is fear. And so if you're not governed by fear, you're going to become, first of all, your first task is to become awake and not be a very productive piece of livestock. You can quickly quit producing. And I'm not convinced that they'll take you out as an individual. If you become, have too much influence, I certainly think that the control system, whoever they are, will. And then I think once you're not a productive piece of livestock, you can maybe next set about working with others to try to figure out how we get out of here, break the cycle. And maybe we'll go back home, return to source and say, that was fun, I learned a lot. Oh, but by the way, I'm still going to use tap into divine righteous anger and indignation and shut the whole thing down, because I don't want anyone else to go through that, or we can do it better, something like that. So anyway, that's my summary of how I wanted to express myself. Thank you.
Agreed. Well said.
Thanks so much, Matthew. I hope the audio's, I'm getting a lot of static for like the last 20, 30 minutes, but I think that's the demon in my computer. Has it been all right hearing people? It's been like crazy.
It's been fine on my end.
Yeah, it's been good
Okay,
here.
awesome.
Yeah, same.
We'll try one more time with maybe the most infamous whistleblower, Bob Laser. Are you there? All right, he's struggling in the rockets in Los Alamos. Miss McGillicuddy, you have been super patient. Did I see a twitch, Bob Laser? Did you want to? No? Okay. Miss McGillicuddy, go ahead.
Hey, first of all, wow, on the space. So I had a question, and sort of it got answered, slightly alluded to. I come from trauma abuse background. Went through the New Age healing process. Well, I'm fully on board with the concept of healing the trauma. I'm also an experiencer, so I've also experienced other trauma. And the more trauma healing, things get better, right? The way through is the way out. And I look at it as spiritual, my personal experience, I look at it as spiritual training for what I call the veil. But my question, something I postulated with Fringe earlier, is the veil not just the simulation / matrix? And I bring this up because of people, I'm not the only one, many, many, many of us have the capacity to, we've either had experiences, liminal spaces or physical, with what is not here in this physical, simulation on this side. we've seen the other side. We've experienced myself horrible stuff. But my question to you is, do you think it's it's semantics, in the sense that it's the veil simulation matrix? It's under the guise of this discussion that we've been coming through with today, and what JT was talking with Fringe about. All of it seems to be the same thing. There's something that most of us, most of the populace, maybe they won't ever know exists, right? Like, but some of us do. Some of us know it from a really traumatic standpoint, and some of us get glimpses. But hold on, I went and did something hard today, Fringe. You'd be proud of me, right? Got to be tough. So I'm a little winded, but I guess I just want to know if maybe you could see what I'm saying, and if anything, I get to hear it from the horse's mouths, right? So yeah, but I love the going over about the trauma and how important that is, because a lot of my experiences and other people that I've met here, you know, it was trauma we experienced, right? So having the courage, and even from before I even knew what had happened to me as a child, when I got to the place of doing the uncomfortable, doing the going through, it's totally worth it. And I think it does pull away. It makes it easier for you to stay away from those quote unquote 7 deadly sins, because you have a much more broad spectrum of, what is the better choice? What is the narrow path, right? So all that to say, you think the veil is the simulation / matrix?
Yeah, well, yes, I would tend to think so. And I mean, I think you're exactly correct in that at a certain point, it really does just become a matter of semantics. Because, again, I mean, we only have such a limited framework of understanding within which we can contemplate and process these things. So, yeah, the best we can do is kind of get ourselves, or at least our minds, in the same general vicinity by way of explaining as best we can. Now, ultimately, exactly how literal that is, I mean, it is hard to say. I do personally, I tend to think it's actually a lot more literal and physical than I used to, and or than I would frankly like to. But yeah, ultimately, I mean, the idea here is just understanding the core concepts as best we can. And you're absolutely correct that at a point, yes, it becomes a matter of semantics. And it sounds like, yeah, we're all on the same page. And I mean, yeah, the veil, that's yeah, that's a pretty common term, I guess, you kind of see around in this, at least in this end of things. So yeah, I think I would tend to agree. Yes.
I agree as well. There's a spiritual component to it that I don't know about yet. It's something I'm investigating personally in my own life through meditation, through even just sitting with myself, trying to think things through. Like, I've had many experiences now. I suppose it could be, Archons, sending something to me, but like getting open communication or some level of communication from those who aren't here. What does it mean? Who's really doing it? I don't know, but there's some way around it in some way, and I would agree with you that it is through. It's internal. It's not external at all. Outside of that, great comment. I agree with just about everything you had to say there. So yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, the spiritual component, it's always, whether people call it the woo or hearing paranormal, right? Or high strangeness. These are topics that, especially with like my own personal experiences, we know almost everybody in here. We get it that it's not something we can talk to some people we love about. And for me, the experiences that I had, and especially when regressed memories resurfaced and I started having more spiritual attacks and stuff, which doesn't happen to everybody, especially the way, but where I'm going is there's a huge spiritual component to our existence, period. I mean, and what this plays into, I think that our society we have lost that. I know and I'm not down on anybody, but love and lighters or new age, they're very much so, or people who quote unquote are spiritual. I have my own personal beliefs, but for the most part, it's really been something that's been programmed out of us. And I feel like it kind of coincides, whether you want to call them Archons, Nephilim, whatever you want to call them. I think it's connected to our soul. And when we are able to tap in with that through process, we're able to really understand like our own spirit, our own soul. Like we find ourselves, right? Like anyone who's gone through trauma or addiction, me to both, you like find who you really are, who you always were, but you don't have all of the masks on anymore, right? I think that the biggest thing is that the biggest shock for whether they are NPCs or just people who haven't had any experiences or the ones that just refuse to think it's actually happening. I pray for them because I know I'm just this lady who no one knows, like except for the space, but I promise you, like I know that that there's something we don't see when we're walking around, we're doing our thing, our 9 to 5s, or our mundane yard work like me. But that spiritual component has really been weeded out of us. Whether it's all the different religions or all the different sects of the same religion, or no religion, and so it's really a disservice. And I think that's the biggest proponent that some people get there through meditation, some get there through prayer. Or a traumatic experience, but that's the missing. That's what we're missing in understanding a lot of this, and it's just something that we've been taught to forget. And but the cool thing is, you can get there, you can get it back. You go through, and it will. This is like the best hours I've spent on Spaces in so long. I just love this space. I love Doom and Fringe and the guests. Thank you so much. I'm rambling again. You guys know I do that. But yeah, thank you. God bless everyone.
Thank you so much for coming up to speak. We're gonna close it off. Zane, I saw you put in a request. Is it super quick?
Yes, it is. I guess I'm just piggybacking on what she just said. Working through traumas and stuff. This is actually on my pages, but I want to encourage people, one, to realize that awareness is the most important part. Like you're doing amazing, important, heroic work just by being brave enough to be here and be willing to look at these hard things. But the other thing is that think about the contracts that you've made.
Zane, you've got to forgive me. Yeah, I'm so sorry, but I need to end it because one of our guests really is running behind. Is that okay? I'm sorry for the abrupt ending.
I just want to say, think and talk to yourself about the contracts and stuff. Yeah. You still have that spiritual component. You can still make those decisions.
And Zane, thank you.
Yes, thank you all.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you for having the courage and the candor to share. A special thanks to our guests, Dan, Intuitive Underground, and Morgan Farrell, TRV, and of course, JT, the last astrologer. Everybody you've seen speak, and especially our panel guests, please follow them. an immortal soul captured thank you to my rock, my co-host Fringe. And Dan, I'm gonna give the mic to you for any last words. I know you got to rush out of here, and Morgan, and then finally Fringe. Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, we're good. This is more important to me. Getting out there and talking with people about this, the idea of getting the information out and getting everyone together to talk about these sort of things so we can share the puzzle pieces. It's important. It's why I'm here. It's why I've made the decision to keep going no matter what sort of attacks keep coming. Only thing I want to add is you can jump on our email list over at Intuitive Underground. There is a contact page underneath the Canon picture. You can just click on the picture, go straight to it, or at the bottom of the page. One of these days when we get more motivated to write articles and make sure they're out there in a timely manner, they'll show up there. But anything else, like when we go to jump on a space or jump on a podcast or that kind of stuff, the notifications will come through that email list. So if you guys want to hear about some more of that stuff, or even about some of the other topics, and there are many, just go ahead and jump on over there, put your email in. We don't sell that stuff. We keep it. We barely use it, to be honest. But outside of that, Morgan, is there anything else you'd like to talk about?
Yeah, I got a couple of final comments. One of them is, we should probably make it clear that this isn't the extent of the work that we do with RV. It's probably our largest scale and scope project, but we do we do use RV for other things as well. Some of them are even kind of positive. So yeah, this isn't what we're all about, so to speak. It's a big part of what we're about, and it's potentially the most important thing that we're about. But we are about just using RV in a variety of ways towards real world applications, and you'll see a sampling of that on our site. The vast majority of our material is yet unpublished. I am always slowly but surely working on new written reports. Probably will expand beyond that into I don't know. I won't speak to that right now. But yeah, we do other things too. Just in closing, I want to say first off, huge thanks to Fringe and Doomer for having us on. I appreciate it probably more than you guys can really know. JT for helping out, for getting this set up, and for frankly lighting a fire under our asses and getting us going with all this material. I do want to give a shout out to the rest of our team. A couple of our founding members, MC, wherever you are, he's out there somewhere. Hope you're doing well. We got Jeff. We got our teammates, Brian, he's up here in Canada with me. We got Theodore over in Bulgaria, Track and Man and Kiwi Joe from down under, New Zealand and Australia. Thanks to everybody listening. Yeah, you can check out our website, intuitiveunderground.com. I teach RV. My website's remoteviewingtraining.com. Got really creative with the URL there. And I should mention too that I semi-regularly participate in RV spaces here on X that are just kind of general purpose teaching, learning, discussing, Q&A sessions with a few folks. Hang on. Yeah, I see a couple of our regulars are here. We got Direct, Unknown RV, he was here earlier, and Margie. And we're planning on bringing on some additional guests in the future. So, if you're interested in RV just generally, we run these spaces semi-regularly. We'll often actually provide targets. You guys can actually run sessions in live time. We provide feedback and session reviews, like I said, tips and tricks, Q&A sessions, discussion. They're a lot of fun. They're a whole lot of fun. And the nature of the subject matter aside, I've had a lot of fun here today. And you know what? Maybe even especially when you're dealing with this kind of stuff, you have to. You gotta have a sense.
That's
of
the
humor
idea. It's the
Right?
funnest space to get dark. I'm glad you had some fun, you know. I didn't mean to cut you off, Morgan. I'm just resonating.
No, that really was all. That's all I've got to say. You know what else needs to be said. So again, thank you guys so much. It's been a real pleasure chatting with you guys and all the listeners and participants as well.
You're most welcome. Fringe, go ahead.
I'll keep it short. What an incredible conversation. This is going to go down in history as one of my favorite Doom Room spaces. So thank you to the guests and for everyone who listened and everyone who had a question. We'll see you next time.
I just want to round out. Please pay attention to the nest. I put in an image of somebody complaining about the space sticks. I think that's very important. That's the second slide from the first. Of course, I had to manipulate the timelines and make sure that the last post in the nest was from DK. This may be the most terrifyingly dark Doomer space yet. That did bring some more souls into our trap. There's a 15-second delay always between speaker and listener, so I will allow you to persist in the tension very awkwardly. Thank you to everyone. Please send the space out to anybody who would get offended by it. Those who would get traumatized by it, just tell them to click the button so we get the, get the metrics. And thank you to everyone, especially our speakers, Dan, Morgan, and JT. Thank you to you, Fringe. I will be doing an Adam and Eve story. I'm trying to make some money. I'm probably going to independently republish this book. Probably do the ebook for free and charge for the audiobook. Pay attention for that stuff. And I am only taking a break from Doom Spaces until I get my life together. So I hope that's less than one reset cycle. Realistically, I hope it's less than 4 weeks, ideally one. But that's what we're looking at coming up. And thank you to everyone. Doom deep, doom dark, doom hard.